In a world where the gods are immortal and rule from the shadows, he appears, a man who can be their equal. The abyss descends and can swallow him, but his whole life depends on his being in darkness. Finding himself in this trap, he makes a decision to challenge the gods themselves. Will he be able to change the fate of the world alone? Let's find out. Jianyu lived in Yuanhai City, but one day he noticed problems with his eyes and went to the central hospital to see Dr. Zhao. He carefully read his hospital card and puzzledly adjusted his glasses, thinking, is there a mistake in the number? Isn't this the X period? He asked him to describe the symptoms again, and he, opening his eyes wider, said that he could not see so clearly. Everything around the doctor and his eyes thickened with dark red colors, and he said that when looking at an object he saw a red stripe above his head. The doctor asked what number was on it, and he, looking at it, said that it was 18. Then he closed his eyes, making everything disappear, and asked, is that his age? His question made the doctor's face twisted, and he thought, is this guy definitely not in the wrong department? MC at this time looked at him puzzled and thought, if this is the death indicator, 18% is not that much, right? And he looks energetic. The doctor asked if he had taken alcohol, and he asked right now. Noticed that his answer again made the doctor doubt his sobriety. He shook his head and apologized to him. He was a little distracted. Dr. Zhao looked up at him with a tired expression and advised him to concentrate, then took a flashlight out of his robe and decided to look into his eyes. He asked him to look left, then right, and found that his eyes looked normal. But when he opened them again, those red stripes appeared in front of him again. Leaving the office, he saw a lot of people in the corridor. All of them with different percentages of blood, but he didn't seem to care anymore, since his conjunctivitis was cured. Deciding that he had regained his sight, he wondered what to do with the red stripes, and thought that he could find a useful use for them. He left the hospital and saw an announcement on the huge screens about recruiting candidates. In order to ensure the safety of the population, the Night Watch is going to open a new recruitment of candidates to patrol the streets at night. In the 99th year of the Cataclysm, a place for safe living has finally been created, and others continue to retreat. They may soon be able to achieve victory. After walking through the streets of the city, Jianyu decided to take a good look around before returning, but suddenly froze, noticing that his shoelaces had come undone. He crouched down and tied them, but suddenly the people passing by him seemed to dissolve, and their voices faded away. The surroundings changed, the shadows began to thicken around him, which made him very nervous. And then he saw someone's dark silhouette quickly approaching him. He also looked up at the sky and saw that all the buildings around were destroyed, and the sun had turned green. Suddenly, a woman landed next to him, but she immediately jumped to the side, not paying attention to him at all, and attacked the monster. Looking around, he saw many monsters that people were fighting, and thought that there seemed to be big trouble here. Looking up at the sun, he saw a streak of blood in 9,999,999 units, and realized that he could start to panic. Somehow, large bubbles of water appeared in the sky, from which drops fell, and one of them fell right on Jianyu's forehead, which brought him back to reality. People were busy with their own affairs, some were crossing the road, and some were just stupidly standing on the roadway, like MC. Because of what he saw, he thought about the announcement of the night patrol, especially the words about their world becoming a better place and the city safer. Passing by a dubious merchant who was trying to sell his goods to a passerby, he wondered if the city was really safe, or was this all an elaborate lie? He looked up at the sun, it had the same number. He was distracted from his thoughts by a merchant who was pestering everyone in a row, and this time he became his target. He offered to buy his medicine and licked his lips, saying that they were the same as the official ones. Jianyu picked his nose and asked displeasedly, the city is full of monsters, and he sells medicine? Does he really think he's the god of medicine? He showed him his wares and said he had everything he needed. MC asked if it was free. The merchant immediately walked away from him and said if he didn't want it, then he shouldn't buy it. And where would monsters come from here? Jianyu immediately ran up to him and said he was just joking, and then asked if he had any divine oil. It was time to go home, and as he got on the bus, MC smiled and thought that a bottle of divine oil cost 3,000. Wasn't that too much? He shouldn't blame him if he reported him to the police. He looked at the scenery outside the window and thought it was just an ordinary street. He was just being too suspicious. The bus stopped at a bus stop, and he suddenly felt something and looked at his reflection in the glass. There was only him in the reflection. All the other people had disappeared and the surroundings had changed. Because of this, he froze in shock on the spot, and when everything disappeared, he looked around and thought, did this happen again? The second time already. He touched his chest out of excitement and thought that he would need to look around on the way home. The bus continued on its route, and closer to dusk, MC got to his apartment. The first thing he did was take a shower, but when he looked in the mirror, he saw a pattern on his chest that came from nowhere. But he had seen something like this somewhere before. He remembered how he was rummaging through the library on a dark night, and then a book with exactly the same pattern fell on him. The pattern on his chest suddenly activated, and bright flashes of energy appeared that pierced his entire body with pain. Because of this, he fell to his knees, and feeling how his chest was burning, he could not find a better solution than to pour cold water on himself. The pain immediately subsided, and the pattern stopped raging. But suddenly, in the reflection of the mirror, he noticed a streak of blood above his head. It was 100% full, which made him grin nervously. But the strangeness was not over yet. His shadow suddenly began to curve, and when he turned around, it had completely disappeared. He began to nervously run around the room, trying to find his shadow, and when he noticed it on the wall, he sighed with relief and said that he thought it had disappeared. So many strange things had happened. He would not even be surprised at the disappearance of the shadow. Since he was tired, he decided to go to his room, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw his own shadow in front of him, which was standing in place and staring at him. He was not surprised at all, then took a step towards the shadow and said that it would be fun. He already understood that something amazing would come. Suddenly his heart began to ache, and the pattern began to rage again. The good news is his shadow is still there. The bad news is it's alive. When he came face to face with his shadow, he wasn't scared. He just started giving it instructions. First, he asked his shadow to raise his left hand, and once he did, he asked him to raise his right leg. After watching his shadow follow his instructions without question, he smirked, thinking of something evil, which made the shadow nervous. He ordered it to dance, and he looked at it in confusion, wondering why his head was hurting so much. Where did this even come from? When he touched his chest, he felt some kind of pearl, which immediately flew up and started spinning quickly. There were several hieroglyphs on this pearl, and it stopped on one of them. After that, the system showed him the characteristics of his shadow. He has the abilities Shadow Bite and Shadow Pupil. He opened a detailed description, which said that his shadow exists only thanks to him. He has the same memories and power, and can also perform simple tasks. But let him pay attention that he does not have consciousness. Maybe in the future, this will be possible to change. He paid attention to the shadow that was still dancing, and then tried to touch him, but his hand passed through his body, and he asked, can he not speak either? The shadow was silent, and he asked, does he have all his memories? He nodded, sat down at the table and began to quickly write something on a piece of paper, after which he showed him a mathematical equation and told him to look, this is his assignment for the summer. He handed him a pen, and he, taking it, sat down at the table. While the shadow was solving the problem, he came closer and poked his finger at him, wondering, does this guy have some other ability? He's just in shock. Suddenly the shadow turned around and put the pen on the table, and he asked why he does not write. Instead of an answer, it was written on the piece of paper that he had already solved everything. He hit him with displeasure and exclaimed that he had all the memories. He would have solved this equation in 2 minutes. Was the task really that difficult? Remembering the description of the system, he asked him to draw a horse, and he immediately got down to business. Looking at how skillfully he drew, he thought that he could even write books with him and make money from it, and he does a good job. His eyes were already rounded in anticipation, like a coin, and he decided to look at other capabilities of his shadow. With his first ability, Shadow Bite, he can take shadow points from others, absorbing them and strengthening himself and his shadow. He was very interested in this and thought, should he touch the object from which the shadow emanates? He quickly looked around in search of a shadow, after which he went to the corner of the room and extended his hand forward. The shadow fell on his hand, but nothing happened, and he thought that this skill is not very good. There is not even a manual for use. Then he decided to test the second skill, Shadow Pupil. There was a change in his eyes. By activating this ability, he can open the dark side of this world in front of him. Now he understood why he saw that strange place with monsters. He decided to try to look at it again, but suddenly an idea came to him and he asked his shadow to stop and do some push-ups, and he would take a look. The shadow nodded and got up from the chair, after which he sank down, as if he was going to do push-ups, but for some reason he continued to sink even below the floor, which made Jung Yu very worried and asked where he disappeared. Nervously looking around, he told him to get out, and a dark clot appeared in front of him, from which a shadow jumped out. He looked at him displeasedly and asked, did he just escape from him? He wrote on a piece of paper that he was on the dark side, and he asked what he was doing there. He told him that he was doing push-ups, and he thought maybe shadow training is better on the dark side of the world. He asked him to continue, and he nodded, disappearing again. Going into the dark world, MC took a deep breath, then sat down at his desk and decided to draw. Morning came, he fell asleep at the table, and now he was having very pleasant dreams about his classmate and his mother's fitness friends. Suddenly, someone rang the doorbell, and he immediately woke up, but the position he was sleeping in made itself felt. His whole body crunched. From behind the door came the voice of his friend, who asked him to open the door, and he went to her, saying that she did not need to shout like that. After all, it was morning. As soon as he opened the door, he saw in front of him his childhood sweetheart, who always behaves hot-tempered, Lu Yao Yao. He noticed that the blood count above her head had decreased to 93%, and wondered what was the reason for that. He looked at the calendar and realized that it was those days, then asked why she came so early. She went into his room and told him to hurry up. What did he even do yesterday? He was talking about some business, but she didn't understand anything, so let him tell her more details. She still couldn't take her eyes off her phone, but a sharp bang behind her made her finally put it down, and she turned to her friend, exclaiming that if he didn't want to show it, he should have said so. Why was he slamming the door? But John Yu was also shocked. He didn't expect that closing the door would cause such a rumble and even damage the wall. He froze in surprise, and Yao Yao looked at him strangely. She only now noticed that his body had changed and exclaimed, does he really play sports? She immediately threw that thought away and said that he would rather die than start exercising. How did he grow so many muscles overnight? She poked his shoulder and then asked, did he do something to himself? He got flustered and lied that he just did a few exercises, then thought that it seemed like the results of the shadow exercises were showing on him. She shamelessly lifted his shirt up and looked at him closely, then said that he lied. It was impossible to pump up so many muscles with just a few exercises. She saw her father doing some business, but it was not too late for him to stop. He looked away and told her to shut up. He was not doing anything, but she immediately grabbed his hand and he exclaimed, what is she doing? Is she really going to use a lethal weapon on him? She took out a bracelet from her pocket, then put it on his hand and told him not to move. It was a device for detecting the pollution index. He didn't understand what it was, and she explained to him that murders, foreign objects, and insults were all part of the pollution. If all this was not eliminated in time, the accumulation threatened degeneration and alienation of people. He looked at her with a grin and thought that his ability had appeared because of the manual on his chest. Would he find it useful? Suddenly, sparks began to emanate from the bracelet, which moved to his chest, which made him very worried. The pollution index began to increase sharply, and the girl took out a gun. Seeing this, he was shocked, and thought that he couldn't let her find out about everything. He needed to prevent this. He concentrated, and the pollution index dropped sharply, and she calmed down and said that it seemed like nothing had been found. He smiled nervously and asked if she was going to shoot him. He sighed with relief and she said that her father taught her to be careful in everything. He decided to change the subject and offered her to look at some drawings he had made recently, and she, with delight in her eyes, impatiently asked him to show it to her. After she left, he lay down on the bed and sighed heavily, thinking that it was close. Fortunately, he managed to deceive her. He opened the system to see what was going on with his shadow. The journal said that his shadow had recently gone to the dark side and was still training. Now he had become many times stronger. As he performed the exercises, 1 unit was added to his strength, and when the shadow used a bite, shadow points were added. Realizing that his shadow had been training all night, he went into shock, and then immediately summoned it. The shadow grew out of the floor, and he told it that he had felt the results of his yesterday's training on himself, but push-ups alone were not enough, so he would increase the difficulty. He made a fist and nodded in agreement, and then he ordered him to do a push-up and a couple of other exercises, like a one-handed handstand on his index finger. The poor shadow quickly completed the exercises, despite the fact that his instructions sometimes sounded very strange. At one point, MC ordered him to get into a pistol stance and increase the difficulty by telling him to crawl, then sit in an L shape, raise his legs, and start pumping his abs. Yao Yao, who had been standing by the door and eavesdropping all this time, decided that this was how he trained, and sighed with relief, thinking that she had imagined too much. Now she could rest easy since he was okay, and decided to go home and read comics. Time passed. The cataclysm was already 99 years old. Now it was January 20th. A day had passed since the shadow appeared. After training, Zhang Yu did not experience any pain, but became stronger. This suited him perfectly, so he will be content with this in the future. January 21st came, he gave his shadow a lot more exercise, and the results immediately showed on his body. Now he should be able to defeat Yao Yao with one blow, but he had better train even harder. On this day, Uncle Li Shengguang came to see him. He works on night watch, so he can't let him suspect anything. Uncle Li is getting old. He lost his arm, and now he can deal with 3 people like him and Yao Yao with one blow. On January 23rd, he realized that he can't go on like this. In order to gain abilities, he needs to try harder, so he decided to train his endurance. On January 24th, he was lying on his bed as usual and doing nothing, but his shadow was training hard. On January 25th, he was playing on the computer, and his shadow was doing various exercises as usual. On January 26th, he decided to do 10 push-ups himself, but he couldn't. But his shadow was running around the house briskly. During his training, he noticed that his shadow was gaining shadow points very slowly, and had only accumulated 8 in these days. Judging by his current progress, it would be difficult for him to gain 10 points for evolution, and then he decided to go to the dark world himself to try to increase their growth. Like his shadow, he fell through the floor and found himself in a dark and empty space that moved him to the dark world. After that, he found himself in his room, but it was very dark and creepy. Going out onto a deserted street, he realized that he was in the dark world, and remembering how he had struggled to get out of his room, he smiled nervously and thought that the only way to get to the dark side was to leave the real world. He noticed that everything here was exactly the same as in his world, but only much darker. While he was slowly walking down the street, a silhouette appeared behind him, which suddenly disappeared. And he, thinking that it was his shadow, began to look around with a smile and call him. But when he turned around, instead of his shadow, he saw a huge toothy monster who pounced on him and swung his weapon. His face immediately acquired a frightened look, and a second before the blow, he managed to jump to the side, but the monster was not going to let him go so easily. He attacked him again, and he, miraculously dodging each of his blows, cursed loudly, after which he activated his ability, and an instant before the blow, dived into the portal, moving back to his room. He fell to the floor with a crash and, looking at his pants torn by the monster's weapon, smiled nervously and said that it was dangerous, after which he brought his hand to his rapidly beating heart and thought, "What was that? Who is he, and why did he attack him?" He looked at his minor wounds and thought with a smile that fortunately the exercises had made him much more mobile, and he was unable to seriously hurt him. Taking a folding chair, he decided to take revenge on the monster for trying to kill him, after which he moved to the dark world. He tried to fight him, but unfortunately he lost. The next day, on January 29th, during a rematch, he lost again, receiving a strong blow to the chest that almost broke his bones. On January 30th, 3 bloody marks appeared on his buttocks, and although he had had a hard time over the past few days, he still managed to recover 6% of the blood. On January 31st, he decided to stay home and recuperate, and his friend kindly helped him treat his wounds. After finishing this, she noticed that he had been fighting a lot in the past few days, and he answered her with a smile that she did not understand this. Scars are an adornment for men. She pressed on his wounds with a smile and asked how scars on his buttocks can be an adornment for someone. Because of this, he screamed in pain, and she said that if he felt this way now, it meant that his body would get stronger very soon. He suddenly remembered that there was only a month left and asked what her plans were. She didn't understand what he was talking about, and he reminded her that there was a month left until the exam. She hadn't forgotten about it, had she? During the years of the disaster, most industries became less popular, including the cultural and artistic industries, and people involved in the arts became the bottom of society. No one cares about entertainment and holidays anymore. Now battles come first, and they take a place in people's hearts. To become part of the Night Watch, you need to pass the martial arts exam established at the state level. After passing the exam, a person's life changes dramatically. Yao Yao, with an upset expression on her face, said that she really didn't want to participate, which surprised her friend. Pursing her lips, she confidently declared that she wanted to study music. Zhang Yu didn't care about this. But what about her father? Wouldn't he mind? After all, Uncle Lu is a high-ranking person in the Night Watch, and she is equal to a second-generation official who failed the exams and became a freelancer. Her hand, which was treating his wound, froze, and she said sadly that he would not agree. He wondered what she would do then, and she continued to treat his wounds, asking him not to tell anyone about this. The policy had changed. Anyone can apply to take the martial arts exam. He asked, didn't she respect her principles before? She will definitely pass this exam. Blowing on his wound, she told him that the pressure on the night watch is constantly increasing, so almost everyone is accepted, so she will definitely pass the exam. He puzzledly raised his hand to his chin and thought that she had very strong abilities. On the day of the exam, a lot of different devices are used, and if there are guns, he will definitely not be able to handle it. He felt nervous and wondered if they were going to send him to some kind of correctional camp. An idea suddenly occurred to him, and he asked if he could use her detector. She smiled and asked why he needed it. He knew that this device could only be used to detect others. If he encountered one, it would be best to run away or call emergency services before the special one killed him. He didn't understand what special one she was talking about and met her questioning gaze. She decided not to answer this question and said that she had dealt with his wounds, so she needed to leave. But he was still curious about these special ones and asked if her family knew a lot about them, didn't they? She asked in response, if he was so interested in the special ones, did it mean he was planning to take the exam after all? He smiled nervously and reminded her that she herself said that they would definitely take the martial arts exam this year. If only he had the ability. She suddenly approached him and asked, is it true? He nervously confirmed her words and added that he also plans to create some comics about the different and special. Her eyes lit up with delight, and she asked him to tell her, but since he made it up on the spot, he got nervous. He quickly came up with a plot and said that the main character would be a guy named Aben, who was constantly bullied on campus, but he did not hold a grudge since he had a kind heart. Thanks to a kind teacher and aunt, he was chosen by the Night Watch unit to participate in the Super Soldier Project. Aben had amazing willpower, transformed himself beyond recognition, received a super soldier injection, and became a powerful captain. The Night Watch unit did not plan to send him to the battlefield, so they sent him to various events so that he could meet people from high society. And everything was like this, until the city was invaded by powerful others. He continued telling her about the plot of the comic book, and she listened to him attentively. After that, she invited him to her home and took him to her room. Her apartment was on the same floor as his. She asked him to sit here, and she would go to her dad's room for now. He quickly looked around. Everything in the room indicated that a girl lived there. On the bed, he noticed a book called Fateful Emptiness, and immediately opened it, asking, aren't these comics about the love of a brother and sister? Does she like this? Yao Yao, who was about to leave the room, suddenly ran up to him and snatched the book from his hands, embarrassedly exclaiming that her friend left it. She doesn't read things like that. Before leaving the room, she ordered him to sit here and not touch her things, to which he responded with a smile and thought that she was still the same. She doesn't know how to defend herself at all. He noticed the guitar standing by the shelf and thought that she liked music since she was a child. She used to constantly pester him to listen to it with her, although he didn't really like it. He went to the tape recorder and turned on the music, which made him remember how they used to play as children, and didn't even notice how he fell asleep and a girl entered the room. He sleepily rubbed his eyes and she asked with a smile, when did he start liking music? He used to hate it. She threw the VR glasses into his hands and told him that all the information was there, so let him look through it. As soon as he put it on, he plunged into virtual reality and was suddenly pulled somewhere into the void. When he opened his eyes, he saw many eyes watching him above him and asked, is this Shenzhou? What an impressive virtual reality. Shenzhou, a space full of the unknown, is considered the first source of the cataclysm. The others appeared here. They committed brutal murders, destroyed and gradually absorbed the world. The moment of the birth of some monsters appeared before his eyes, and he remembered that he had seen exactly the same ones on the day he was in the hospital. Between their world and Shenzhou, there is a space called the Dark World, displaying a projection of the real world. As soon as the space was opened, the monsters immediately entered the world. And although the Night Watch continues to control the gap now, sometimes others still get to them. Having passed through the crack in space, he found himself in the Dark World and saw in front of him a huge city and dark clots flying over the roofs. The shadow layer is reset every 3 months, displaying the current picture of the world anew, and it is during this period that others enter their world. However, given that the shadow layer significantly weakens the protection of the world, people with a rank below the 4th are better off not going out. The visibility range of the shadow layer is 3 or 5 meters, but as a person's strength increases, the field of vision expands. There are a lot of different kinds of pollution in the shadow layer, and if people stay in it for a long period of time, it is quite possible that they will become different. But it was strange, because he never felt discomfort when he came here before. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared behind him, causing him to be very scared, and then a bright flash appeared in the sky, which fell next to him with a beam of light and burned this creature. This flash attracted the rest of the monsters, and MC, covering one eye from the rising dust, was suddenly surprised to see a special one in front of him. Who was this Flash? He realized that in order to cope with monsters, you need to be able to fully control your powers. The protagonist looked at the projection and pointed at it with his hand, saying that it was cool. Is this what special is? It looks amazing. If he passes the exam, will he be able to become special too? Yao Yao replied, if you think about it, special is someone different with a human body, controls his power, but at the same time dies because of it. Special people are constantly struggling with pollution and alienation, and after death, there is a high probability of becoming different. Therefore, special people, when they understand that death will soon come for them, try their best to use up the rest of their strength. At that moment, MC looked at the huge monster that had formed in front of him. Horrified by this picture, he took off his VR glasses and shouted, "Wow!" His girlfriend looked at him in surprise and asked, "So what?" He put his hand to his face and replied, "Nothing. Too much information. It takes time to digest. By the way, Could she stretch him out? She asked him to repeat it in an irritated tone, and he said, 3 original paintings, she can decide for herself about the content. The next second she was behind him and began to stretch her shoulders, agreeing. Then she asked what the problem was. He replied that he was constantly working out, that's why his neck was stiff. She asked, does he also pump up his abs? He replied, of course. Does she want to touch them? Then she lifted his t-shirt and touched his abs. At this moment, Lou entered the room, exuding a terrifying aura. They shouted in surprise, Uncle Lou? After some time, they were sitting in the establishment. The protagonist awkwardly looked at his friend's father while he was gnawing bones with particular fury. Yao Yao handed her father a piece of meat and said that he got it all wrong. He was surprised. Did he get it wrong? Did his own eyes deceive him? She tried to answer something, but the next second she pointed at the protagonist and shouted that he should say something. He coughed and said, no. Uncle Lou, he will drink 3 glasses as punishment. He then raised the glass of drink to his mouth and declared that he could. Lou said irritably, is there a reason? He raised his hands and shouted, man, you have become too insolent, where is his knife? Yao Yao asked him to calm down. MC, running in the opposite direction, shouted that he misunderstood. MC and Yao Yao are childhood friends, but their personalities are completely different. He is a bully boy, while she is a diligent daughter. He does not know why, but she liked to play with him since childhood. She tried to be near him. Maybe it was because he once helped her by protecting her from bullies. In addition, she could be attracted by his courage and beauty. She accompanied him even when he pretended to be a tramp. Then he was scolded for his actions, and she was told not to play with him. Uncle Lou never allowed his daughter to get too close to him, always being wary of him. Meanwhile, Lou put a cigarette between his teeth and took out a lighter to light it, but Yao Yao snatched the cigarette from his mouth, and he indignantly asked what they were doing when he came back. The protagonist waved his hand and replied that they were looking at information about the different and special ones. Yao Yao smiled sheepishly, sticking out her tongue, and Lou sighed in relief and said, so that's it. He then asked the protagonist if he knew why the government didn't allow students to know about all this in advance. He confusedly replied that he didn't quite understand. He explained that everyone's hearts were different, in which evil began to prevail over kindness, despair could attract people from Shenzhou, and certain things should not be known to everyone. Not everyone had the willpower. If a hole is formed in the heart, another can enter at any time. That is why various tests are conducted before the exam. And only people with the appropriate physical training can come into contact with the world of others. But this world is very dangerous. It is a pity that even with today's medical abilities, people still get out of control. He took a drag on another cigarette and added that he hoped he understood everything. The protagonist answered, of course, Uncle Lou. Then he said that he cannot miss the martial arts exam this year. He put his hand to his chest and said, besides, he understood everything a long time ago, so there is nothing to worry about. Lou wanted to say something else, but he had to answer a sudden call. He was informed that a new urgent mission regarding the shadow layer had arrived. He replied that he understood, and he was moving out. Then he walked to the door, and turned around and said that he was leaving. Zhang Yu, he shouldn't upset him, and then he would take him to the Night Watch unit. The protagonist smiled, put his hand on his chest, and said that he didn't have to worry. He and Yao Yao wouldn't do anything like that. She looked at him indignantly, and then they grabbed each other's cheeks, and she shouted, what's the matter? They had never done anything like that before. Did he say that on purpose? After some time, the streets of the city continued to live peacefully. A child was enjoying a treat while sitting on his father's shoulders. MC, looking at the screen that said about the Night Watch, thought that he wanted to find out more information, but in the end, only basic knowledge. Then he went to the supermarket and began to put the necessary purchases in the basket. Reaching for the can, he thought that judging from Uncle Lou's reaction, these materials would be hidden. He was afraid that he would not see it again. Then he sighed and put the bottle in the basket, answered Yao Yao's call, who was shouting, damn Zhang Yu, he must take a pack of eggs, a carton of milk. Although he should forget, that's all. Then he walked to the feminine hygiene products and thought that she wanted to ask him to take 2 packs of pads, but she was embarrassed. And then he did his shopping and thought about the fact that there was a month left before graduation. Now the effect of shadow training is gradually weakening. It seems that shadow training alone is not enough, you need to add real training. By the way, recently the propaganda about fighting others has intensified, and more people have signed up for the martial arts exam. Then the protagonist looked around as he entered the alley, and then looked at the sky, where the moon was rising. He felt like something terrible was about to happen. And then he waved his hand and thought, okay, I've imagined too much, I should stretch. Then he looked around the corner and found himself in a dark world. He saw a blood level of 14% in front of him and shouted in surprise, who? A wounded fighter, Lin Mo, was walking towards him. His face was covered in cracks, his eyes were distorted, and the protagonist said anxiously, he seems to live in the same building, why is he here? But the fighter was exhausted, he fell to the ground in front of him, and the protagonist again turned his attention to his blood level. Then he noticed 2 children hugging each other near the wall. At that moment, an other with a blood level of 24% approached the children. He looked at this in surprise and, clenching his fist, shouted, what? Just before, Lin Mo rubbed his neck and said that he was extremely tired. The Night Watch had been getting more and more work lately. He sighed and said that when he was a civilian, he thought this job was honorable, but in the end, he was always working overtime. If he had known earlier, he would not have taken the exam. Then he heard cries for help and saw children being sucked into the dark world. He thought, an alien decided to drag people into the dark world? No, an alien broke into their world to harm them? He had never seen people being dragged into the dark side so publicly. The children hiding in the gap desperately begged for help, and the next second he rushed towards them, stretching out his hands forward. He shouted that they should not be afraid, he would help. He would grab the children's hands, and then he himself was sucked in. After a while, the boy asked, where are they? The girls sat on the ground and crying, called her mother. Lin Mo grabbed his head and shouted that it was all over. He was sucked in too. He was already a civilian. He had already finished his shift. He didn't even have any weapons with him. Is this where he will meet his death? And then he got to his feet and saw the paw of another with long claws approaching him. He clenched his teeth and kicked it sharply, thereby destroying it. He noticed that the gap had disappeared, so it seemed that he couldn't go back. He looked around and thought that there were others everywhere who could attack at any moment. Besides, he had been communicating with civilians almost all the time and had already lost all his fighting skills. Then he looked at the children and thought that this was the worst thing. Helpless children. They continued to cry and call for their mother. The fighter said, "Damn, he can only send a distress signal and wait for rescue." He pressed the right button on his bracelet and then gave it to the children and told them not to cry. They should take this. It will help to resist the pollution here temporarily. As soon as he thinks of something, he will immediately take them home. He thought that it will not help him much. He will at least get it to the children. As for their survival, everything depends on fate. The boy asked desperately, "Really? Brother will take them home?" He confirmed it and said that they should be nearby. At this moment, another appeared from around the corner, and Linmo said that he would take care of this small problem and it would be over. He remembered that when he was 18 years old, he had passed the martial arts exam himself and entered the martial arts department of the university attached to the department. From the very beginning, he worked hard, laying a solid foundation, waiting for the time when he would become a full-fledged fighter. In his second year, he won first place in the battle with others. But this was not enough. In the world of others, diligence is far from the first place. He did not believe in fate, but no matter how hard he tried, he still could not overcome the barrier and step over his limit. In the end, he could only transfer from the martial arts department to the humanities, becoming an ordinary civilian employee of the Night Watch. In the present, he tied a special bandage around his fists and looked at the other. He noticed that it was in the shape of a half-human. Moving on all fours, he thought that this one was of an intermediate level, and then the other one rushed to attack. The fighter swung his fist and hit the monster. Then he spun on the spot and added another punch from the other side. The other one opened his mouth, and Linmo, smiling, said that this is great. The familiar feeling is coming back. Then he looked in surprise at the hand of the other one approaching him, who threw him into the wall. The fighter frowned and thought, "Damn." He wanted to dodge, but his body was slower than his mind. He miscalculated a little. Then the other one was near him again and began to attack. Linmo dodged in different directions and thought that his body was getting heavier. It seemed like his body was being pierced by numerous needles. Then he ran around the side of the monster and, clenching his fist, thought that he can't run anymore. He needs to do something. After that, he swung his fist again and, concentrating his energy, used the power of a shadow. Blinding, powerful energy burst out of his fist, heading straight for the other one. The other fell to the ground from such a powerful attack. A drop of blood was dripping off the fighter. He frowned and felt the pollution growing. Every time he used his skills, the pollution increased. Low-skilled people like him could not use their abilities repeatedly. Fortunately, since he became a civilian, he did not use his abilities that often, so the pollution was at a low level. He looked at the other approaching him and knew that if he did not take a risk now, there might be no future. He pushed off the ground and aimed his hand at the other, but received a powerful blow to his chest, causing him to fall to the ground, flipping several times in the air. He spat out a clot of blood, coughing, and thought, "Damn." The other adapted to his skills so quickly. The monster came at him again, and he thought, "Only an intermediate level. Any student from the combat department will figure this out in no time." But he is having a hard time. Is it because of the difference in talent? He can't win, but he must not retreat. He rushed into battle again and knew that the only thing he could do was stall for time, wait for the other members of the Night Watch to come. The children watched in horror, and the other injured Linmo, causing him to fall to the ground. He thought, "Is he dying?" When he was 15, his entire family was killed by others. That is why at 18, he decided to take the martial arts test. But at 20, he was expelled from the second year. At 21, he joined the Night Watch unit as a civilian. 4 years have passed since then. This is his life. It may not seem easy, but in this world, it is considered normal. In 100 years of humans fighting others, they have never lived in peace, but sometimes even others retreat. However, once the clouds cover the sun, people no longer see hope. He remembered the words about death being the norm in their world, and he knew that he had to do something before he died. He filled his body with energy and stood up, thinking, so the second round begins. He clenched his fists again, preparing to attack the approaching other. Then he screamed, and pushing off the ground, dodged the other's attack, and then attacked himself, kicking him in the head. Energy enveloped him. With another scream, he delivered many blows to the other's head, thinking that he had to be stronger. More. Almost, he had to put in more effort. He was surprised. Everything swam before his eyes. The other punched him in the face, from which he flew to the ground. Blood spilled under his head, and he thought that he could not see anything. After all, his skills were not enough. Even with the pill, he could not win. He was weak. He clenched his teeth in irritation. Trickles of blood flowed down his chin, and he understood that this was the end of his ordinary and boring life. Then he looked to the side in surprise and saw the protagonist, looking around, asking, "What the hell is going on here?" Linmo thought, "A man from the Night Watch? No. The voice is too young, and the manner of speech is not like that at all. Really special? No, it can't be." Then MC sat down next to the fighter and, lifting him by the shoulders, said that he can rest, otherwise he can rely on him. The fighter thought, besides, the entrance and exit from the dark side is strictly controlled. A random person cannot get here, unless he is part of the mysterious forces living on the dark side. Then he saw how the other punched the protagonist in the face, from which he flew to the ground. And, horrified, thought, "What a weakling." Then the monster's hand was approaching him, but the next second, the protagonist hit the other on the head. Steam seemed to be coming out of his nose, and he shouted that his opponent was him. He took out a bottle of sauce from a shopping bag. The other attacked in front of him, but the protagonist dodged to the side. Then he swung the bottle and hit the other with all his might, causing the bottle to break. The monster turned to the opposite side and attacked again with its scythe hand. MC was behind it and ran forward, tried to attack with the bottle again. Then a series of blows from the other followed. The protagonist easily dodged and, making faces, said that it was useless. He had already figured out its scheme. It was seriously injured, so its speed and strength leave much to be desired. He has the advantage. Then he smashed several more bottles on the other, and the monster screamed terrifyingly, flying to the side. Linmo watched in surprise. He wondered if he could really be called weak. Apparently there are no rules to this fight, and it is inexplicably overwhelming its opponent. The protagonist, reaching out to the other again, said that he defeated it a few days ago. Now it's his turn. It must die. But things did not go according to his plan, and the other attacked him with its tail, pinning him to the wall. The protagonist, clearing his throat, got to his feet and said how careless, he shouldn't have attacked from the same place. The monster headed towards him again, and MC thought, what to do? It can't be allowed to attack the children. If he were alone, he could just escape from the dark side and go home to lick his wounds. Well, then they will die, and that is not in his plans. Damn, 20% blood, is there any point in being afraid of it? He squeezed the neck of the bottle tighter and thought that today he will finish the job. Then Linmo shouted that the other had a serious injury on his right rib. He should attack there. The protagonist rushed to attack and said that he understood. Moving in a zigzag, he found himself near the monster and smiling, moved from side to side saying, it opened on the left. Then he attacked the tail of the other with the sharp part of the bottle, and the blood indicator dropped to 18%. The monster screamed, flying back. The protagonist was surprised. Running away? Linmo looked in horror as the other flew towards the children and shouted, no, it wants to get their blood. The other opened its mouth, surrounded by sharp fangs, right next to the boy who was desperately hugging his sister. The next second, MC told it to stop. The veins on his arms bulged with tension, and he grabbed a can of soda and threw it straight at the monster. Linmo did not stay aside and, pushing off the ground, kicked the other with his foot, from which it flew to the side. The blood level indicator was 15%. The fighter coughed again and fell to the ground. The other again opened its mouth, approached him, but the protagonist grabbed it by the head and, grinning, told it to die. After which he bit the monster on the shoulder, and the blood indicator decreased again. He grabbed it by the hair and yanked hard, shouting, the other? Yes, this is some kind of kid, barking like a dog. The blood indicator dropped to 11%, and the protagonist, striking again and again, shouted, does this want to taste human flesh? Well, he can take the risk. Then he saw a bright shimmer in the center of the chest of the other and, swinging, powerfully hit the target, shouting that this should die already. Everything around shook, different energies flew around in a whirlwind. The protagonist was breathing heavily. His body was covered in blood. He looked around. The ground and several walls were covered in cracks. Then he fixed his hair and smiled and said that he finally got his revenge. The next second, his vision darkened and he sank to the ground. The city was covered in fire. Many dead people were lying on the ground. MC, who was in the epicenter, looked around and asked, is this the gathering place? Why did everything change so much? Then many others surrounded him, opening their mouths and stretching out their long arms forward. It was heading straight for him. He looked to the side and shouted, what? The long arms of the others seemed to swallow him up. The sun disappeared. The dark side enveloped the world. Hope was lost. Someone danced at the feast, and someone screamed in pain. Someone silently fought, died, and this was commonplace. Some understood everything, and some did not. Then he heard a voice that told him, wake up. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly and stretched out his trembling hand forward. Linmo asked, is he alive? The protagonist sat down on the ground and cleared his throat, saying that he was alive. He thought he was dreaming. Then he looked at the corpse and realized that after killing another, the memories were cut off. Then he pointed to the monster's eye and said, the pupil of the shadow. The fighter asked in surprise, is he okay? Why is he silent? He replied that he is here. MC paid attention to his blood count, which was 10%, and realized that he was in serious condition. He had lost a lot of blood, but he could still stand on his feet. This was amazing. System standards for blood volume. 70% of the blood volume is a minor wound. 50% of the blood volume is moderate. 30% of the blood volume is serious injury. 10% of the blood volume is on the verge of death. Before the disaster, the survival rate for this kind of injury was 28 to 37%. 5% of the blood volume is barely able to speak. It's time to leave the last words. Then the fighter put his hand on his shoulder. He looked at him in surprise. Linmo suggested that they sit near the wall, and they did so. He looked at the protagonist and asked, is he not a member of the Night Watch? He was surprised, huh? He didn't recognize him? They lived in the same house. It seems that he has poor eyesight, so it is normal that he did not recognize him. Then he answered negatively. Linmo said that this could not be. The other was very strong. He did not believe that he was not a member of the Night Watch. The protagonist thought, what kind of communication is this? He had just saved him. Linmo laughed and exclaimed that it was funny. The protagonist was so strong. He hit MC on the shoulder and pointed out that Jiangyu hit him with soy sauce. That was very clever. The protagonist asked in surprise, was he okay? MC thought that even in such a state, Linmo was laughing. The people from the Night Watch were amazing. Linmo asked what university and what year Jiangyu was studying in. The protagonist tensely answered that he was in Beidou in his second year. MC thought that it was even better that Linmo did not recognize him. It was better for him not to tell the truth. Linmo happily noted that Jiangyu was younger. He asked what major, maybe humanities or martial arts. The protagonist remained silent and thought that it would be better for Linmo to stop asking questions. He was ruining everything. Linmo thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and guessed that it must be martial arts because MC is too strong for the humanities. He quickly extended his hand towards Jiangyu and asked, do you have a cigarette? The protagonist put his hand in his pocket and replied that he only had a biscuit. Linmo clarified, "These are cookies." He said that this will do and asked to give him one. Suddenly, MC broke the cookie in half. He put one part in his mouth and offered the other to his comrade. Linmo noted with confusion that this is somehow not enough. Jiang Yu pointed at the pack of cookies and said that he initially bought a lot, but during the battle, they all broke, but his comrade can take them. Linmo displeasedly asked him to eat this himself. They sit quietly chewing the cookies. Linmo clarified, "Is this the first time the protagonist single-handedly kills another?" MC replied that he thinks so. Linmo sighed and said that he always admired them, martial arts, combat sports and all that, so interesting. Unlike Jiang Yu, he has lower qualifications, and his attack power is much weaker. He is hopeless. Even farsightedness, which seemed to be supposed to increase combat effectiveness, does not save at all. The protagonist replied that he thinks he needs to talk as little as possible to conserve energy until reinforcements arrive. Linmo looked to the side and clarified that everything is fine. He just wanted to talk to someone. It is not every day that a civilian gets the opportunity to fight another. But in any case, he is weak. Linmo looked at his hand shrouded in dark mana and noted that he could not even resist the wave of pollution. MC guessed that Linmo regrets it. Since he chose the direction of humanities, how could a civilian fall to the dark side? Linmo sternly clenched his hand into a fist and asked again, does he regret it? It was his choice. He quickly threw his head back and yelled that he was a civilian, went to work every day, talked to girls, worked on night watch. Isn't that a good life? Linmo himself transferred to this specialty because he was kicked out of martial arts. It would seem that everything was fine with him, but he didn't like anything. Linmo immediately stopped and coughed. Jiang Yu patted him on the shoulder and asked his brother to calm down, otherwise it would be hard later. Linmo pointed his finger at the children and clarified that he had sent a signal for help a long time ago. Rescuers would arrive soon. The protagonist exhaled and replied that he felt relieved, so he thought it was time for him to go. At the same time, the child pressed the button on his watch and squeezed it in his hand. Linmo smiled and grabbed MC's hand and asked him not to walk around. What if he bumped into another? He thinks that Jiang Yu's abilities are not yet enough to fight several others at once. Linmo suggested talking some more before the rescuers arrived. The protagonist remained silent with anxiety and thought that his brother should give him a break. He was already pretty tired of his conversations. After some time, under the night sky near the buildings, Linmo was happily sitting on the floor showing his biceps. He smiled and asked MC to take something to Director Huang from the extraordinary technology specialty when he went to university again. It can be said that his teachings brought especially good results, and even another first ranker can be very strong. Jiang Yu smiled and put his hand to his head and said nothing. Linmo pointed at him and asked him to also thank the director from the cultural department. It must be said that her teaching is at the highest level. She was once advised not to be so gullible. They made an unsuccessful joke once, she immediately believed it, then she was embarrassed to death. The protagonist grinned tensely and noted that maybe he should take a notebook or let Linmo come himself later and tell these people everything. Linmo calmly turned his head and noted that he had been carrying everything inside for a long time. Wanted to find someone to talk to. It would be nice to come to Beidou Academy again. Linmo grinned maliciously and looked at MC and asked if there were any more chopsticks. He asked to give him a couple of them. Jiang Yu exclaimed that it looks like their comrade liked them. Linmo lowered his hand and asked to forget about it. Suddenly, dark mana appeared in the air, and Linmo looked at it and noted that it looked like the Night Watch had arrived. The protagonist smiled and said that this was very good. Now the fighter would get help. He thought that they had finally arrived. MC took the package and walked away. Linmo sternly asked, would Jiang Yu not go with him? The protagonist disagreed and replied that he would get there on his own. Linmo happily pointed his finger at him and wished him a safe journey. MC was surprised and thanked him and moved on. He stopped and looked at the fighter. The Night Watch members approached the fighter and exclaimed that they had found a Night Watch member and 2 children. They asked to check his vital signs. Jiang Yu was watching them standing in the dark mana. The system window notified that the fighter's vital signs were 10%. Suddenly, his vitality became 9%. The Night Watch member asked, what's the matter? Why is the blood level dropping? The system window notified that the vitality was rapidly dropping. The protagonist worriedly wondered, why? He could be helped with their technology. Suddenly, the fighter's vitality disappeared. The Night Watch member raised his hand to his head and saluted the fighter. Linmo began to disappear with a smile and disappeared. The MC screamed in fear for them to wait. Instantly, the black mana disappeared and Jiang Yu appeared in another place. People walking down the street looked at the protagonist. The MC sadly lowered his head standing in the night city. A system window appeared, and a member of the Night Watch announced that the special ones must remember. One must not give up even at the last minute of one's life. When a person understands that the chances of survival are small, one must approach taking this pill with all care and caution. They must remember all the fall and boldly move forward until all others are destroyed. One must watch the earth and the sky, patrol day and night, think only of a happy future. They mortals have to observe inexplicable things, moreover, resist them. After all, they are the Night Watch. After some time, the board in the elevator shows that it has risen to the 8th floor. Jiang Yu, with a hood on his head, stands in the elevator holding a bag in his hand. He thought sadly, did that brother really die? The protagonist got out of the elevator and headed down the corridor, thinking that Linmo was constantly joking while speaking. It turns out that he just wanted to find an interlocutor before he died. No flowers, no applause, passed away quietly, just like an ordinary person. No matter how ordinary he is, MC will never forget him. He entered the apartment and closed the door. Jiang Yu tiredly put his hand on his head and thought that he was tired. He would wash himself and go to bed. He looked in the mirror and saw his blood level and thought, he walks with difficulty, but there is still half of the blood? He thought there was about 20% left. Jiang Yu went to the refrigerator and said that the fighter had 10%, so he thinks that he could still be helped. The protagonist took out the food and noted that it seems that training only your body is not enough. Willpower is also very important. Suddenly, MC dropped the food, hearing Yao Yao scream, "Where are the eggs?" She lay on the couch and clarified that her friend is not answering the phone. There is no one at home either. Did he go to the chicken coop for eggs? John Yu tensely squeezed his bloody sweater with his hand and replied that the new year was coming soon. The lines were huge, you could stand there for half a day. He quickly pointed his finger at her and asked where she got the keys to his house. Yao Yao jumped off the couch and replied that the protagonist didn't cook for himself, didn't order food, so his uncle asked her to take care of him. His girlfriend sternly crossed her arms, approached him and asked what had happened to him. Did he really get into a fight? MC smiled and noted that it was late. It was time for her to go home. Otherwise, Uncle Lu would get the wrong idea again. Yao Yao irritably grabbed his hand and ordered him to turn around. John Yu, trying to break free, exclaimed that he was hungry and wanted a bun. Suddenly his girlfriend noticed a torn piece on his sweater and asked him not to leave. She screamed, "How did a friend get hurt like that?" The protagonist clarified that he forgot to buy eggs. Yao Yao ordered him to go back and asked where he was going. The friend asked to let him go and replied that he was going nowhere. Yao Yao did not agree and asked him to answer first. The MC turned his head to the side and replied that he was attacked and robbed on the way home. But then he caught up with that guy and beat him up, so there's no need to feel sorry for him. When the police arrived, the attacker was barely recognizable as a human. John Yu thinks she can't even imagine how good his reflexes are. Left uppercut, then right, combination punches up and down. He thinks even his own mother doesn't recognize him. Suddenly, Yao Yao put her hand to his cheek, interrupting his story. She looks at him with a red face. The protagonist thought with fear that his girlfriend would never believe such a thing. Yao Yao asked if it hurt. MC smiled, put his hand on his head and without confirming this, replied that he just wanted to sleep. The girlfriend fell silent and quickly turned around, clarifying that she needed to tell her uncle everything. No need to fight at night. John Yu instantly grabbed her hand, trying to stop her, and exclaimed that it was not a fight. He just stood up for himself. He asked to believe him, and Yao Yao confidently continued to walk and exclaimed that she could not be convinced. Suddenly the protagonist fell to the floor and screamed that he was too weak, he could not do it anymore. The girlfriend got scared and asked if he was okay. She sat down next to him and said that she thought he needed to go to the hospital. MC asked her not to worry, and replied that he thought he had everything he needed. The medicine was better than in any hospital. Yao Yao snorted with displeasure and asked if he thought she would give him medicine. John Yu smiled and asked Dr. Yao Yao to cure him. After a while, the protagonist made a face in suffering and screamed that it was very painful. MC raised his hands with irritation and bandages on his body and exclaimed that he allowed her to give him medicine, not to turn him into a mummy. His friend hit him on the shoulder and asked if he would do that again. John Yu refused in fear and exclaimed that such a thing would not happen again. Yao Yao asked him to swear and her friend replied that he would not. The girlfriend immediately grabbed his head and raised her fist. The protagonist noted that it was in their nature, they can't live without fighting. Yao Yao clarified what he said. Could he repeat it? MC, receiving many blows, said that he would just watch and was not going to get into fights. Yao Yao walked away dissatisfied and said that she was leaving. Zhang Yu clarified, was she already leaving? Would she like to stay the night? He had a big bed. Yao Yao playfully stuck out her tongue and closed her eye. She quickly slammed the door to her friend's apartment. After some time, the protagonist was lying relaxed on the couch. He calmly remembered that his brother asked him to pass on a message to Beidou. Suddenly, MC got up from the couch and did not agree. He exclaimed in fear that his brother didn't even say his name. After some time, a sign appeared in the mana. The system window notifies that this is a wandering spirit. Type, Shadow, Dark Origin. Level, Medium. Description. Other from the lower abyss belongs to the Shadow and the Dark Origin. If a person becomes their target, they will turn their hidden attacks against him. Therefore, you need to watch your back. You need to pay attention. This subspecies is not so easy to defeat. The price of killing is a broken arm. Shadow Bite. Received, Insidious Blow, Shadow Points. Other. Received, no price. Jiang Yu asked with interest, will his first killed other be displayed anywhere, or will it be absorbed by the Shadow Bite before the kill is registered? Suddenly the protagonist used a skill. The system window notifies that this is an insidious blow. A hidden attack from the shadow occurs, which the enemy will not be able to see. The first attack deals colossal damage. MC decided to look at the received skill first. He confidently raised his hands and yelled that this is an insidious blow. Jing Yu fell silent, realizing that nothing had happened. He exclaimed in fear that it was nothing. Did the system mess something up? The protagonist smiled and asked, maybe it was because there was no attack target? He landed on the couch and said that he didn't care, he would try again later. MC clicked on the system window. The system window notifies that his abilities are Shadow Bite, Shadow Pupil, and Shadow Form. Stalker, kill from the shadows. Jiang Yu is a natural-born killer, so he can feel like a fish in water, can sneak in the shadows. The protagonist asked sadly, and why can't they just write in simple language? And why does it only work in the dark? What should he do in the light then? The system window notifies that his shadow has undergone drastic changes. Now MC can control it, merge with it. Jiang Yu thought, is this a shadow form? Really a new skill? The system window notifies that the shadow form section has the following characteristics. First, if the protagonist trains in the state, he will be able to notice significant changes. Second, his breathing will be able to perfectly match the shadows, others will not be able to notice it. Physical fitness will improve. Third, he can use the shadow form outside the shadow layer. In the real world, using this ability consumes shadow points. Fourth, if he is seriously injured, his blood volume will be delayed, which will slow down the approach of death. MC asked in admiration, what kind of wonderful ability is this? Especially the fourth point. The system window notifies that, for example, if the blood volume drops by 99%, death will not occur. Zhang Yu screamed in rage. Only if the blood volume drops by 99%? Yes, he would rather die happy. The The protagonist closed the system window and clarified that in any case, the ability is good. Now he will try it. MC asked the shadow to come out and it instantly appeared from the floor. Jinyu raised his hand showing a finger and the shadow repeated after him. They touched fingers and the shadow instantly spread over the protagonist's body. It absorbed MC and his body was enveloped in streams of mana. Jinyu looked at his hand and asked, "Is this the same form? This is very interesting." He exhaled and ran towards the room at great speed. The protagonist, knocking down things in his path, exclaimed, "Wow, this is speed." He easily lifted the bed and noted, "Wow, this is power." MC hit 100 kilograms in the face with a sledgehammer and exclaimed, "Wow, this is defense." Zhang smiled happily and laughed, yelling that he was invincible. The neighbors yelled, "Who's up there?" They asked him to calm down already. The protagonist with the dissolving shadow noted that it was not very visible, but at the same time it justified itself well. The shape of the shadow was something. The system window notifies that the person, stalker, can be opened. MC was surprised and asked, "So he can open something new?" The system window notifies that this is a discovery. He has some of the abilities of this skill, but has not yet received official full possession of it. After full acquisition, no one else will have this ability, but there are also risks. Does he want to try? It should be noted that sometimes risks can develop into opportunities. Zhang Yu thought about it. Should he try? Why not? The system marked the word risks in red. Maybe it is better to refuse? But risks can develop into opportunities. The protagonist thought for a while and agreed. Suddenly, dark mana erupted from the system window. MC was very scared and, disagreeing, exclaimed that he had not yet fully decided. Dark mana quickly enveloped him in a sphere. After some time, the light was on in his room. Zhang Yu lowered his black foot to the floor. The system window notifies that this is a killer. If the protagonist does not take risks, he will die. He is a natural-born killer whose attacks will always cause damage. Note 1. Guns, bows, poisons, and other foreign objects will not reproduce the effect. Note 2. As a shadow assassin, he should behave stealthily. The higher his reputation as an assassin, the more fruitful the results will be. Note 3. There is no escape. After a while, MC looked at his hand in confusion and noticed that the damage was done to God himself. The system window notifies that after activating the shadow form, his killing ability will be greatly increased, and the need for a certain balance of blood volume is reduced. Decapitation. When the victim's blood volume reaches a certain limit, the bar above his head will turn scarlet. Zhang Yu will be able to watch the gradual death of the victim. When attacking, he can activate the decapitation skill, which depends on the blood level, strength, abilities, and other factors of both parties. The protagonist wondered if this was the skill that was activated last time he killed another? Absolute damage and decapitation. MC confidently raised his finger and exclaimed that he seemed invincible. He suddenly remembered something and quickly began to remove the bandages from his body. Zhang Yu, in confusion, ran his hands over his chest and clarified, "Weren't there any wounds? It seems that everything has healed. Even the deepest wound disappeared. Medicine doesn't work that quickly, right?" Suddenly the protagonist pulled out a piece of shadow from the wound. He looked at it enthusiastically and asked, "Is it because he activated the shadow form?" The power of recovery is amazing. After a while, Zhang Yu's page was opened on the phone. Above his photo it says that yesterday he was hit by a series of blows. He was hit 88 times, but as everyone can see, he remained unharmed. Yuqian asked Yao Yao to look at the protagonist's photo from yesterday and clarified, "Is this true?" Xiao Xiao replied that yesterday MC said that he met some merchant and fought with him. Only, he also had a knife for cutting watermelons with him. A friend asked if Zhang Yu was injured. Maybe she should visit him? Yao Yao calmly asked not to listen to the protagonist and noted that a dog had just chased him. The friends asked if this was true. Yao Yao thought that her friend was a fool and only did what he did, bragging. Sometime later, at MC's house, the friend took hold of the door handle and said that if they didn't believe it, they could see for themselves. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao asked where her friend got the key to his house. Yao Yao got scared and smirked and replied that Uncle Zhang Yu gave it to her. She confidently opened the door and asked if her friend was home. Someone had come to visit him. The protagonist is sitting on the floor writhing in pain. He covered the wound with his hands in fear and noted that it was carelessness. He didn't even think that the wound could open. His friend asked if he was okay. Yao Yao ran up to him and asked if there were more bandages. How did this happen? MC replied that he thought the wound had healed, so he took off the bandages. Xiao Xiao noted with surprise that it seemed like he wasn't lying about being hurt. Yuqian agreed and added that he thought so too. He quickly grabbed Zhang Yu's hand and asked when the protagonist managed to get so pumped up. Now it's clear why he rushed into battle with the merchant. Xiao Xiao happily poked her fingers at MC's biceps and abs and exclaimed that it was really cool. Yao Yao discontentedly pushed her friends aside and asked them to step into the living room. They noted that they understood and asked not to push. Suddenly, Zhang Yu screamed in pain. Yuqian asked if it would make him feel better. The friend replied that it probably would. After some time, Yao Yao was smearing his friend's wound and he was screaming in pain. She asked him to stop already. The friend knew this ointment. It didn't hurt at all. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed Yao Yao's legs and became embarrassed. She said that she thought his wound needed to be treated well. The friend smeared his wound and he enjoyed it and said nothing. Yao Yao discontentedly noted that MC fought too much, so she asked her friend to give him some medicine. Zhang Yu sadly refused and clarified that he was a fool and clumsy. It would only make things worse. Yao Yao grabbed his cheek and exclaimed that Uncle Li wasn't there for him. The protagonist thought that he couldn't do anything anyway. The friend irritably asked what he was even doing yesterday. She asked him just not to brag and not to come up with any strange things. MC calmly replied that it was just a knightly act of justice. Yao Yao irritably noted that he was not telling the truth. Zhang Yu thought about it. What else could he say? Ran into the shadow lair, killed another there, and then came back? Would she believe it? The protagonist picked up the bandages and asked what time Lu returned yesterday. Yao Yao replied that he had not returned and asked, "What was the matter?" MC looked down and said that it seemed to him that the night watch worked rather cruelly. Main work during the day, extra hours in the evening, it was dangerous after all. The girlfriend sadly lowered her head without answering, and Zhang Yu thought that she was worried about her father. Most of the allies of the night watch put their lives in danger every day. Uncle Li was left without an arm. Lin Mo died at the age of 20-something. Even such a strong man as Uncle Lu was seriously injured, which radically affected his endurance. He will not have any further advancement. Yao Yao asked with interest, if a friend passes the martial arts exam, will he come to work on night watch? MC calmly lowered his head and began to think. Suddenly he answered that he did not know. He smiled sarcastically and asked, "Are there beautiful girls there?" Yao Yao irritably ordered him to shut up and grabbed his cheek. Zhang Yu exclaimed that it hurt and asked just not to hit. The protagonist asked her to relax and asked, "Do such things exist?" At the same time, friends eavesdrop on them standing behind the door. Yao Yao clarified, and he did not see. Well, now she will show. MC asked her to stop and not do it. Yu Qian looked at his friend with confusion and asked, "What is going on between them?" Xiao Xiao clarified, "Is he still asking?" After some time, the friends are silently standing in the room. Zhang Yu smilingly clarified, "Why did they come?" Yu Qian replied that they heard that he had a bad time yesterday, so they decided to visit. Xiao Xiao asked with a tense smile, "Is he feeling better?" She looked at the red marks on the protagonist's body and wondered if these were hickeys. Yao Yao was so energetic. MC sat down on the couch and asked them not to worry, because he would live. Zhang Yu asked them to sit down. He raised his hand and lied that they didn't know anything yet. The protagonist went to buy soy sauce, and when he was leaving, a large man with a bag in his hands flashed past him. Yao Yao noted with displeasure that her friend was at it again. She, holding a sweater in her hand, said that she would go to the store and throw it away. It was torn anyway. Zhang Yu raised his hand and agreed that she should throw it away. He continued the story that then 80 more healthy men ran out of the forest. One of them had a large knife. Suddenly the protagonist remembered something and quickly jumped towards his girlfriend and asked her to wait. He still has things there. Suddenly, the thing fell out of his jacket pocket onto the floor. Yao Yao saw the pads on the floor. She asked ominously, "Why did he need them?" MC calmly looked away, scratched his head and asked, "Didn't her stomach hurt yesterday?" He wanted to give them to her when she came home from the store, to make her happy. Yu Qian, watching this with interest, thought that only people close to each other could share such things. Xiao Xiao, filming this on her phone, thought that she would show it to the whole class. Zhang Yu confidently put the pads in his friend's hands and asked her to take them, and if anything, not to be shy. Yao Yao angrily squeezed them in her hand and exclaimed that it was not necessary. She threw the pads at her friend's head. The protagonist put his hand on his head with displeasure and exclaimed that if she was angry, why shout like that? The friends said that they would also go and wished him luck. They noticed that the comrades looked good. The door slammed shut instantly, and MC said that everyone had left and that no one would bother them now. He quickly raised his hand and used Shadow Pupil. A magic circle with emitted mana appeared under his feet. Zhang Yu resolutely looked down and used shadow form. His body was enveloped in shadow, and he clarified that he would start with training. After a while, streams of mana surrounded him and the protagonist became a shadow, moving to another place. MC noticed that it was strange. There should be a lot of pollution here, but for some reason, only comfort was felt. He, standing under the bright sky, clarified that this feeling was as if he had lived in a polluted environment for a long time, and then suddenly found himself in an endless and clean space. His blood volume was 60%. Zhang Yu said that it was not bad, his stomach did not hurt, and the blood volume had increased. He looked at his hands enveloped in mana and decided to start. The protagonist fell quickly to the floor and pushing off from it, flew up to the ceiling. Suddenly, MC fell to the floor, raising smoke underneath him. He laughed with a terrifying look and exclaimed that cool, inexhaustible energy. Zhang Yu, pushing off from the floor, rises up and counts how many times he succeeded. The system window notifies that the shadow form is turned on. An exit to the shadow layer is made. The protagonist feels how the energy of his body is completely released. He becomes free. MC tried to train. During the training, the shadow bite is activated, which absorbs only the darkness from the shadow layer. The physical condition is significantly strengthened. During exercise, his physical condition improves. Zhang Yu kicked the floor and exclaimed that about 1,000 ways of strengthening were received. He looked at the door and noted that there was too little space here, so he would train outside. After some time, the protagonist appeared on the street, climbing out of the floor. MC asked, since he is so capable in this world, shouldn't he be worshipped? He quickly turned over on the horizontal bar and exclaimed that it was decided. Zhang Yu will become the horizontal bar champion. Sometime later, at the Night Watch headquarters, the employee and his team confidently walked down the corridor. They entered the hall with other participants. The employee, holding a document in his hands, announced that according to reports, the unrest in the shadow layer has become more frequent. At the moment, it has an unpredictable nature. The pollution level has increased sharply and is spreading over large areas. B3, B7, A2 squads have discovered gaps in the northern, southern, and eastern districts. The employee looking at the document noted that it will not be easy. Judging by the map of the distribution of the front lines, the pollution covers mainly residential areas and not randomly as it was before. After a while, the fighters were seen in the room, and Lu frowned and thought, lately, the others have been appearing much more often. In the past 2 days, there have been 4 incidents where people were dragged into the shadow layer. He looked at the documents lying on the table with a photo of a Night Watch fighter and thought, it may seem like an extremely small number, but no one knows when the others will attack next. Compared to the shadow layer anomaly, the breaches are much more dangerous. If you compare the others in the shadow layer to a ferocious beast, it feels like Godzilla has started its attack. Suddenly, Li Sengguang interrupted his thoughts and said that there is no need to be discouraged, just suspicions. Do not act as if they have already lost. Besides, aren't they ready for battle? The fighters frowned and looked at him carefully. Lu closed his eyes and frowned, and the guys glanced at each other and smiled slightly. Li Shenguang checked the guy's documents and said, "Okay, they can continue." He decided to move on to the recently suspended ones. After a while, Lu stood by the window and looked into the distance, taking a pack of cigarettes out of his inside pocket. He took out one cigarette and chuckled slightly. He said, it was necessary to get into such a mess right before the new year. Suddenly Lu frowned with displeasure and examined the cigarette. He asked irritably, "Cookies?" They switched his cigarettes again. At that moment a pack of cigarettes flew towards him, and he, without turning around, put out his hand and caught them, and only then looked to the side. Li Shenguang said, "What about the face, does he want it too?" Lu put the pack on the table and bit off a cookie and said, "No need, he's afraid of lung cancer." Li Shenguang screamed, "Is he afraid of this?" Lu irritably ordered him not to talk nonsense. Why did he leave it? Let him talk. Li Shenguang took a drag on his cigarette and then shook off the ash and answered, "Something else came from above." Lu's eyes widened in surprise and he asked, "So what?" After a while he turned pale and asked, "More and urgently, is there any confirmation?" Li Shenguang pointed to the side and said to check the laptop. He asked, "So which direction will his daughter go to? Humanities or martial arts?" An emergency notification on the laptop screen said that for those of 2nd grade or higher, in the exceptional supernatural abilities category, unless under exceptional circumstances, they must take the abilities test and select specialized exceptional abilities. Lu replied that they haven't thought about it yet, they need to wait for the results first. What are they all talking about him? What about him? He doesn't think the guy is honest about his abilities. And in general, is he outstanding at all? Li Shenguang took a drag on his cigarette and then exhaled the smoke and replied, "He doesn't think so." Lu asked, "Does he want to send him to study special humanities?" Li Shenguang shook his head and said, "No, let him learn ordinary crafts." Lu smirked and asked if he was joking. "Oh, the guy hasn't even passed the test yet. What if he passes it with flying colors? He knows that admission to the special faculty is mandatory." Li Shenguang stubbed out his cigarette on the table and said that they would take a look. Lu looked after him questioningly and asked him to express himself more clearly. Li Shenguang turned around and told him to perform his duties with special care. When he was leaving, he almost bumped into the secretary. She coughed and apologized for disturbing them. Lu turned around and ordered her to tell him what was going on. The secretary walked to the table and folded the documents, saying that a message from the shadow layer had just been received. Lu opened the folder and sighed heavily when he saw a new report on others codenamed Crazy Athlete. Shadow that salutes. Observer unknown. Description. Enemy. Dark, shadow-like creature. The target was first discovered in the central garden of Qingyue. It is assumed that it ended up in society by accident. The target does not get tired at all, shows great interest in sports, has no desire to attack. When the detector approaches, the enemy stops training and salutes. Observation time is 2 hours, the danger rating is low. In conclusion, it can be said that at present it is not subject to destruction. The secretary said, "The observers have found a strange other. There are no records about him in the database, so she would like to question him." Lu looked at the papers with irritation and thought, what kind of other is this? After some time, in the shadow layer, MC said, "The spider contains a lot of protein, which is several times more than in the same rice, and the spider meat is very juicy and tasty. After cauterization, the hair is easily removed." He filmed it all on his phone and told people to try it and immediately understand that spider meat is unlike any other. Zhang Yu looked at the screen of his phone and said, "So many people appreciated the shadow layer, wow, it will become popular on the internet very soon." When suddenly he came across a new post and asked, "Are there others who shoot others? Strange, he hasn't even published yet." Suddenly a system window appeared in front of him, which scared MC and he screamed. The system window reported that the shadow attribute has abilities, shadow form, decapitation. Decapitation. If he does not act first, he will die. Do not be afraid to kill. Only after a series of constant killings, he will be able to continue his peaceful life. You need to enjoy the process of killing until he reaches the advanced level. Zhang Yu screamed in irritation. Did he decide to scare him? Suddenly he froze and saw a new system window with a time limit of 100 hours. MC asked, "Will his life end in 100 hours? This began to scroll through his head. 100 hours. 100 hours. How so? Why are there only 100 hours left? There will be certain risks when opening this skill." MC thought, so these are the certain risks that were mentioned earlier? Yes, this is a real disaster. He tried to calm down. The main thing is not to worry. He needs to think of something. Zhang Yu remembered the description and thought that from the description, he needs to fulfill the position of a hunter and hunt. In other words, he can live while killing others. The system window reported, a risky life and constant killing. This is an integral part of being a hunter. Perhaps he will gain eternal life by committing endless murders, or maybe. MC read this and said, "Judging by the text, immortality can be obtained through hunting." The second point, decapitation. It also has another personality. When the physical body dies, it will simply move to another shell. Zhang Yu asked, "What does another shell mean? And what does enjoy the process of killing mean?" He will not be able to be happy because of this. If he cannot kill another, then he will have to turn to Uncle Lee. MC looked out from behind the wall and thought, well, I should kill a spider to earn life points. He put down his phone and said that such an opportunity is quite rare. He will record a video. In any case, he's not afraid of being caught by the night watch. It is impossible. He activated the shadow, after which the phone started recording. Zhang Yu said, "There are quite a lot of others, now they can see one of them." He said hello, and said that he is Xiao Yi. Today they have an other in the form of a spider. The audience asked, "He is so black, does he have clothes?" Idiot, you can see it. What a cute outfit. He suggested not to make noise, but to quietly wait for him and give him a stick. Zhang Yu decided to come closer and closer, although it would be better for him to remain silent so as not to disturb the silence. He thought that the steel, on which several thousand yuan were spent, was about to go into action. The spider saw the MC and began to activate. Zhang Yu began to run around him from all sides and swing the baton. His heart was beating hard and he thought that something went wrong. MC thought, even if he stands close, the spider will not be able to see him. He loves the form of shadow. Now he needs to learn about the creature's weaknesses. He activated his steel and thought, here, let him get it. Half an hour before that, the spider stood and spoke happily. He has been in this world for a long time. The atmosphere is very comfortable. There is no depressing atmosphere, and there are no terrifying and strong guys. You just need to be careful, then he can live in complete comfort. But literally just now he had to fight with one ugly guy. He got a little hurt, but got a full meal. You need to sleep a little, and then he will recover. Suddenly the spider's sensor turned on, after which he screamed, someone is watching. He thought, strange, from where? Definitely somewhere nearby. Oh well, this place always seemed unsafe, he will spend the night somewhere else. Suddenly the spider felt an attack and did not understand what was happening. MC killed the spider and said, amazing, he felt the shadow flowing out of him like a river. So by finding the right point to strike, he can release all his power? Great, only 40% of the blood remains, a couple more. At this moment, a large stream of mana was directed towards Zhang Yu, and he laughed and said, it doesn't hurt at all. The huge spider screamed loudly, his chrysanthemum. MC grinned and thought, great, he stabbed the stick straight into its weak spot, thereby causing bleeding. He used a shadow attack and disappeared, moving underground. He thought, is this a shadow attack? Skillfully attacks from the shadows, like a stalker. In the depths, MC saw a spider and said, there's no need to fight another face-to-face, you just need to wait for the right moment to attack, and then deliver a fatal blow to the victim. Another special hunter, prey? The hunt has begun. After a while, Xiao Di was scrolling through the broadcasts, where the guy said that the Night Watch is on guard for their safety. Hi everyone, and this is a member of the Night Watch at work. Today he will explain the formation of low-ranking others. The next broadcast was La La La, who said that today they will go with them to a small restaurant in the alley. The next streamer greeted everyone, and said that he is helping his family. This lighter, his family, if you can't understand this, she is finished. Xiao Di was lying on the bed and saying what nonsense, lately there is nothing interesting, boredom. Suddenly she came across an MC broadcasting and he said his name was Yo, and he was from Beidou. Xiao Di screamed. What kind of place is this? She saw monsters and screamed. Were they other? Oh my god, really? Is this not a setup? The MC said that this creature was called a shadow spider, an ancient kind of ghost, the first rank, the lowest other. The shackles on the spider can make terrible sounds, ordinary people can't stand it, so they had better not listen to such things. Xiao Di frowned in annoyance and said, a herd of sheep. All they do is post their disgusting and made-up comments on the internet. I wish their parents could see what they write. She hates their insolent behavior. She hugged her phone close to her and quickly wrote, brother, she can help him. Suddenly, Zhang Yu disappeared and Xiao Di asked, has he disappeared? Is this broadcasting by another? Looks like things are about to get much more interesting. At this moment, MC jumped on the other one from behind and drove the steel into this one's body. An energy stream burst out from the creature's body, and then a large copy of this one appeared. MC tapped on the other one's body and said, it's here. He dodged the monster's blow and screamed, missed again. Here. He laughed and asked, well, can't you reach it, big guy? Xiao Di wrapped herself in a blanket and said with admiration, how fast, handsome, what a fast and cute host. The other one released a huge stream from his mouth and laughed. Zhang Yu asked, does he think he can't do anything if the ground is covered in acid? The other one chuckled irritably, and MC said, there are shadows everywhere. He rushed forward, and the spider directed an acid stream towards him. MC said, and he can move freely in this. Teleport, pass through buildings as much as he needs. He is a hunter from the shadows. Zhang Yu squeezed the steel pipe and said, the endless killings began to destroy his understanding, but he remembered his name clearly. He struck, and then a loud cry of another was heard. He said his name was Yo. Splashes of acid flew in all directions, and Zhang Yu used a shadow bite and began to spread in all directions. He put on a cloak and said, the hunt is over. The audience asked, is this a superhero movie? Is it all real? Are there definitely no special effects? Xiao Di put the phone to her chest and said, wow, how exciting. She hasn't seen something like this for a long time. She opened his profile and said that she needed to get attention. Maybe she could establish contact with this blogger. She subscribed and went to private messages. She said hello and asked if she could add a star to the assassination mission with a high reward. The system window reported, the shadow spider has the appearance of an ancient demon. The creature is the first level of the middle rank. Description, a lower abyss other, belonging to the ancient demon lineage. The lines on the spider's body represent its strength. The denser and more complex they are, the higher the pollution it gives off. You shouldn't look at the creature for a long time. Spider abilities, acid, net spit, ancient demon pollution. The price of killing, it is the confusion of the five senses. Shadow bite, the ability of netinet is obtained. Shadow points added, others records. MC read the system windows and thought, does that mean he is only a first level middle rank? And he thought he had defeated a strong enemy. There was a big gap in strength between Zhang Yu and this other, but he took advantage of the shadow attack. He picked up the phone and thought, the number of viewers is 1.5 million. MC thought, wow, so many viewers. He laughed and said that the live broadcast is over. Well, for today, he will leave the viewers in the dark, warm up their interest. He looked at his hand from which the threads emerged and asked, a shadow net? It moved to the side and he reached out after it and screamed loudly. MC laughed and screamed, he is Spider-Man. He left shadows on the buildings and moved on. Suddenly, he flew down and thought how painful it was. He thinks he needs to practice with this more. The system window reported that the term has increased to 7 days. Zhang Yu asked, has the lifespan really only increased by 3 days? Less than he thought. He thought, although there are still 7 days left, others are not so easy to find. He should take precautions. The system window reported, note, a hunter must hide in the shadows. The more he hides, the higher his reputation. A new value, authority, has been unlocked. Marking. He can mark his prey to make it easier to find their weak points and strike. The victim he marks will have increased heart rate, fear, and other negative states. The result depends on the difference in strength. For a single target, the mark can only be created for 1 second. With the increase in reputation, this time will increase. It is necessary to pay attention that a certain amount of energy is charged for each mark. This ability reveals his location. You need to use it with all caution. Hunting. When MC hunts the marked prey, he will gain agility, strength. If he manages to hunt successfully, one of his attributes, abilities will be improved to a certain degree. Zhang Yu needs to pay attention that hunting does not require energy consumption, and this ability has the same duration as the mark. Please let him kill the prey within the hunting time, and the increase in reputation will strengthen his ability. MC ruffled his hair and asked, authority unlocked. When did he become famous? Is it because of the live broadcast? He will hunt others, gain subscribers, and unlock new abilities. With this set, both strength and ability will increase. Jiang Yu smiled and said, okay, today we need to try a little harder. Suddenly he saw a red mark and looked at it puzzledly. He saw another other and screamed, found and used decapitation. After a while, MC screamed, it hurts. Yao Yao asked displeasedly, what's going on? Who did he fight with again? She reached out to touch Zhang Yu's cheek, and he asked her to calm down. He was going to become a hero. She wouldn't understand. Yao Yao asked, really? And many heroes whine every day. How much pain do they have? No need to interfere if you don't have the right skills. She treated MC's wounds, and he replied that he could heal his injuries in seconds with the help of shadow form, and he doesn't turn it on at all for her to help him. Yao Yao asked, what is he talking about? Zhang Yu clarified, what? Maybe they should watch a movie? He would love to. Yao Yao replied that there wasn't much to watch, but recently, a new blogger had appeared that had everyone interested. MC asked, interested? She handed over the phone and said to watch. A shadow-shaped MC appeared on the phone screen and said, his name was Yo, and he was a shadow killer. MC choked and spat out water, and Yao Yao snatched the phone from his hands and asked, what's wrong with him? So stunned? Zhang Yu replied, nothing. Has she been watching him lately? Yao Yao replied, sure, 2 days for sure. This Yo has become the most popular and unusual blogger. MC asked, really? Very cool, but isn't publishing others punishable by law? He thought that he had become famous too quickly, so the Night Watch might catch him. Yao Yao smiled and replied, you shouldn't divulge your knowledge of them. His current shows don't really affect people's minds, so everything is fine. She grabbed MC by the arm and ordered to watch, a real fight with another. Isn't he cool? We should follow his example. MC looked at the screen of her phone, and Yao Yao said to watch. There is another video, but another blogger has already analyzed his videos. MC looked at Yao Yao's attentive face, when suddenly she asked Zhang Yu, what does he think? Will she be able to become famous too? Zhang Yu asked, and what will she film? Will she put on a white silk dress and start dancing in the shadow layer? Yao Yao folded her arms across her chest and screamed, what the hell? Is it possible to record several videos about others? MC replied, doesn't she think that will be too informative? Will she be just like a member of the Night Watch? By the way, if she goes out in such an outfit, his fans will start following. Nothing good should be expected. Yao Yao smiled and asked, nothing good? Suddenly she snuck up on him from behind and pointed a gun at him, and then screamed, did he really get his injury while he was also tracking someone? MC raised his hands and screamed in fear he was joking. Yao Yao screamed, how could she know that he was telling the truth? MC asked Officer Lu to give him a break, but she ordered him to go and cook. After a while, he fell on the sofa and said, she finally left. He opened his private messages. There were a lot of messages. Zhang Yu spoke, so many messages, even a little annoying. The viewers asked, is he really okay? Is this real? How cool, they will continue to watch him. But someone thought he didn't deserve it. After all, the Night Watch is working hard. MC asked, what kind of jokes? Do they think he is a scammer? He clicked on the link and opened the video in which Dao said hello and said, the earthly Dao is with them. Today they will not go shopping. It is better to take apart one scammer. The old man asked, they all watched that video, right? What kind of Yo? Others? Who is he? The shadow layer, the other, the amnesiac killer, the various songs, do they think this is all real? He will show them the video, and they will analyze it carefully. First, they will look at these two frames. You can see that there is no smooth transition between them. Conclusion. The video is stitched together. You also need to look at the background again. It is quite obvious that the video was edited after it was filmed. MC got angry at these words and asked, isn't this an ordinary food blogger hanging out at various restaurants? Why make a semblance of an expose video on him? Besides, Jiang Yu just cropped a few photos of himself. Does this also count as Photoshop? Bao asked why he decided to review him. It's simple, he is a freelance night watchman. When he was young, he killed countless others, so he can recognize a fake at a glance. Well, now he wanted to discuss something else. MC clicked on the comments and saw that half of the commenters were defending him, while the others thought he had no power. He grabbed his head and said, what fools, they don't understand anything. Someday they will know the truth. Zhang Yu stood up and stretched, and then said, oh well, since his video is fake, it's time to start hunting others. But before that, we need to teach this earthly Dao a lesson. The viewers continued to write various comments, and the MC said, well, let's go. A born hunter, a man who terrifies enemies. He moved to the shadow space and installed a mini camera on himself. He sat down and thought, it seems that the number of others is less than yesterday. The shadow layer is reset from time to time. Suddenly, the MC saw a huge other and said, it looks like a 6th rank other. It's time to get started. He laughed and decided to see what a 6th rank other is capable of. He waved the pipe and shouted, the hunt has begun. Zhang Yu walked to the edge of the house and looked down, and then still walked up the stairs, holding on to the railing. He said calmly, without any sudden movements, "A powerful killer hunting others, a cute special one walking on the stairs." He went down and sighed, seeing a high-ranking monster. He said, "Mark?" The other looked at him with a puzzled expression, and Zhang Yu said, "Yes." The marked one immediately felt an inexplicable fear. By the way, it looks a lot like the other one with blades that he had encountered before. Evolved? MC swung and thought, so what? It had also undergone changes. He used the 6 strikes technique and the blade, surprising the other one. Zhang Yu rushed towards the other one and shouted, "Now, the chase has begun." The system window reported that the mark has been activated. The chase has been activated. Strength and agility have been increased for 1 second. Additional buffs can be obtained by killing the target within a certain period of time. He dodged the creature's attack, and then turned around and saw tentacles heading towards him. Zhang Yu bounced off the wall and landed, then swung the pipe and blocked the monster's attack. The huge tentacles spread waves and MC thought, "My head is spinning. Another is mentally attacking?" He was hit and then blood came out of his mouth. Zhang Yu fell to his knees and held on with the pipe he was holding. He said, "Powerful." In one blow he consumed 34% of the blood. He looked at another and thought, "This guy has very powerful attacks. We need to stick to some strategy." He dodged the monster's attack and laughed at him for not hitting him, after which his opponent released several bright purple flashes again, and he deftly avoided all the attacks. But the monster continued to chase him, and then MC just disappeared into the alley, and when the monster approached him, he suddenly stopped abruptly. Because of his size, he could not squeeze through. Then Zhang Yu had a chance to hit him. He called him an idiot, and laughingly said that he was on top, after which he began to quickly move around him and deliver multiple blows, saying that despite the fact that he evolved, the skills remained the same. This is his territory, and today he is clearly not in the black. But even under so many blows from the monster, he did not give up and decided to do something, but he noticed this in time and hit him on the head, exclaiming that he would not succeed. He continued to beat the monster, and when it was completely weakened, he clasped his hands together and was about to smash his skull, but suddenly stopped. He frowned and began to breathe heavily. It turns out that a member of the Night Watch was hiding under the mask all this time. Because of this, he was confused and thought, "What's the matter? Wasn't he taken away? Why did he become like this, and why is he here again?" The monster took advantage of his confusion and immediately threw him away, after which he began to run. MC ran after him and shouted that he wanted to talk, but unfortunately he lost sight of him. Having stopped, he caught his breath and looked around, after which he switched to a walk. The system reported that he had found his prey. He is a man passionate about his business, so he is looking forward to the next successful hunt. He headed forward along the street and the system reported that the hunt was almost successful, but at the last moment the victim disappeared. Unfortunately, this is how his hunt failed. Let him pay attention. Prolonged failure will weaken him and shorten his lifespan. Deep down, he knows that only constant hunting will increase his authority and he will gain power over death. But at the moment, he wonders, what does it mean to live? Is it hunting or something else? His face became upset, and the system began to inform him non-stop about the constant expectation of death, and then he could not stand it and hit it with his fist, ordering it to stop. Having calmed down, he took a deep breath, then grabbed his head and thought that a hero who sacrifices himself to save people becomes like this. His gaze suddenly fell on his reflection in the glass, and he wondered if he would also turn into a monster if he died. The thought of this made him more confident, and he hit his fist, realizing that there was no turning back. He must continue hunting. Soon he reached the Eastern District No. 1, the gathering place, a wasteland. He looked around and thought that it was here. The news said that others were constantly gathering here, so he had nothing to worry about. Using the pupil of the shadow, he moved to the roof of the building and got to the very edge to observe everything from above. Seeing silhouettes in the windows, he thought that of course the number of others here is much greater, but they are not very brave, so they will not come out of the building. Looking up, he suddenly discovered that there was another monster on the roof, but unlike them, judging by its appearance, it was incredibly strong. The monster was sitting and devouring someone's corpse. Its leg was seriously injured, and therefore Zhang Yu saw that the volume of its blood had dropped. Seeing this as an opportunity, he smiled and decided to act. Using his shadow abilities, he quietly moved to the roof to the monster and ended up behind it, but it immediately suspected its presence and turned around, getting ready to attack, but it managed to hide under the floor. Looking at him, he was surprised that he was so vigilant and thought that the others here were much more careful than in his territory. It seems that this guy was very sensitive, and the red dots on his body had weakened. Was it because of his attentiveness? He decided to calm him down, but he would have to be patient, wait for him to calm down. The monster was still looking around in search of him, and when he turned his back to him, he used the mark with a smile. Time passed and morning came. Yao Yao was preparing food and heard the sound of a door slamming and thought that it was her friend and wondered where he was. But imagine her surprise when she turned around and instead of Zhang Yu, she saw Uncle Li and her father. Sun Guang asked, was she cooking for Zhang Yu again? Her father shrugged and said that apparently he was raising his daughter for their family. She went back to cooking and said sheepishly that he was talking nonsense again, and then asked why they were back so early. Her father told her that the office was done, so they decided to leave. It was rare that they could get together and have a good meal. Maybe they should go to a restaurant? She said that there was no need since she was almost finished, and he scratched his head in confusion. Uncle Li sat down at the table and suggested that they go to a restaurant another day and eat her cooking today. He wondered where Zhang Yu was hanging out, and she replied that she didn't know. Maybe he was out for a walk. He said that it was simply outrageous. How could he go off to have fun, leaving her here alone? As soon as they remembered MC, he appeared at the threshold of the apartment. Without paying any attention to those present, he closed the door and took off his shoes, saying that he was so hungry. What did she cook today? It smells incredibly delicious. He took a lollipop out of his pocket and turned to her, saying that he was in a good mood today, so he decided to buy her favorite lollipop. It cost him a lot. The dogs almost mauled him on the way. She wrote to him so much that he thought she missed him. When he saw Uncle Lee and her father, he immediately fell silent, and an awkward silence hung in the air. Swallowing nervously, he put the lollipop in his pocket and with an awkward smile said that he was delayed by dogs and got into trouble on the way. They decided not to ask him anything, and Xinguang said that they rarely had a minute to sit together, so he should not spoil all the fun, and sat down. He sat down next to him and he patted him on the shoulder, smiling and asking, "All boys fight, there is nothing wrong with that, right?" He remained silent, and Yao Yao's father poured himself a drink, agreeing with him. He doesn't see anything wrong with bragging to the girl he likes when he's young, so it's okay. He also saw himself walking with a lady in a short skirt. What's her name? Yao Yao told him that her name was Yujoer, and he smiled awkwardly, saying that she was pretty, beautiful, pure, and had a nice figure. If he were young, he would give everything for a girl like that. He and Xinguang decided to have a drink, and MC nervously looked at the girl who was angrily swallowing her food, and thought, how can he talk like that in front of his daughter? Her face turned red. Uncle Lee invited the young people to raise their glasses, and Zhang Yu said that his glass was dedicated to Uncle Lu, after which he drank it in one gulp and thought that these two would leave no trace of him. After watching him drink the soft drink in one gulp, Yao Yao's father smirked and thought it was pretty good. Then MC handed him some vegetables and said that he was away from home all day long, so he didn't think he often got to eat his daughter's cooking. He agreed with him, and she said with a smile that he thought Yao Yao often cooked at home, so it was no wonder her skills were so good. As soon as Lu took a bite, he looked at his daughter in surprise and thought, why is he eating takeout then? Apparently, she puts a lot of effort into taking care of Zhang Yu, cooking such a variety of dishes. He washed down the food and MC looked at him with a smile, then they decided to drink to Uncle Lu again, and wished him success in his work affairs. Soon it was time to say goodbye. Yao Yao was unhappy, as was her father. As soon as Zhang Yu entered his apartment, he offered Uncle Lee some water, but he refused and sat down on the sofa. He drank every drop of water himself, and suddenly Xinguang wanted to ask him something. He looked at him with a serious expression and asked, do you think he has abilities? This question made him stupefied, and he pretended not to understand anything, sucking on the bottle of water again, and Uncle Lee said that he had been serving in the night watch for 20 years, so he shouldn't think that he couldn't recognize his injuries. Let him say when his abilities appeared. He laughed nervously, and then sat down on the sofa next to him and replied that it was half a month ago. Then the man asked how exactly his abilities awakened, and he asked with a smile, is this an interrogation? He told him not to worry and just talk, after which he thought about it and told him that he himself didn't really understand. They appeared so suddenly. Uncle Lee asked doubtfully, did they appear on their own? This kind of situation happens very rarely, about once a year. MC turned a puzzled look at him and suggested that it could be due to his talent, but the man's face immediately darkened and he became nervous. After that, he smiled and silently put his hand on his shoulder, and he thought, did he activate his ability? Xinguang changed the topic and said that there was a test this year. Everyone had to pass the martial arts exam. MC replied that he and Yao Yao already knew about it, and he said that the night watch units had been under extreme pressure in recent years and the number of casualties was constantly increasing. He could give him a backup plan if he couldn't pass the martial arts exam. He became worried and thought, is this even possible? Xinguang said that he could choose from several universities to enroll in. Doesn't he like comics? He could enroll in the art department or something else. No problem. Zhang Yu thought that Uncle Lee was really cool from these words and asked if he didn't want to enroll, could he just take his diploma? The man immediately hit him, and he exclaimed that such a thing couldn't happen, after which he said that he would go to Lindong University. The atmosphere there was very favorable. When he finishes training, he will arrange for him to have a stable job, then he will live happily with Yao Yao. MC immediately became serious and gritted his teeth, saying that he wants to try to become special, which made the man jump up from the couch and exclaim in anger that he should listen to him. After catching his breath, he calmed down, and Zhang Yu objected to him, saying that if he did not allow it, he would go to the night watch and report him, which made him nervous. After a short pause, he said with a serious expression that he was not joking. The world of specials is much more dangerous than he could imagine. Let him study with peace of mind, and he will take care of everything. But MC was also serious. Danger lurks everywhere. Besides, he will not be able to take care of him forever. The man remained silent, after which he sighed, unable to argue with him anymore, and said that he will regret his decision. Anyway, if he wanted to transfer, he could contact him at any time. Jiang Yu asked him not to disturb him, and he headed towards the exit with a dissatisfied expression, waving goodbye to him, but the guy asked him to wait and said that last time he looked through the information that Yao Yao shared. It said that special ones must use up all their powers before dying so as not to turn into another one. Is there a chance that a person will still turn into another one even if he has exhausted all his powers? Uncle Lee frowned, then nodded and confirmed this, saying that such a situation could arise if a person has special abilities, or there were external interference. Why is he asking? He nervously scratched the back of his head and told him that he was just curious, after which Uncle Lee put on his shoes and said that if he chose martial arts, sooner or later he would have to face all of this. Let him take a break and stop fighting already. He agreed, and the man suddenly remembered that this year the test will take place before the new year and warned Zhang Yu about it, which surprised him greatly. As a farewell, Uncle Lee told him to prepare well for this, and then left. Finally, MC was left alone. He sat down on the couch and thought about that guy from the Night Watch and thought, did he become different because of his abilities or the interaction of something external? The Night Watch is supposed to take all people, regardless of what abilities they have. Maybe he made a mistake in something? Or does the other have an ability that causes hallucinations? Time passed, he decided to publish a new video and his fan Xiaodi was very happy about it. She immediately began to read the comments, but there, basically, everyone was unhappy and thought that this was a deception, due to the fact that the Night Watch kills others with weapons. She really didn't like this and exclaimed that lately the number of haters has increased significantly, but they are just jealous of him. She'll see how long they can last. She furiously wrote a comment that they just don't understand anything. That's why they write that it's all a montage. And then she suddenly got upset and said that Brother Yo is definitely not a liar, otherwise he wouldn't release such videos. She opened it and saw the dark world through his eyes and thought that there was a wonderful view from this roof. She was completely immersed in the video, and it was as if she herself was there now. Zhang Yu jumped off the roof, thereby scaring the girl, and she screamed loudly. When she opened her eyes, she saw that they were not hurt and, looking at his tense face, she thought with a smile, is this the power of the special? Suddenly, someone struck him, pinning him to the ground with a crash. The monster pressed him so hard that he could not move, and the girl, looking up, realized that it was another. After that, MC used his abilities and easily freed himself from the monster with a few hits and stopped nearby to catch his breath. She looked at him and thought he was so handsome, then began to watch his battle from the side. He kicked the other in the face, and he responded with a punch, which made the girl worried and thought it looked exciting. Is this a real battle with a special other? Everything is so real it is impossible to fake it, so there can be no mistake. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu jumped high in the air, dodging the monster's attack, which caught him off guard, then approached and delivered a sharp blow, finally finishing off the enemy. After that, he reached out to the corpse, and, using the bite of the shadow, absorbed it. The girl was surprised by this and thought, is it all because he previously absorbed the spider other? Did he really get new abilities? Meanwhile, MC came home, he threw the dirty clothes into the basket and began to examine his wounds in the mirror. He put on a bandage and thought that the others in this area are very strong. If his opponent was not injured, he was afraid he would not have survived. A notification came to his phone. He immediately took it and opened Didao's video, deciding to analyze Yo's video, and said that this time everything looks more realistic, but nothing can escape his eyes. He pointed to the others and said that as they can see, he is seriously injured. The others in this state are very weak, so even an ordinary person can deal with them. Would a special one pay attention to such weaklings? Because of his words, Jiang Yu's face darkened and he immediately closed the video, after which he irritably walked to the sofa and thought that the fight was not very good. He agrees with this, but he is so angry. He sighed loudly and fell onto the sofa, thinking back to his battle and thinking that his current strength was not enough for anything more. So he had to get stronger. So much so that no one would dare to doubt him anymore. He looked at his stats. He currently had 32 shadow points, a lifespan of 12 days, but the system's assessment said that he looked strong but was actually weak. These words angered him, and he said with displeasure that he would easily defeat 200 Yao Yao and 12 Uncle Li, then crossed his arms and thought, his current abilities are not enough, so he needs to get stronger. He has acquired new skills through these battles. First of all, regarding the shadow points, he thought it was an experience bar, but it seems to be an energy indicator. He needs about 3 points to use Shadow Thread and Shadow Pupil. Decapitation, Mark, and Pursuit have different degrees of consumption. He stretched out his hand, and a shadow thickened on it, and he thought that the shape of the shadow depends on the environment. For example, in the shadow layer, the consumption will be low. If he just goes into the shadow, the consumption will be rated as average. And in the sunlight, it will be high. He grabbed the shadow and remembered that the test was coming up soon, after which he went out to the balcony and thought that the specials were very strong. He would only be able to fight them in the form of a shadow. And even then, he didn't think he would last long, but even his current strength should be enough to scare them off. Everything should work out, but there might be a lot of problems. He suddenly exclaimed loudly that restraint was not his thing, so he would give it his all. In any case, Uncle Li would be on his side, so what did he have to be afraid of? He laughed very loudly and exclaimed that he would definitely be happy, and his neighbor downstairs, an old man who was watering flowers, thought that it seemed like he had gone crazy. The next day, he went to the mall with his friends. The poor guys were sitting on a bench and waiting for the girls to try on clothes. The MC sighed heavily and exclaimed that they were liars. Didn't they say they would do everything in an hour? They had been here forever. He lay on his friend's shoulder and said that if he continued to waste his life like this, he wouldn't last even a few days. Yuqian asked him not to joke like that on the eve of the new year, it would bring bad luck. He told him that he wasn't joking, if he didn't kill, he would die himself. His friend looked at him with a scared look and asked what he was talking about. The girls appeared just in time and Zhang Yu decided not to answer him and invited him to come to them. They decided to eat something and Xiao Xiao offered to buy a salad, and MC asked what could be tasty in the grass. He suggested that they go to a cafe that students really like, and at that very moment a dark clot appeared behind them, heading to another part of the shopping center. After some time, they came to the cafe they had talked about earlier. Yao Yao got really angry at what she saw on the menu and asked if this was the cafe that students loved so much. Xiao Xiao agreed and said that she thought it was more of a guy's cafe. Zhang Yu said that he had recently gotten injured, so he needed to make up for it. Toast, soy sauce fried rice, egg soup, and this wonderful dish. The waiter standing next to him wrote down his order with a kind smile. Yao Yao said with a dissatisfied look that all the dishes were ordinary, she thought he would choose something special. He happily closed the menu and said that she was right, these dishes were ordinary. Then he wanted to order bigger and fresher oysters. After some time, the waiter brought their dishes and wished them a pleasant appetite. The protagonist smiled and handed his girlfriend a dish on chopsticks and said that she should stop being angry and try it. Yao Yao turned away with a displeased expression and said that she would not do it. What caught her attention was that a notification had arrived on her phone. The message said that the martial arts exam would be held early, the testing would start on February 17th and end on the 20th. The special training camp would open on February 25th. Xiao Xiao also received this message and asked, would the martial arts exam be mandatory? Yuqian said with a displeased expression that it would also be held early. It was so troublesome. MC patted him on the shoulder and said that he didn't have to worry, since his qualifications were still not enough. He looked at him with a displeased expression and sarcastically thanked him for it. He said that as far as they knew, when he was 7, he was badly frightened by another. By the time he was destroyed, he had developed a mental illness. Zhang Yu said with a confident expression that he would have dealt with it right away. Yao Yao looked at him with a dissatisfied expression and asked, does he seriously think that everyone is like him? Most people would run away in a situation like this. Even if everything feels normal, the others are still there. After that, they both fell silent and looked at each other with dissatisfied expressions. The protagonist decided to defuse the situation, picked up a glass of water and said that they should drink it. He was about to say something else, but a loud siren caught everyone's attention. Yao Yao, looking shocked, said that it was the siren of the pollution sensor. The other had entered the mall. All the other customers also heard the siren and loudly said that they should run. The people were very scared that the other had appeared here and began to run outside in a large crowd while the MC and his friends stood still. Yuqian, looking scared, said that there were too many people. They would not be able to get out. Xiao Xiao asked, what should they do now? Yao Yao turned to them and said with a worried look that for starters, it seems they need to remain calm and slowly move towards the exit. Unexpectedly for her, Jian Yu broke the wall of his cafe with a punch. Immediately after that, he waved his hand and said that they should run from here. Immediately after that, they all went outside, and he began to look around. He noticed dark energy and a man who was running away and loudly said that there was an alien here. He looked at what was happening with a displeased look and thought that there were too many people. If he reincarnated, then everyone would see it. He grabbed Yao Yao's hand and they all began to run away together with the crowd of people. She looked back and said that there should be barriers near the shopping center. It is unclear where the alien could have appeared from. He said with a serious expression that it seemed to be too late to talk about it. They just needed to run. Fortunately, he was discovered relatively in time. He pointed his finger forward and said that they should quickly run there. This is the exit. They heard loud sounds and the protagonist said loudly with a worried look that they should all be careful and hold on to him. Suddenly the ground beneath them collapsed and they, along with the others, began to fall down. They all fell to the ground. After which the protagonist got up and asked if they were okay. The girls also stood up and Yao Yao said that they were okay. They only got scratches. A large stone fell on Yuqian's leg and he said loudly that it really hurt. MC immediately ran up to him, grabbed a rod sticking out of a stone and said that he didn't have to worry. He would help him now. He picked up the large stone that fell on his friend and they all saw that his leg was broken. He threw the stone aside and Yao Yao took out 2 pills and said that he should eat them. It should help. Yuqian ate the pills and asked what kind of place this was and why it became so dark. She said that she didn't know and she had never been in such situations. Zhang Yu touched the floor and said that they seemed to be on some floor of the mall. They needed to deal with this. He felt energy with that hand and thought that this couldn't be it. It felt familiar. Was the entire floor transferred to the shadow layer? They looked around and noticed several people who had also entered this place and were talking about what was happening. The protagonist looked at them with a worried look and thought that there were too many people here. There were no means of transportation in the shadow layer, so it would take a long time for the night watch to get here. If they stayed here for a long time, they would be exposed to a fair amount of pollution, unless they were caught by others. They needed to get everyone out of here as soon as possible. He called Yao Yao and asked if she wasn't wearing the watch her uncle gave her. She looked at her hand, agreed, and said that she almost forgot about it. She pressed the button and said that this watch could transmit a signal for help, so the people from the night watch would arrive faster. Xiao Xiao called her name and said that thanks to her, they would be saved. MC thought that he didn't know how it could speed up the squad's arrival, but this watch was definitely capable of resisting pollution. Another could attack at any moment. He couldn't let his guard down. The people were very scared when they saw the monster and loudly warned the others about it. He and Yao Yao took a fighting stance and waited with serious faces for what would happen next. Suddenly, she was transported to another place and loudly called her friends by name. Xiao Xiao walked up to her and said that she was here. Yuqian was sitting next to them and asked in a frightened voice, "Where are they? You can't see them." Yao Yao started calling Zhang Yu and asked where he is. Her friend noticed something, called her with a worried look, and said that she should take a look at it. They looked at a large crack in the ground and she asked he couldn't have fallen in there, could he? At the same time. On the street of a darkened city, Xiaodi came to her senses, sat up and asked, what happened here? She remembered what happened earlier and thought, by the way, she was leaving with Xiaoya. Then the alarm sounded and everyone suddenly started running. She started looking around, called her friend and asked, where is she? She touched the wounded hand lying next to her. She turned around with a frightened look and saw her dead friend. Xiaodi began to tremble with horror and with tears in her eyes loudly called her name. Right after that, she turned around, saw the monster who was about to attack her, and asked, is she really going to die? She thought that she would never have thought that she would get into the plot of one of the movies. However, usually at this time the hero of the film comes to save the heroine. She closed her eyes and thought that in real life this is impossible. No one will save her, because in reality there are no heroes. Unexpectedly for her, when she opened her eyes, she saw Zhang Yu, who stopped the monster's attack with his hand and called him a hero. The monster broke free from his grip and quickly ran away. Xiao Di looked at him with a shocked look and was about to ask something, but due to the shock, she could not finish speaking. The system notified that the Shadow Claw works together with the killer ability, increasing the lethality of blows. The protagonist began to run with incredible speed and quickly caught up with the monster. He delivered several quick blows, but the monster managed to jump back in time and was not affected by this attack. It, having flown a few meters, stopped, sinking its claws into the ground. Xiao Di, whose friend had recently died, looked at what was happening with a joyful look and asked, "Is this really a dream?" "It really is, yo." She let out a very joyful cry, which surprised the protagonist very much. She ran up to him and said that she was his fan and watches every video. He is so handsome, and she likes him very much. He said with a confused look that her tights and dress were torn. Xiao Di walked away from him and asked where he was looking. He looked at her with a confused look and said that he just decided to remind her. She smiled and said that however, if he didn't like it, she could quickly go home and change into new clothes. MC was embarrassed by this. His face turned red and he asked if she could even wear new tights. She agreed and said that she was ready to do everything for him. The monster was confused by what was happening and looked at what was happening with a puzzled look. It got angry because of this and began to make a loud roar. Zhang Yu looked at this and said that it seemed that now was not the right time for this. He began to release energy and said that now the hunt had begun. Suddenly he disappeared and the monster began to look around with a puzzled look. The protagonist appeared behind the monster and hooked the monster with a thread from the shadow. Immediately after that, he very quickly ran up to the monster and attacked with his hand. It fell to the ground and he, looking at it, said that this monster had enough strength and dexterity to survive after his attack. He decided to try to attack again and ran forward very quickly. He felt something and suddenly he was attacked from both sides, but he managed to jump back. He noticed that 2 more monsters had joined the battle and said that this one would be harder for him to handle. Xiao Di was filming him on her phone, loudly wished him luck and said that if he won, she would put on stockings for him. MC's face immediately turned red and he loudly said that he would do anything for this. Immediately after that, he ran very quickly towards the monster hovering in front of him. It struck with its weapon, but he easily jumped over this monster. He saw that another had flown towards him, was about to attack with its weapon, and he thought that it was bad that it rose into the air. Zhang Yu immediately pointed his hand at this monster and released a thread from the shadow, which he wrapped around his claws. He struck 2 very strong and fast blows with his hands and injured the 2 monsters that remained behind him. He said with a smug smile that even if they wanted to kill him, they would not succeed. Because he let his guard down, another took advantage of it and struck him with a very strong claw from behind. This attack on his shoulder area was able to penetrate his defense and he began to cough up blood. He pushed the monster's hand away and immediately jumped back a long distance. He landed on the ground and thought, did the others start working together? 2 of them hold back while 1 of them attacks. If this continues, there will be no chance of winning, and he urgently needs to come up with something. He once again released a thin thread from the shadow, but the monster noticed it and dodged. The main character was very surprised by what happened, and at the same moment all the monsters quickly flew towards him. They began to attack him at the same time in different parts of the body, and he thought that they were not letting him go into the shadows. Because of all these attacks, his health points were quickly decreasing, and he thought that he could not continue in the same spirit. He continued to take damage and thought that he needed to lure the enemies. He was attacked by a monster in the back, and because of this, he had 35% health points left. MC turned around, used his skill on another, and thought that after the last video, his bad reputation had increased, and his mark ability had increased to 3 seconds. During this time, the target temporarily loses the ability to think due to the fear effect. He began to see a timer and attacked the monster very quickly. He managed to kill this monster in a split second, and a system window appeared in front of him. This window said that the chase assessment was successful, and the shadow form was getting stronger. When using this ability, the consumption of shadow points is reduced, since in the shadow layer, the shadow absorbs the atmosphere. The speed of experience recovery and shadow point gain increases. Zhang Yu looked at the remaining monsters and said that now it was their turn. The monsters looked at him with a slightly worried look, and hovered in place. The protagonist's health points began to recover quickly, and he asked what happened to them. Wasn't everything going well? Then why didn't they continue? Ran towards them very quickly and said that if they were not going to attack, then he would. Suddenly a bright glow appeared between him and the monsters which made him stop. He asked in surprise what it was, and where did the light come from in the shadow layer. He felt something strange, and wondered why there was a sudden desire to go there. Others began to roar loudly and quickly fly away from the scene. Suddenly someone attacked one of them, and immediately killed this monster. A group of Night Watch with the commander Song Qing'an came to the street. He turned to the protagonist, pointed his finger at him, and was going to attack him with magic. He was very scared because of this, and said loudly that he was with them. The commander, hearing this, changed his mind about killing him, raised his hand, and killed the monster that was going to attack him. MC looked at this with a still scared look, looked at this and thought, he killed everyone else with 1 attack. Is this really the power of the Night Watch? If he had attacked, he would have disappeared in an instant. He grabbed one of the Night Watch members by the hand and said that they were late. He was about to lose. He apologized for the delay and asked who he was. Zhang Yu pointed his hand at Xiao Di and said that who he was not important. The girl next to him was injured. He asked them to take care of her. She was surprised by this and asked, shouldn't he have helped her get home? Before leaving, he began to emit energy and said that it was a joke for a Night Watch member Duty always comes first. He slowly began to become a shadow and said that she would cause them some trouble. Xiao Di had previously asked Brother Yo to wait. Her words attracted Qing'an's attention, and he asked if there was anyone with that name in their organization. The member of staff said that he had been enjoying a certain amount of influence on the platform recently. His ability should be a shadow branch, not very strong, probably in the first place. The commander was surprised by this, looked at his hand and asked, "There is a flame in his hand? Then how can there be some shadow here?" Also, he disappeared in front of many of them. Can anyone on the first level do this? First they need to send this girl home, then they will start to properly investigate this person. Yo, at the same time. Yao Yao walked over the corpses of people lying on the floor, called MC by name, and asked where he was. She looked at the floor and said that she hoped that he did not get into any trouble. What caught her attention was that he raised his hand and said that he was here. He was lying under a pile of rocks and said that she should quickly get him out of here. He felt a tightness in his chest and could not breathe. She ran to him with a worried look and said that he should hold on, she would help. But first they needed to remove the rocks. Zhang Yu said that he couldn't hold on any longer, she should just pull him straight. Yao Yao asked, with so much pressure, how could she lift him up safely? She pulled on his arm and surprisingly, he was able to get out of the rubble with ease. She was confused by what happened and asked, "Those rocks weren't what were holding him down, right?" He laughed and said that it seemed like he could get out on his own. Maybe he was just afraid that his body wouldn't be able to move? She looked at his back and asked, how did he get such a long wound? Was that also because of those rocks? The protagonist said that he didn't know that either, but it didn't matter. He thought that it wasn't because of those rocks, but that strange creature. He asked, by the way, where Lao and Yuqian now? Yao Yao said that the night patrol came to save them, and since they were injured, they were allowed to leave first. He asked, does it mean she stayed specifically to look for him? She turned away with an embarrassed expression and asked, what was wrong with that? If something happened to him, she wouldn't be able to explain it to the manager. The MC was touched by this. Tears appeared in his eyes and he called her by name. Unexpectedly for her, he ran up to her and hugged her, which surprised her very much. She started hitting him on the head and asked what he was even doing. He should let her go. He said with a big smile that he had just seen a lot of strange creatures that carried big knives and killed people, and they were also extremely ugly. He was very scared and asked her to hug him. Their attention was drawn to the fact that someone coughed next to them. They noticed a staff member who looked at them with an embarrassed expression and said that she had heard screams just recently. Are they okay? Yao Yao broke away from the unexpected hug and said that they were okay. She smiled and said that it was good. In that case, they should follow her and get out of here. The girls started to leave but stopped when they heard Jiang Yu's loud scream. His girlfriend turned to him with a displeased look and asked what was wrong with him again. He pretended that everything was fine with tears in his eyes and thought that he just forgot to absorb those monsters a minute ago, and now his beloved shadow points were gone. Sometime later at the Night Watch headquarters, a member of the Night Watch, Li Yuan, asked the protagonist his name, age, and did he start school this year? He answered all of these questions, and she said that the incident had greatly affected them. According to the standard procedure, those involved in the incident must undergo psychological treatment and drug treatment from a Night Watch member. The effect of the treatment will last for a month. During this period, if there is a military exam, the score for the qualification test will be significantly reduced. He asked with a calm expression if he could skip the treatment if he was mentally fine. Yuan said that various types of pollution are hidden and dangerous, and it often takes a while to manifest itself. Receiving treatment is mandatory. The MC said that, however, he had less than 10 days left before the military exam. Is there a problem with the timing? She took out a document and said that he did not need to worry. There had been many cases like this in previous years, and the Night Watch had also set rules regarding this matter. The parties involved can apply for early examination. He was a little surprised by this and asked what it meant. She said that he should contact his parents and sign a written commitment to early examination. It is carried out by the Night Watch, and the results are entered into the system according to the normal testing procedures. The testing equipment is the same. The Night Watch can ensure the fairness, transparency, impartiality, and safety. Jiang Yu said with a calm expression that his uncle Li just happens to be working in the Night Watch. Yuan asked with a slight smile if he could tell her exactly what area and position his uncle works in, as well as his name. He said that he believed that he works in the East First Zone, in a normal administrative position, and his name is Shunguang. She was very surprised by what she heard and asked loudly, does Shun mean 3 dots and Guang mean brightness? He agreed, and she asked if he was sure he was in a regular administrative position. He was confused by this, and asked if that was true. Wait, was he already fired and being interrogated? He hadn't reported him yet. She was confused by this and said of course that wasn't true. Besides, what does that even mean? If that was true, then she would take him straight to him, and he should follow her. They walked out into the hall, and the protagonist wondered if this was the Night Watch headquarters. It was really amazing. The staff passing by asked if he wasn't a member of their Night Watch. That's right. All the personnel files were checked, and there was no relevant record of him being on duty. MC was very surprised when he heard this. Yuan noticed his reaction and asked what was wrong. He said with a smile that it was fine. He was just a little nervous because it was his first time at the Night Watch headquarters. He thought it was a problem. It seemed like they were investigating him. She said there was nothing to worry about. He could rest a bit in this room and she would go look for Shunguang. He walked into the room and noticed that his friends were already there. Yao Yao asked loudly with a surprised look, is this true? Did she really meet that assassin? Xiao Di, who was also inside, said that of course it was. He even saved her. Zhang Yu looked at her with a surprised expression and wondered, why was she here? This was really a strange coincidence. Yao Yao noticed him, pointed to the chair next to her and said that he should come and sit here. She should continue. What happened after meeting Yo? Xiaodi said with a happy expression that she saw him come face to face with 10 strange creatures. He was calm and serious, and in 1 second, when the shadow sword appeared, he beheaded those strange creatures. When he was fighting the strange creatures and couldn't hold back any longer, the Night Watch department arrived. He then disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind a magnificent performance of his deeds. The protagonist looked at her and thought that there was no need to add all this nonsense that never happened. He looked at her feet and thought that because she was wearing those white socks, he was forgiving her. Yao Yao thought about the story she heard and asked, "By the way, who is this person Yo?" From what she said, he doesn't seem like a member of the Night Watch. Xiaodi said that she felt like he was a student from their generation. Of course, she deduced this from his mannerisms, behavior, and way of speaking. Most importantly, he likes to look at girls' socks, which are transparent and tight. She pointed her finger and said with a smile that he was acting exactly like that boy. MC was very surprised by this and pointed at himself with a confused expression. Yao Yao grabbed his head with a dissatisfied expression, was about to hit him, and said loudly that her profile had not changed at all. She stopped because Lu entered the room. She was surprised when she saw her father, and he asked with a worried expression, "Is she okay?" He heard about her being sucked into the shadow layer. She pulled Jiang Yu's cheek with a dissatisfied expression and said that they were okay. Nothing happened to them, and this boy was also okay, but his body seemed to be a little itchy. He calmly said that he was also hungry. Lu turned around with a small smile and said that it was good that nothing happened to the two of them. Now, they should follow him and leave here first. After that, they entered a smaller room and the protagonist asked how serious it was. He said that it was extremely serious. This was the first time that so many people were sucked into the shadow layer at the same time. The body count is still being counted, but that has nothing to do with the two of them. They need to realize how much this incident has affected them and take the pre-qualification test. Yao Yao looked at the cigarette he just took out with a displeased expression and coughed demonstratively. Lu understood her, put the cigarette on the table and said that they should let him briefly explain the test. It is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the aptitude test, and the second stage is the willpower test. The aptitude test is also called the initial awakening test, in which students are exposed to infection to awaken their abilities. This test is relatively low risk because it determines a student's major based on their ability characteristics. After that, there is the willpower qualification test, where willpower and mental strength determine success or failure. The final test is what determines whether they are extraordinary or not. MC asked, "So willpower is the key to the second test, right? The stronger someone's willpower, the more confident they are of success, right?" Lu said that perhaps that was the case. There are people who can endure the pain of losing body parts, but have average abilities. There are also weak individuals who don't take things seriously, but their abilities are exceptional. Willpower is not only measured by endurance, but also includes faith in goodness, resistance to evil, and adaptation to environmental pollution. So it's a somewhat complex indicator. Jiang Yu raised his hand and asked if the 3 opinions affect willpower. Lu looked at him blankly and asked why he was asking that. Yao Yao said that it might be because there was someone whose mind was only filled with thoughts of women's legs. He looked at her with a confused expression and asked, "Is she still angry about it?" Her father said that there was an effect, even if it was slight. However, the 3 opinions regarding honesty did not have a significant effect on positive results. On the contrary, if someone has a negative opinion and their heart is filled with evil, the test results will only be bad. Evil and negative thoughts are what lead people to the abyss, as these thoughts are also a form of pollution. They accumulate over a long period of time, and thus can be more terrifying and serious than the pollution caused by strange creatures. If someone has any of these thoughts or negative feelings, it is always recommended to let it out. Suppressing it inside will only lead to confusion, and there is nothing worse than that. The main character thought about the girls and thought about it, but aren't negative feelings a normal thing? He needs to go to the club to clear his dirty mind. Lu got up from the table and said that they should go back now. Someone else will come later to give them a test. That's right, his Uncle Lee might not come for him. After all, he was assigned the task and signed all his test papers for him. MC looked at him and said he was sorry for bothering him with this. He said that they shouldn't burden themselves with things they can't handle, let things be as they are. Jiang Yu said with a smile that he could rest assured of that. Yao Yao looked at him with a calm expression and said that she understood him. After that, they returned to the office and Xiao Di asked, "Are they finally back?" Yao Yao sat next to her and asked, "Where did everyone else go?" She pointed to the side with a smile and said that they went with their families to complete the formalities. She turned to her and asked, "Has her family not arrived here yet?" Xiao Di said that her parents had some business to take care of, and they left Yunhai City a few days ago. She had just talked to them on the phone, and they managed to complete the formalities remotely. Their attention was drawn to Yuqian, who called out his name and said, meaning they were all here now. He was sitting on a wheelchair and said it was amazing. They sprayed something on his leg, and all the pain went away. The protagonist walked up to him and asked if he still had this injury and needed to take part in the test. Yao Yao stood next to him and asked if he was okay with it. He said with a smile that they didn't have to worry. He was told it wouldn't affect the test results. Xiao Xiao put her hand on his shoulder with a sly grin and said not to be fooled by his calm demeanor. He was just hiding in the corner and crying. Yuqian looked at her with a displeased expression and said he wasn't crying. At that moment, several people came out of the door with very sad faces, and some of them were even crying. The MC saw them and asked why they were so sad. Yao Yao said that he didn't seem to understand. They just wanted a peaceful life. However, after today, their next life might not be peaceful anymore. Yuan said, "Well, everyone is already here. They should jump straight to the main topic. The next test is divided into 2 parts. the aptitude test, and the willpower test. The aptitude test will be comprehensively assessed based on cultivation potential, destructive power, and energy expenditure. It is divided into low, middle, high, and advanced levels. The willpower test is divided into levels 1 to 6, depending on resistance to mental pollution. The corresponding colors are white, green, blue, purple, red, and orange. In previous years, first-level talents were not allowed to participate in the martial arts exams, but this year, as long as they have first-level white talents, they must participate. Revealing exceptional strength requires a comprehensive assessment based on ability and will. With enough willpower, even if the ability is weak, there may be a chance of acceptance. On the contrary, even if the ability assessment is high, if the will and qualifications do not meet the requirements, they can only work in the civil service. That's all. If there are no problems, they should go after it. After a while, they all came to the waiting room together. They looked out the big window, behind which stood a guy in something covered with a cloth. A voice on the loudspeaker said that they should step forward when they heard their name. The first one was Xiao Xiao. She was very scared because of this, but the big gate opened and the voice said that she should go forward and did not need to be nervous. She looked at her friend standing behind her, plucked up her courage, and said that she would go first. She walked down the corridor and found herself in a room where there was a man conducting the exam and an object covered with a cloth. Everyone else stood by the window and watched the test intently. The examiner removed the cloth, under which there was a large crystal, and said that now they could begin. Immediately after, the light in the other room went out, and the lamp that was green changed to red. Yuqian continued to watch what was happening, and asked what they were doing, and if they needed to turn off the light for the test. Yao Yao stood next to him and said that it seemed like a test of willpower. Jiang Yu looked at it with a calm expression and thought that he had become accustomed to this level of darkness since he had been in the shadow layer for a while. He looked at Xiao Xiao and thought that it seemed like she had a glowing stone on her foot, and it was still glowing. Looking at her, it seemed like she had encountered some intense resistance. Is this the work of that glowing stone? Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the room, which surprised everyone who was watching it. Xiao Xiao walked out of the testing room. Her friends immediately came up to her and asked how it went. Did they give her any results? She shook her head and said that it was unfortunate that she didn't have any talent for willpower. She really regretted all the training she had done for this. Yuqian asked loudly, did she plan to become extraordinary, and on top of that, did she train for it? She agreed with a dissatisfied look and asked, is he happy that he now knows about it? Immediately after that, his name was called over the loudspeaker. He rode into the room with a worried look and said that he really hoped that he would not become extraordinary. Xiao Xiao looked at him with a dissatisfied look and said that he did not need to pray, because he definitely would not become one. After that, Yuqian entered the room, took the test, and immediately after that rode out of the room with a confused look. He still could not believe what had happened and asked, did he pass? Xiao Xiao was very surprised by what had happened and asked loudly, what did he just say? In despair, she fell to the ground and said that she did not think that he would succeed. He fell to the ground next to her and said that he didn't expect this to happen, but it still happened. Yao Yao looked at them and said that events in life can be unexpected. At that moment, her name was called over the loudspeaker. She plucked up her courage, and before leaving, she turned around and said that it was time for her to go. They would see each other later. After that, she entered the room. They put a blindfold on her and she began to walk towards the large crystal. The protagonist looked at her and thought that her stone was emitting red, before it emitted green because of this earlier. He remembers that willpower is divided into certain colors from the 1st to the 6th level, and red is the 5th level. The test ended. Yao Yao with a red face left the room, and Xiao Xiao asked, is something wrong? Is it over? She agreed, and MC asked, is she that exhausted? She can't even breathe. She said that he would understand when he got there. He started reaching for her, pursing his lips, and said that she had scared him by talking about it. Now she had to give him some motivation. She got really angry about it, pushed him away, and told him that he should get away from her. Immediately after that, Jiang Yu was called. He left, waved his hand, and said that it was time for him to go now. His turn had come. Yao Yao continued to be angry at him, but quickly calmed down and wished him luck. He thanked her for that and entered the testing room. The examiner called his name to make sure that it was really him. After that, he handed over his document and asked if he had awakened his abilities. He agreed, and the examiner said that he should eat these pills then. He was very surprised when he realized what he had said earlier, and asked in surprise, was he seriously awakened? The protagonist agreed again and said that he had awakened naturally. The examiner said that he wanted to know about his abilities. Now they should actually start testing his willpower. He should put this thing on. Immediately after that, he put on the blindfold and tied the crystal to his leg, after which he began to feel the energy around him. The examiner put his hands on his shoulders and said that he should not be nervous or embarrassed. He should let his instincts guide him. They awakened his abilities, and he would feel his consciousness gradually leave his body as he moved forward. He could not worry about anything and keep moving. He pushed the MC forward, and he immediately felt himself falling down. He mentally found himself in another space and thought that it was amazing. He did not feel the presence of his body. However, he still felt a connection with his body. He began to move strangely and said that it was amazing and really fun. The examiner was unhappy with this and said that he should stop messing around and act faster. In another space, he ran towards the crystal emitting energy and he asked, isn't this like a walk in the park? It's too easy, isn't it? Suddenly, he began to sink under the water and wondered what was going on. He suddenly felt a heaviness in his body and couldn't breathe. Something was affecting his mental state. Despair, sadness, anger, he couldn't let it affect him. Suddenly, Xunguang appeared behind him and called his name. Jiang Yu turned to him, called out and asked, what was he doing here? He said with a serious expression that he couldn't be extraordinary by nature and would only hurt himself and others. He started to run away and said that he wasn't his uncle and that it was just an illusion. Suddenly, Another Shunguang appeared in front of him again, and said that he should realize his inability to do this. They kept appearing around him and said that their great prosperity had collapsed. The mountains and rivers had been destroyed by the invasion of strange creatures. The world was dangerous. He knew it deep in his heart. He could start a new happy life. So why was he so insistent on becoming extraordinary? Extraordinaries were not only strong, but also had tremendous willpower. He saw a huge monster in the city, and the illusion asked if he was really capable of becoming like that. This huge monster began to rampage and destroy the city around it and kill many people. The protagonist stood there with a very frightened look, while the blood of the dead people fell on him. Shunguang lit his cigarette and said that this is the end of the extraordinary. He really wants to be one of them. He shouldn't deceive himself. He just wants to show that he is one of them, and that it is true. He is just like children who imagine themselves to be superheroes. Sleeping in your own bed, not wanting to wake up early, tired from studying, and yearning for the opposite gender. He doesn't like it when adults scold him. He feels independent and has unique thoughts, being unconventional and feeling different from everyone else in many ways. He likes being famous and getting more attention. Even if he doesn't have any skills, he still believes that he can stand out. In fact, deep down, he knows that standing out is his opposite, that there is nothing about him that distinguishes him from his peers. He also knows that the dark side of the world is not limited to the shadow layer. He also knows that, even if the sun is shining above his head, there will be a shadow in a place he can't see. The dark side of the world, like a beautiful fantasy novel. The disaster is not really about facing it, but about being extraordinary. Now they have to return to the main question. Is he capable of being like that? At the same time, a staff member entered the test room and asked how he was doing. The examiner said that he was doing well. He had been walking in circles all this time. She said that it was normal after all. The deep inkstone was mined from the abyss, and not everyone could bear this pollution. He agreed, and said that only those with good qualifications could handle all this pressure and go all the way. As for him, he had not shown any signs of fatigue up until now. The staff member was very surprised when she noticed the glow and said loudly that he should take a look. The color of the stone was turning red. The examiner looked at it in surprise and thought that this was impossible. After all, he was still far from the Moyuan stone. After walking this distance and reaching the 5th level, she asked him if he thought he could reach the 6th level. He said he didn't know. After all, in the entire church lineage, only 15 people had reached the 6th level. The MC started walking towards the crystal, and the examiner asked what was going on. The light was fading? She should quickly check his wristwatch for errors. The staff member walked up to him and said that the data was completely normal. The examiner watched him and thought that this was impossible. The closer he got to the crystal, the stronger his will should be. However, his will was constantly weakening. What was going on? When Zhang Yu got close enough to the crystal, he reached out his hand and the examiner asked in surprise, did he really want to touch it? Even the 6th level couldn't do that. At the same time, the protagonist, who was mentally in another space, heard someone say that he should stop thinking about being extraordinary. He saw his friends in front of him, who said that he should think about his friends and family who surround him. He should think about the person he values the most. He took Yao Yao's hand and someone said that this is where he belongs. MC broke the crystal needed for the test and said that it was enough. Was this a trial level? At least he should have given him all the girls, right? After some time inside the protagonist's mind, the protagonist said that, to be honest, at first he was caught off guard. He even thought about it. Initially, he just wanted to look like a hero in the faces of others, and he did not care about the rest. But in this world, there were no supermen, only ordinary people who were able to achieve success. It was their dedication to their cause that brought the world to stability. Once he already enjoyed peace. MC grabbed the torch with his hand, which brightly illuminated the space. Zhang Yu said that he no longer wants to hide behind the backs of others. He wants to light his own flame and illuminate the darkness. After some time in the office, the employee said that the incident with the shadow layer affected the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors of the shopping center. The 5th floor, although not completely, was also damaged. Regarding people, about 850 people were involved. Among them, about 700 were trapped in the shadow layer, more than 650 were rescued, but the search is still ongoing at the scene. A total of 30 students are going to participate in the martial arts exam. Several groups have been selected for early testing, and a pollution check will be conducted. Lu asked what the pollution department said. The employee of the pollution department said that he had already sent a report to him. Shadow species, codename, Wandering Spirit, pollution level 1. The 3 spirits are very similar in terms of morphology, bones, and tissue. Traces of human products were also found. The employee shouted that this is impossible. After all, each has its own individual traits. They change greatly during mutation, and these traits cannot be distributed among 3 others at once. Lu noticed after walking to the window that something was happening in Beidou. Some creatures hiding in the dark can no longer sit still. Suddenly, a bright light blinded him. He shouted in shock that there is a test room over there. After a while in the corridor, Lu hurried to the testing room and shouted that he was in a hurry and they should give way to him. He thought that the best result of the willpower test was an orange light. There was no question of a gold one. What happened? Lu then entered the testing room, where a golden light was shining brightly, which the rest of the people inside the room stared at in surprise. The Night Watch staff reported to Captain Lu that the reason was Zhang Yu. At this moment, the protagonist's body was covered in a bright golden glow, and then he turned his attention to the surprised faces of the people. After a while in the restroom, Lu offered the protagonist a drink of water. MC thanked him, taking the water bottle, and asked what about Yao Yao and the others. Lu noted that while he was being tested, they were in the restroom. They shouldn't know about what happened. He was very surprised. Level 5 is very good, not to mention level 6, and he created a golden light. Zhang Yu laughed smugly and asked, so his golden light is legendary? Is it better than rank 6? Lu crossed his arms and said thoughtfully that it was hard to say for sure yet. Perhaps they are being dissected and studied. The protagonist choked on the water from shock. Then he asked, is he serious? No need to scare him like that. Lu asked, is he really that scared? There is nothing wrong with that. He needs to be studied, and someone will definitely take it on. Information about him has been sent to the Analysis Center for study. He becomes an object of observation. The protagonist asked nervously, is it really that difficult? He said, putting his hand on his shoulder, that everything is fine. He will personally accompany him. He only needs to go through a few procedures. MC smiled and thought that this was a great opportunity. After a while, in the hall, the Night Watch staff asked his name and age. Zhang Yu introduced himself and said that he was 18 years old. They asked what he did in his free time. The protagonist remarked that he read and exercised. At this time, other people were watching this through the broadcast. They asked if he was the one who created the golden light during the test. He looked ordinary. They couldn't believe that he was the best. However, golden light doesn't always mean genius. Could it be a bug in the system? The Night Watch asked what he saw during the willpower test. At this time, other people were already plotting their evil plans. The protagonist awkwardly said that he fought with others. MC thought it was boring. Lu had prepared everything for him. Why did he have to be here? Lu asked when he saw others, what did he think? Zhang Yu said that he was very excited. He thought that he would soon become special. He felt a sense of responsibility on his shoulders. The protagonist thought, looking down. Lu said that he could continue his story. Suddenly the protagonist asked Lu, does he have a map on the wall, right? He replied that it is true. Suddenly the protagonist jumped up on a chair and said that out of their 10 places, only 5 remained. He thinks they are in a rather difficult situation. It is not that simple. They need to find out the truth. Lu wondered what kind of game he was starting and what he was doing. MC colorfully told how he then saw how people in that world suddenly became cold and then hot. It was terrible. And he tried his best to light a torch. After this failed, he became the only source of light. Lu's face changed and asked for forgiveness for his behavior because he sometimes likes to fool around. The Night Watch staff were touched by his story to tears. They did not expect the story to be so touching. They believed that a happy future awaits him in the Night Watch. Lu was very shocked by their reaction. They said it was no wonder he recreated the golden light. Was it an epiphany? He was very talented, they had no doubt. The audience was also fascinated by his story and had high hopes for him. At this time, Zhang Yu thought that he should be allowed to go home very soon. He wanted to go for a massage. After a while, Lu said that he could go and wait for the notification. The protagonist asked puzzledly, what was this about? He remained silent, closing his laptop, and then said that it was about the special training camp. After a while, on the street of the city, the shadow of the protagonist sat on the roof and watched from the side. Lu asked displeasedly, didn't he ask him to keep a low profile? Now everyone in the Night Watch knows about him. MC scratched the back of his head with his hand and said that he apologized for the inconvenience. He exhaled and said that he no longer knew how to react to this. There was a person who would not want him to become special. He would probably get angry. In any case, nothing can be changed. It is time for him to go back, and he must not forget to come to the training camp on March 25th. Zhang Yu asked what he was talking about. Lu said that people like him will undergo special training for several months. After completing the training, he will take the martial arts exam. When he returns, he must not mention what happened at Yao Yao. He can go, and most importantly, he must remember March 25th. After a while, the protagonist in the form of a shadow nervously noted that his remaining life, 20 days. His few months starting from the next will be gone from life. He must prepare for this. He must hunt as much as possible to prolong his life. Suddenly, he noticed another with low HP. The protagonist jumped off the roof and used the skill shadow walking, saying that this is a great opportunity for him. MC thought that this skill allows you to move on any surface. The monster ran away in panic, and the protagonist put a mark on it and then used the decapitation ability. The system window reported that it was a seriously wounded other. The monster was running away, trying to save its life. The other did not even expect more. However, the life of this creature was cut short. The other will not be able to meet tomorrow. The pursuit of the wounded prey was successful. Remaining life increased. Current knowledge 22 days. Combat skills improved. Received 4 shadow points. The protagonist noted that, fortunately, he noticed this other in time. Suddenly, Denka turned to him, addressing him rudely. He asked where his other was. MC became nervous, using his shadow abilities. He shouted, tightly clutching the baseball bat, that he was a thief. He will answer for this. The protagonist asked, does he look like a thief? Denka shouted, rushing at him, that he should stop pretending. He stole what belonged to him. The protagonist anxiously prepared to defend himself, but suddenly Denka recognized him and stopped abruptly, taking off his helmet. The MC blushed and asked, while he was studying him carefully, what was he doing? Denka happily exclaimed, calling him Yo, that he saw him online. He admitted that he was his fan. He watches his every broadcast. Then he decided to take a selfie with him and asked him to smile. Then he noted that they should divide the loot according to the rules. The protagonist asked, what rules? Denka looked at him with confusion and then shouted that the streamer Yo stole the loot of a harmless hoarder and didn't even apologize to him. The protagonist angrily shouted that he should stop. What was he even doing? How could he know about this? The MC used his ability to pull him towards him and said, grabbing his head with his hand, that he should explain everything properly. Denka said in confusion that he would try to explain. They are freelancers of the Night Watch. Once he reaches the first rank of the middle level, he will be able to join them. The protagonist asked what freelancers do. He noted that they do not earn much, about 7,000 yuan. The protagonist's face changed and asked in surprise, is this not much? After a while the MC used his ability and shouted that he should respect his job. He gets much less than 7,000 yuan. This is almost his monthly fee for the manuscripts. Denka noted that he understood this, but there were too many risks. They only rely on themselves. They can die at any time. And this is just a battered other in the shadow layer. The protagonist thought, looking at the remains of the other. The protagonist asked who he sells these others to. He said with a smile that he sells it to the Night Watch, universities, and some companies with the appropriate qualifications. They give tasks to catch a certain type of other, and also send information about the location of the creature from the shadow layer. The protagonist grinned and asked, so they report where the other is. This is very convenient. They should exchange contacts. He will come back and add him, plus he will give him 7,000 yuan for the other. Denka asked in shock, is he serious? Then he said with a smile that 4,900 yuan is enough for him. MC leaned on him and asked why he refused. He couldn't be so petty. The protagonist noted with a smile that he wanted to negotiate with him about further cooperation. Denka asked what he meant. After a while, the protagonist killed the other with one powerful blow. The system window reported that it was a bloody shadow cat. Type, blood, shadow. MC used his skill, shadow bite. The protagonist thought that he would try to absorb the other, but leave the body intact, otherwise it would not be possible to sell it. After that, he said that the creature could be taken. Denka happily ran up to take the body of the other. He tied up the creature and said that he was so kind, he was even ready to share with him. The protagonist noted with a smile that he also had domestic work. After all, he still needed to find out the location and take the body to the Night Watch. Denka noted, putting the tied creature on his shoulder, that in fact such work can be done alone if you register with the Night Watch. MC said with a smile that he wanted to keep it confidential. What would happen to him if the people from the Night Watch found out about his identity? He happily said that he had excellent skills. He killed 4 others in a day. This is a record. The protagonist proudly said that he can kill 100 if he runs out of time. The protagonist thought, looking at his hand, that the others he just absorbed did not make him stronger. Perhaps creatures at rank 1 would be better. MC said, clenching his fist, that he should help him find rank 1 others. Denka asked in shock, he seriously wanted to fight rank 1? This is simply impossible. They are all extremely dangerous, the risk is too great. The protagonist smiled maliciously and noted that he knows about it. However, he is going to deal with them. Sometime later, in the protagonist's house, MC tiredly said, turning on the lights in the house, that he finally returned home. Yao Yao noted that he returned late again. She waited for him for so long. There are cookies on the table that she baked herself. He can try them. Afterwards, Jiang Yu asked where Uncle Lu was now. She replied that he was currently on a mission. The protagonist asked if he would be back today. Yao Yao noted that he would not be back. What was wrong? The protagonist dreamily stated that she could stay at his place today. She slapped him on the head and noted, crossing her arms, that she had not had the opportunity to ask during the day. How did his test go? The MC said with a childish expression that he passed it successfully. What was the matter? Yao Yao asked what his level was. Jiang Yu ruffled his hair with his hand and said that he seemed to be level 3. The protagonist thought that he was actually gold, but she should not know that. She demanded, approaching him, what were his abilities. The protagonist revealed, slightly embarrassed, that he had shadow abilities. She should have heard of something like that. Yao Yao exhaled and noted that it was quite good. He has good potential. The ability is auxiliary. Therefore, he should not climb to the front lines. MC looked at her carefully and thought, embarrassed. Was she really worried about him? Is that why she waited for him for so long? Jiang Yu asked. What are her abilities? She smiled and noted that she has the ability of the spirit. This is assessed as the strongest, which has high potential. At the early stage, the combat power is not very strong, but at the late stage, it is a completely different matter. The protagonist thought that this was a curse. After all, she just came to show off in front of him. The protagonist flicked her on the nose and said that she should keep her words and become strong. Yao Yao indignantly shouted, covering his mouth with her hand, that he should shut up. MC looked at her embarrassedly, and they abruptly sat apart. Jiang Yu asked, so they are a shadow and a guardian of the soul? She noted that she did not quite understand it either. She only knows that the others have the same names. For example, his ability, shadow, corresponds to the shadow of the other, and her soul guardian corresponds to the spirit of the other. Yao Yao said that they need to hunt others, but not be polluted in order to become stronger. If he hunts the right other, his cultivation efficiency will increase. The protagonist said that this is interesting. Her skill also sounds good. Why doesn't she demonstrate her abilities? She asked how she can do it. There are no others here. The protagonist said with a smile that she can try her abilities on him. She shouldn't worry. Everything will be fine. Yao Yao indignantly shouted, why is he suggesting this? After a while, she used her abilities on him. MC fell into a trance and fell to the floor. Yao Yao asked if he was okay. Jiang Yu said that it was painful. The protagonist then put his head on her lap and said that she should quickly fix his head. She shyly touched his hair with one hand and asked if this would do. The protagonist noted with a smile that she needed to try it from both sides and more gently. Yao Yao grabbed his head with both hands and asked if this would do. The MC noted with a satisfied smile that it was great. Jiang Yu noted that she was strong. He was prepared to defend himself, but he still fell into her trap. She said that their abilities came from different others. It was normal that he could not resist her ability. Moreover, the spirit attacked sharply. No wonder he did not even notice. The protagonist asked, pointing his index finger at her, did she not think that she would become a target for everyone while they were in the training camp? Yao Yao noted that she was different from him. She liked assertiveness. She heard that there would be other strong students from the district. The protagonist exhaled and asked what levels they would have. She noted that he could rest easy, obviously not much more than them. By the way, he likes massages. She wondered how much he would pay some masseuse. MC said that he couldn't even imagine it. Maybe a few thousand? Yao Yao's face changed, looking at him furiously, and Jiang Yu felt the outgoing danger. She shouted, using her ability, so he likes massages? Then they can try another way. The protagonist shouted that he was asking her for mercy. Then he loudly called for help. After a while, the protagonist and Denka watched the other rank 1. MC asked, is this really another rank 1? Denka noted that he was sure of it. He deliberately chose the one he had encountered before. Should he help him in the battle? The protagonist declared, activating his ability, that he could handle it himself. He looked at him puzzled. The protagonist defeated his enemy with one powerful blow. The system window reported that the chase was successful. His skill, Shadow Threads, had been improved. A new ability, Shadow Group, had appeared. His shadow control ability had been improved several times. He could now expand the range of the shadow. After launching the Shadow Group, he would release many shadow threads in different directions. Denka shouted in shock, his face changing dramatically. That this was amazing. He was so strong. After a while, Yao Yao was watching the battle on her laptop and said that this battle looked so powerful. Lu said, placing his hand on his daughter's shoulder, that not all special ones could awaken the ability she possessed. This was very impressive. There was a person who had awakened an ability similar to hers before. The recording on the flash drive was the early stage of his cultivation. She should pay special attention to it. She asked her father, and he couldn't achieve something like this? He pointed out that only her uncle Shunguang, who was familiar with such things, could achieve this. Yao Yao thought it was strange. Wouldn't such information be useful to Jiang Yu? Why was he showing this to her? At this time, Shunguang was watching the sunset through the window in his room. On his bed was a secret document that said Room B14256. The cataclysm happened 90 years ago, west of Beidou, 200 kilometers from here. The body was surrounded by a glowing ring that hung in the air. If you don't look at it for a long time, it begins to sink into pollution. Powerfulness, the ability to willfulness, the possession of other knowledge, immune to most illegal substances and the abilities of others. 2 divisions were completely destroyed during the battle. 3 generals were seriously injured. 300 night watchmen were injured. They were successfully captured, after which they began to be held in custody. Each dossier is top secret. After careful analysis, it was discovered that a long-term contract with that creature was not worth having. The code name of this creature is God. After some time, the protagonist fought against another, using its shadow abilities. The creature ignored a direct hit and rushed into a frontal attack, hitting him with its blow. Denka at this time filmed the event on a video camera and wished Yo good luck. After the enemy's blow, the protagonist had 66% HP left. The enemy rushed at him again with an attack. MC used his ability and said that it was time for him to act. An unexpected explosion thundered, which killed the other. The system window reported that the ability, Shadow Group, produces small explosions in a certain area, either in the air or on the enemy's body. There is a chance to penetrate deep into the enemy's body, then the damage will be colossal. After some time in the video, Denka exclaimed that Brother Yo was a good boy. This is good. He pointed at the camera and remarked that it was cool. Denka thinks this part of the video will make a splash. The protagonist agreed and said that it was filmed well. He walked away looking at the system window. The system window notifies that this is the shadow attribute. Shadow points 78 out of 78. The remaining time is 47 days. MC thought that now he cannot worry about the training camp. He happily raised his head and asked Denka to prepare the next one for him. The employee exclaimed that everything is ready. Suddenly, the spirit with a huge eye directed a stream of mana to the side. Zhang noticed this and immediately grabbed Denka before he could get hit. The protagonist sternly screamed, "Who is this?" A spirit is standing among the dark smoke. He quickly climbed out and hung over MC. Denka screamed in fear that it was the big-eyed one. He is a second rank. Zhang asked in surprise, "Is this a spirit?" He remembered the past. Yao Yao said that she thought her guardian spirit of the soul corresponds to the spirit of another. The protagonist came out of the memories and quickly flew towards the spirit, thought that he should not let him attack. Suddenly, a bright arrow shrouded in lightning flew towards the spirit and pierced his eye. The spirit instantly fell to the ground, raising streams of air. Suddenly, a foot stepped on the spirit's body. MC was very surprised to see an employee of the Chuyan group standing on the spirit. The employee instantly jumped off the body and flew up. John raised his hand and grabbed the falling piece of paper. It says on it, "Is he really not worried enough about his exams? Still wants to be special in the family and stand out?" Well, the Chuyan group invites him to join them. John asked what kind of group is Chuyan group. After a while, in the Chuyan group office, the protagonist looks at the statue of an employee standing far from people. He remembered the past. Denka explained that Chuyan Group is the largest pharmaceutical company in Yunhai. He pointed at MC and noted that if John becomes their employee, there will be nothing to worry about anymore. The future is secured. The protagonist clarified, "Is this person an employee of Chuyan Group?" Denka agreed with a smile and noted that it was obvious from the uniform. MC sternly said that the employee said that people like him are at the first rank, and this one easily dealt with another second rank. Denka clarified, "And John did not know?" Chuyan Group produces doping that increases their abilities. They cooperate with the Night Watch, helped in the development of one product. If the protagonist wants to become stronger in the shortest time, Chuyan Group is the best solution. MC looked at him and asked, "What about Denki?" The employee confidently asked to forget about it and replied that he is on his own. At this moment, the host pointed at the screen and introduced a new drug codenamed T1928. It was developed by a doctor from Beidou and an unknown gentleman who had been heading the company for 10 years. The drug helps to increase brain activity, thereby accelerating the development of abilities. John crossed his arms and thought that it sounded tempting. But does this drug work? The host extended her hand to the people and asked for a volunteer to come out. Denka quickly jumped up, raising his hand and yelled that he would go. He drank the drug at great speed. The protagonist thought irritably, didn't the employee say that he would take it on his own? Denka opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he felt like his brain was working. The host announced that the original price was 8,888 yuan. But today they had a discount, with which the price was reduced to 1,888 yuan. The people instantly raised their hands and yelled that they wanted some too. The MC, stepping aside, thought that they could no longer be helped. After a while, there are various things on the display cases. John looks at a painting of the Chuyang group dedicated to the founder Zhao Chuyang. The protagonist noted with amazement that this is Zhao, who founded the Chuyang group. Was he a member of the Night Watch? Ching-an unexpectedly agreed and answered that everything was correct. Unfortunately, few people remember this now. MC thought with admiration that he was the man from the Night Watch. Ching-an said that in the 50th year of the disaster, the others completely penetrated Damsho. Mr. Zhao decided to fight this seemingly hopeless situation alone and led a mass evacuation from the captured territory. In order to protect the people, he did not hesitate to set himself on fire to destroy all the others. In the end, he burned to the ground, leaving behind not even his bones. Fortunately, his descendants increased the number of Chuyang group, continuing to make huge contributions to the business. Ching-an noted that, frankly speaking, the protagonist is very similar to Zhao. MC pointed at himself in confusion and asked again, him? Ching-an grinned, looked at him and confirmed it and asked. That day in the Night Watch department, Jiang said that he wanted to become the only light in the pitch darkness. Remember? The protagonist smiled, scratched the back of his head, and said that he remembered. He thought that he just said it, and the commander believed him. Ching-an crossed his arms and agreed, noting that MC is worthy of being a relative of General Li. Jiang asked in confusion, who is it? The commander seriously explained that General Li is Li Shengguang. The protagonist, remembering funny moments with him, yelled, Li is a general? MC made a face, opening his mouth wide in surprise and asked, the strongest? Ching-an scratched the back of his head and clarified, Li did not tell him? Zhang did not agree and exclaimed that he thought he was an ordinary worker. The commander noted that Li was also a representative of the citizens, but his power was much higher than theirs. The protagonist smiled and thought that now Li's words about another way out did not seem strange to him. And MC thought that he knew some cool people. It turns out that Li himself is. Ching-an suddenly put his hand on Zhang's shoulder and said that it seemed that General Li was not watching the protagonist directly for his own good. He introduced himself and clarified that he was an instructor at the training camp. Ching-an raised his hand with a smile and wished MC good luck. He clarified that he liked Jiang, so he hoped that their training would go smoothly. The protagonist exhaled heavily and the commander headed to the counter. MC calmly scratched the back of his head and thought that he had some kind of bad feeling. Suddenly, many dark looks looked at Jiang from the picture. The protagonist turned his head to the side in confusion and yelled, who is this? He looked at the picture with confusion and suddenly a spirit flew out of it. After some time, MC quickly runs after the spirit through the building. Jiang tiredly thought that it was a wandering spirit. How did it even get here? How did it get inside when there are so many guards outside? Maybe it's not that simple. The wandering spirit that the protagonist killed the first time also popped up this hint. It turns out that something is wrong here. MC quickly catching up with the spirit thought, maybe the increased appearance of others in their world is connected with something? Suddenly Jiang was surprised to see a dark corridor. He thought with confusion, is this the basement of the Chuyang Group company? But why is there no one here? Suddenly someone noticed that number 9 had returned and asked to come in. The protagonist screamed, is someone here? He turned around and saw no one. MC calmly thought, maybe he should hide in the shadow layer? What's wrong with this company? Jiang used the pupil of the shadow and became a shadow and moved to another layer. He saw the flasks in front of him with confusion. The protagonist thought, are these others? And what is the Chuyang Group doing with them? Suddenly, He Tianming, walking down the corridor, turned to Dr. Wu and clarified that the cultivation of the wandering spirit is going as expected. Everything is fine. In the morning, Mr. Zhao said that he would like to take control of the blood species. Tianming smiled, adjusted his glasses and asked if there were any ideas. Dr. Wu replied that after all, others are quite difficult to tame. The 3 wandering spirits were a good example of this. If they forcibly take over the blood species, Dr. Wu is afraid that they will lose a lot. Tianming clarified, but didn't the previous use of flesh and blood to attract the blood species bring anything? Dr. Wu disagreed and noted that it was impossible to completely rely on this. He touched the flask and explained that their ultimate goal was to develop a controllable other that would help the Night Watch. And to achieve this, first you need to take control of the spirit. And so this spirit ended up in their hands after being rejected by its own. Dr. Wu greeted number 9 with a smile. The spirit raised its head to the glass and Tianming asked the doctor to be careful. Dr. Wu asked him not to worry and just take notes. He raised his hand to the glass and asked, how is the spirit feeling? Do you like the new eyes? The spirit quickly extended its paw to him. Dr. Wu happily exclaimed that this was good. Its mood was stabilizing. The next step is to make more number 9s that could fight the others. The doctor raised his hand and asked his assistant to quickly bring some stones and give them to number 9. Tianming calmly agreed with him. Zhang, hiding in the floor, wondered, can the spirit see him? It does not look like the wandering spirit that the protagonist encountered earlier. Not aggressive and communicates and seems to have consciousness. Tianming asked with interest, if everything continues in the same spirit, will the spirit get out of control? Will it not fight against them? Dr. Wu sternly answered that he believed that they resolved all the problems that had arisen. Tianming clarified, maybe they will try to conduct further tests? Dr. Wu, turning his head to the side, asked, and what kind? Tianming horrifyingly suggested, for example, replacing the soul of another with a human one. The doctor instantly grabbed him by the jacket with fury and exclaimed that this was not right. This goes beyond all bounds of what is permitted. Dr. Wu advises him to abandon this idea, otherwise he... Suddenly he interrupted himself with a cough. Tianming, asking for forgiveness, clarified that he said too much and asked not to worry about him so much. Dr. Wu brought his fist to his mouth, leaning forward and barked that one cannot even think about such a thing. It is forbidden. Suddenly the doctor was very surprised, coughing up blood from his mouth. He looked at the knife stuck in his body. Dr. Wu calmly looked at the assistant, breathing heavily. Tianming adjusted his glasses and noted that the other people and the night watch. He apologized and said that this was the end of the doctor's research. Tianming lowered his glasses with a threatening aura and added that he came for someone else. After a while, Tianming raised his hand with a smile, spreading streams of mana around. He terrifyingly clenched his hand, surrounding it with streams. Tianming sharply clenched his hand into a fist, and the objects in the room quickly flew apart. The streams of mana hit the flasks, breaking them. Suddenly they broke, water splashed onto the floor and the spirits came out. The employee exclaimed that this was a warning, the escape of others from room 35, the threat level is red. He ordered the researchers to evacuate as soon as possible. At the same time, the alarm flashed in the corridor. The researchers screamed, "Is this in room 35? There are dozens of others there." The man yelled tensely for everyone to go to a safe place. Faster! The researcher barked, "What are they standing there for?" He ordered them to run quickly. Suddenly, Tianming appeared on the balcony and the people yelled with great fear that they couldn't go. They asked for help. Tianming, with gray skin and cracks on his face, threw himself off the balcony. He is lying on the floor with a smile and 0% of blood. The protagonist appeared from the floor and looked at Tianming. MC asked irritably, "Did the student kill the teacher and then commit suicide?" "What's going on?" He looked away and thought that all the wandering spirits had escaped. Suddenly Dr. Wu, with blood pouring out of his mouth lying under the rubble, noticed that MC had come. John lifted his head with his hand and ordered him not to move. He would call the doctor. The doctor said with his last breath that he was a fiery species. The protagonist asked again, "A fiery species?" Suddenly Dr. Wu closed his eyes without answering him. MC angrily asked him to wait and barked, "What does this mean?" He asked the doctor to explain this. John angrily ordered not to play these games with him. The protagonist turned his head to the side and saw the spirit. He stood up, spreading lightning from his body, and noted that it looked like he needed to eliminate all the interference first. MC smiled confidently and exclaimed that he would kill him first, and then continue the conversation. After a while, John attacked the spirit with great force. Suddenly, he noticed two more opponents running towards him. The protagonist quickly raised his hands, emitting lightning from them. Instantly, MC looked down, standing in a pool of blood. He stands surrounded by corpses with mana streams emitting from their bodies. Zhang tensely exclaimed that this is bad, others have gone to the outside world. After some time, people look at the girl presenting the new drug. Suddenly, a paw appeared from the ceiling. The spirits quickly jumped out and attacked the girl. People got scared when they saw this and ran to the exit shouting that these were others. People with great fear were asking for help. Denka confidently put his hands to his mouth and yelled that it was a bloody sight. He asked people not to worry because they don't just attack like that. Denka asked people to stick together. He barked at them not to run away. A spirit was emitting dark energy and was looking at Denka. Suddenly, a spirit appeared behind him with the intention of attacking. The protagonist instantly punched the spirit in the face with all his might. Denka happily exclaimed that Brother Yo had come. MC, standing among the streams of mana and smoke, asked to talk about this later, but now the employee should help people better. Denka disappointedly disagreed and noted that it wasn't working. No one was listening because everyone was in a panic. A man, quickly running away from the spirit, asked for help. Zhang instantly struck the attacking spirit, throwing it aside. He raised his fists in rage and ordered everyone to stop behaving like that. If they don't want to die, they must dodge. People must pay attention to the shadows around them. They must not give others a chance to capture. People happily raised their phones and asked, "Is he Yo's brother? Is he an amnesiac killer?" It's true, they are saved now. People listened to him and exclaimed that they will fight together. The employee raised his hand and ordered them to look around. If they notice anything, they must report it. He asked people not to worry and said that women and children are the first to go out. Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, people asked for help and yelled that they were in trouble. "Is anyone here?" The protagonist thought that everything was fine here. He would go further. MC quickly flew up and ordered Denka to help them get out, and he would look up while he was there. The employee raised his hand to his head and agreed with him. After a while, the mother, crying, hugged her child while sitting in the fire and coughing, asked her to help them. The daughter yelled that she was hot and wanted to get out. Instantly, the door to the room flew to the side. Mom happily exclaimed that they were here. Suddenly, she was surprised, and the spirit quickly rushed towards her, letting out a roar. Mom closed her eyes, hugged her daughter and asked not to do this. Suddenly, a beam of mana grabbed the spirit and threw it aside. MC confidently looked up and pierced the enemy's body with his fist. He calmly pulled his hand out of his body, enveloping it in mana. The spirit's head fell to the floor among the fire. Mom gratefully thanked Jiang. The protagonist, enveloped in fire, jumped and screamed that it was very hot. His body is fireproof. Why then is it so hot? MC smiled sarcastically and showed a thumb, asking them not to be afraid, he will help them. The girl looked at him and noted that this was even scarier than that monster. Mom asked her not to be afraid and clarified that Jiang was special. He came to help them, even if he didn't look good a little. After some time, the protagonist, hugging the mother and child, asked them to hold on. He quickly flew out of the window, breaking through it and grabbed the mana thread attached to the roof. MC sternly looked down at the standing fire engine. John landed on the ground with the saved people, and the firefighters instantly poured water on the fire in the building. Mom, wiping the tears flowing from her eyes with her hand, thanked him. The girl thanked the strange gentleman in surprise. People happily pointed at the protagonist and asked to look at this. This is Yo's brother. He saved the mother and daughter. C quickly grabbed the mana thread and flew up. People raised their hands and exclaimed that Yo went to save people again. They wished him good luck in this. John thought that he needed to speed up. Shadow points are spent very quickly. He doesn't know where the other people from the Night Watch are now, but he thinks that they will not come anytime soon. Suddenly, a bright explosion occurred in the building. The protagonist turned his attention to the employees fighting the spirits and thought that the people from the Night Watch were already here. Was everything planned this time? After a while, Ching-an raised his hand and created a mana ball. The spirits quickly ran towards him with the intention of attacking. Ching-an pointed his hand towards them and emitted 3 powerful beams of mana. At the same time, the employees of the Night Watch were fighting the spirits among the dark smoke. The defeated opponents were lying on the floor. The spirits quickly ran among the corpses of their comrades with the intention of attacking. Powerful explosions thundered in the industrial zone, destroying it. At the same time, Jiang thought that the industrial zone of the Chuan Group Company seemed to be the main target for the others to attack. The situation is not the best. The people from the Night Watch are not here. He can only rely on himself. The protagonist descended to the ground holding the old woman behind his back. The employees happily pointed at him and shouted that Brother Yo helped the people again. Suddenly, mana cocoons appeared with people sitting in them. The employees exclaimed with smiles that even 3 at once. Suddenly, MC knelt down holding a dog in his mouth. People saw this and wished him luck. Suddenly, Ching-an noticed this with surprise. People exclaimed that it was him again, that mysterious killer. John landed on the ground and looked at the guy he had saved. People noticed that this was the last one. They asked if Yo was okay. The protagonist put the guy on the ground. The employees looked at the guy and said that this was bad. He was injured and they needed to call an ambulance. MC, breathing heavily, lowered his head and thought that he was tired. It was very difficult to be a hero. He would like to dress up to look better, but he doesn't even have the strength to get up. John smiled, looking at the happy people, and thought that it was worth it. Suddenly, a grandmother burst into tears standing in the crowd and asked if anyone had seen her granddaughter. It was so high. The man asked excitedly. His son had also disappeared. Had anyone seen him? The people in the crowd exclaimed that their daughter had disappeared too, and their son, he was only 7 years old. The protagonist tensed up and replied that he hadn't seen him. He clarified, and they were all children? Suddenly, MC looked at the building from which powerful streams of darkness were emanating. The spirit held a child by the tail while climbing the building. The girl he had grabbed called out to her dad and said that she wanted to go home. Watching the others drag the children to the roof of the building, he became worried and wondered what they were thinking. Suddenly, Yao Yao called him on the phone and he answered her right away. She worriedly asked if he was at Chuan's company now. He wondered how she knew about it, and she told him not to ask and just go back. He smiled and told her not to worry. He would be back when she finished making the beef and tomato salad and egg soup. She asked him to wait, but he had already ended the call and ran on. She worriedly looked at the phone screen and sighed, while he crawled out from underground and thought that his blood volume and shadow points were not that high, so he needed to hurry. Suddenly, the loudspeaker in front of him crackled. Yao Yao's father ordered him to stop and said that according to Law 113, people who are not on the Night Watch are prohibited from using their abilities in public. Let him stop, or they will take action. He gave him a final warning and ordered him to immediately deactivate his abilities. And Zhang Yu, watching as they pointed their guns at him, immediately raised his hands and thought that it would be better for him to leave everything to the Night Watch. They were more qualified, so they could help. Suddenly, the old woman behind him fell to the ground out of worry for her granddaughter Gonggen and extended her hand to him. And he gritted his teeth and decided to continue acting, telling the man to follow him. He looked at him in confusion, after which MC ran past them and headed towards the others, and the members of the Night Watch pointed their guns at him, but since there was no command, they did not do anything and asked the captain what to do. He told them to just watch while the others ran forward along the road, dragging their children with them. Cautiously peeking out from under the ground, he began to watch them and thought, where are they even going? Suddenly, dark portals appeared near the monsters, and he realized that they wanted to take them with them to the shadow layer. He followed them. Others placed the children inside the building, and he, watching them from the roof nearby, thought that the situation was dangerous. If before they killed people, now they began to kidnap them. They act quite organized. Jian Company, fire, biological experiments. It seems that he got into something terrible, but since it was too late to retreat, he jumped off the roof and headed towards them. Leaving the children, the monsters began to observe the situation outside. MC threw a stone at the wall, and it bounced to the side, and the monster who saw this carefully approached closer. Nothing happened. He looked at the crying children, and then a stone fell next to him again, which made him shudder. He looked around in confusion and thought that there were some ghosts here, but suddenly he noticed that there were fewer children and pointed it out to his brothers. After that, many stones flew in their direction, and one of the others decided to turn around and saw Zhang Yu carrying away several children. He immediately raised the alarm. MC turned to them with a smile and said with annoyance that they were noticed, after which the others rushed towards him, but he immediately released a net at them and thereby detained them, and they growled in displeasure. He escorted the children to the landing and, lighting the way with a flashlight, told them to follow him, after which he called the Night Watch to report the current situation. But he was interrupted. The phone exploded in his hands, which scared him. Covering his face from the sparks, he turned around and saw a man named Shushan nearby, who said that he thought he would meet a person from the Night Watch. It turns out that this is their celebrity, Brother Yo. MC immediately stood up for the children and, threateningly activating his abilities, asked who he was. The man released his snake tongue and told him to guess, then waved his finger to the left, and he was immediately pressed against the wall with a crash. Zhang Yu jumped to the side and thought, is he reading minds? So he is also special. He clung to the wall nearby and got out of the building, but reinforcement bars immediately flew at him. Fortunately, he managed to dodge. His opponent came down to him and noted that everything was like in the video. His reaction is impressive. But durability is still at level 1, so he was not surprised by this. MC asked, "Is he from Chuyang?" Shushan just laughed and asked, "Does it look like this?" Then he thoughtfully asked, "Maybe he is from the fire species?" But his opponent chose not to answer this question and threw a few drops of acid at him, saying that the dead do not need to know. Jiang Yu jumped aside and dodged the drop, but another one immediately reached him and exploded, dousing him with acid. After that, there was an explosion, which threw him several meters away, and while he was lying on the ground, acid flew at him again. Watching the explosions, Shushan sighed with annoyance and said that it was so boring, he thought he would have more fun. Meanwhile, the children worriedly watched their savior and asked him not to die. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, the man became wary, because the guy's corpse was nowhere to be found. He began to look around in search of him, and MC meanwhile had his back. Quickly moving along the shadow side, he was completely invisible, and when the right moment came, he decided to attack. His opponent noticed this, and immediately dodged the blow, after which Jiang Yu found himself behind him. Thinking that he caught him by surprise, he smirked and then struck, but Shushan easily dodged it and threw acid at him, but he immediately dived back into the shadows. Enraged, the man called him a rat, and before MC had time to completely hide underground, he threw a shadow clot towards his opponent, after which it suddenly grew in size and began to sparkle. After watching this, the man realized that it was dangerous and immediately covered his face with his hands. The shadow began to hit him with whips, and as soon as the attack ended, he licked his lips and said that he was hiding in the shadows and attacking him from behind. But now, he will show him his powers. Having created a huge clot of acid, he threw it at the building behind him. It turns out, he was aiming right at the children. Noticing the acid drop flying, the girl called out to Jiang Yu in fear, and he immediately appeared in front of her and took the entire blow, causing him to take a lot of damage. His opponent was counting on this, and he immediately appeared behind him and said that he had caught him. Before MC could turn around, he touched him and dealt a powerful blow, causing sparks to appear and blood to spurt out of his mouth. He fell off the building into a dirty alley with a crash, and before he could recover from the blow, Shushan came down to him and asked with a smile, did he think he could hide in the shadows? But he didn't have a single chance to begin with. After that, he began to beat him up with a loud laugh, and MC began to defend himself. With each new blow, his shadow form was destroyed and he became very nervous. Since the shadow now does not cover his entire body, he will not be able to use his skills. At one point, his opponent grabbed his head, causing the shadow mask to crack and open one eye. Shushan licked his lips. He was very curious to know who was hiding under the shadow, after which he swung and was about to hit him. But suddenly a piece of concrete fell on his head. He turned around and saw the children shouting at him to let go of their savior. And he, covering himself from another blow, exclaimed, "What are they doing?" He was distracted, and Jiang Yu decided to take advantage of this moment. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the man by the waist and said that his opponent was him. He thanked the children in his thoughts, after which he used the pupil of the shadow and dark streams, and many eyes thickened around him. The man gritted his teeth. MC could not drag him into the shadow layer, and then he hit him in the back, after which he increased the distance between them. His opponent turned around and, noticing how hard he was breathing, pointed his finger at him and asked, did he think he could stop him by dragging him to the shadow layer? He would kill him, and those children would no longer be of any help to him. Jiang Yu noticed that his blood was finally under control and asked why he needed to kidnap children. He replied that it was because the souls of children were pure. He should listen to his own kind. MC suddenly remembered what happened in the Chuyang laboratory and frowned, but others suddenly appeared behind him and the man asked, did he satisfy his curiosity? Then he would die now. At his command, others immediately pounced on the guy from all sides, but he was not going to give up so easily and exclaimed with a smile that he would die only after them. Bringing his hands together, he sharply spread them out to the sides and grabbed the others nearby, thanking his opponent for the gift. Because of this, the monsters could no longer move, and he pulled them towards himself with his finger, put a mark on one of them, and quickly approached, and then decapitated the monster and immediately absorbed it, for which he received 6 shadow points. At the moment, he has 81 points out of 90. Seeing this, the man cursed and exclaimed in surprise, so he can absorb them? After that, MC began to spin, thus he created a tornado that attracted others to him and he immediately absorbed them. Realizing that he was wrong, Shushan cursed loudly, then rushed towards him. He wanted to strike, but the tornado immediately threw him back and he was surprised. He had no choice but to use the blood, and something like a cocoon began to grow from the dark streams in front of him. And as soon as the growth was complete, he rushed to run and cursed loudly with the thought that it was too dangerous. The special ones were too cunning. This was the first time he saw others being absorbed. He suddenly thought, wasn't he another? His eyes suddenly widened. What he saw made him stop. A bright purple portal appeared in front of him, after which Jiang Yu himself appeared in front of him, surrounded by shadows and bright flashes. Taking his weapon, he said with a smile that it was his turn now, after which he slowly walked towards him. Taking a deep breath, he gathered all his strength and thought that he was only rank 2. But he already felt like he had gotten rid of all the bad things and released them into the wild. From his weapon, as well as from his entire body, shadows began to spread in all directions. Everything was clearly visible to him and acquired new colors. His shadows reached Shushan and he felt his fear. Deciding to play with him, he smiled widely, after which he suddenly disappeared. The man was surprised, and at first thought that he simply dived into the shadow, but when he realized that this time he completely disappeared, he became very nervous. He immediately called the others and exclaimed that if he wanted to attack him, he would not allow it. Something flashed before his eyes, The others immediately fell from Zhang Yu's blows, and then a bright flash reached Shushan himself, inflicting a huge wound on him. He gritted his teeth and realized that he could not see his attacks. He was too fast. What kind of monster is he? How can a person with the second rank be so strong? The MC standing right in front of him could tell from his face that he couldn't see him and thought that he could hide in a deeper shadow now. He immediately threw a few punches, but since his opponent couldn't see him, he couldn't even defend himself. He gritted his teeth and called him an idiot. Now their fight looked like a cat playing with a mouse before gobbling it up. Shushan told him to kill him if he wanted to, so he could stop bullying him. He ordered him to come here, and the MC who appeared behind him brought his blade to his neck and said that he would do as he said. The man became very nervous. He was afraid to even move so that the blade wouldn't hurt his neck. But suddenly a brick flew at Zhang Yu, and he immediately defended himself from it, but missed his enemy. The blow was so strong that his feet slipped on the ground, and when he saw the brick caught on his blade, he was very surprised. Shushan's ally Zhao Yongcheng appeared. He scratched his head with a smile and asked his friend what the hell he was doing here. They had been waiting for him for half a day, and their boss was downright angry. The man was very happy to see him and asked if the boss had sent him here. He told him that the plan was starting now, let him take the children, and he would sort everything out here. Shushan was only too happy to leave such a strong opponent to him and headed towards the building, but MC immediately appeared in his way and told him not to touch the children. He wanted to strike, but a brick hit his blade, preventing this, and Yongcheng immediately rushed towards him. Zhang Yu changed his target, and Yongcheng clenched his hand into a fist and struck, but fortunately, he managed to dodge. He immediately dived into the shadows, but Shushan used his ring and pulled him out, asking, does he want to hide again? Unfortunately, he can't do it that easily anymore. While he was holding it, Yongcheng landed a powerful blow and his friend shouted at him to kill him, but he didn't notice how he was attacked. The bright flashes from the blows deprived him of his limbs, and he immediately fell to the ground, and MC landed nearby. Yongcheng didn't react to the death of his ally and noted that he had good skills. Is he, by any chance, working for the Night Watch? Why is he interfering in their affairs? Zhang Yu caught his breath and shouted, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? They kidnap children to conduct experiments on others. How can he not interfere? The man asked, so he decided to become a hero? Thrusting his swords into the ground, he answered him that he is not a hero and never wanted to be one. He sticks to what he thinks is right, that's all. Leaning on his swords he slowly stood up, and Yongcheng laughed at his words and then exclaimed with a serious face that if he saves the children, all of humanity will be destroyed. Does he think this is right too? MC was confused and asked what he was even talking about. He means that he kidnaps children to save the world? What kind of joke is this? The man said that he himself knows that the war between humans and others has been going on for hundreds of years. It is only thanks to their efforts that they are still alive. He lit a small flame above his finger and said that others are still much stronger than them, and human strength is like fire, which is simply not able to illuminate everything around. Clenching his hand into a fist, he continued, saying that instead of dying a painful death, they found another way out. Since the darkness is invincible, they need to adapt to it. The lights went through the vessels to his heart, and when it started beating faster, his eyes flashed and he added that they needed to bury their hopes deep in their hearts and just wait for the fire to finally start that would save all of humanity. Zhang Yu laughed and said that he was just justifying his actions. If the fire species thought the same way, then he would destroy them all. He stood in a fighting stance and Yongcheng, realizing that it was useless to talk to him, lit a flame in his heart and walked towards him, telling him to behold the power of the fiery kind. MC jumped up and rushed to attack. His opponent immediately blocked the blow with his bare hands and then kicked him, which forced him to dodge. Running quickly around him, he began to deliver many blows, but he blocked them too. At one point he clenched his hand into a fist, gathering all his strength, and then attacked, raising an energy flow into the air. Unfortunately, this time, MC failed to dodge, and an explosion occurred. Yongcheng sighed heavily and looked at the guy who was thrown to the wall by his explosion, and he clutched his wound and realized that the opponent was very strong. Seeing that the wound was not healing, he became very worried and asked, "What is this?" His opponent approached him and said that this is a special skill, a flame strike. Zhang Yu looked at him nervously, and he, again lighting a purple flame in his hand, said that he can't even defeat him. What would have happened to him under other circumstances? In the face of absolute power, he is helpless. Raising his hand over him, he declared his end, but MC was not going to give up. A wide smile appeared on his face and he put a mark on him, after which streams of shadow poured out on him, and then he was completely surrounded. Many eyes were watching Yongcheng, and due to the impact of the skill, he was overcome by fear. He burst into tears and asked, "How is this possible? How did he end up here? He doesn't want to die." Jing Yu walked up to him and said that it was the fear that lurked deep in his heart. Saving humanity was just an excuse, and fear was the real reason for his actions. They were all like that in their fiery form. The man looked at him in horror, and he connected his blades into one heavy sword and said that they were just a group of thugs. Yongcheng clenched his teeth in anger after coming to his senses and then rushed towards him and told him to shut his mouth. MC used his chase skill to fatally wound him. He didn't even understand what happened at first, and looking at Zhang Yu, whose shadow form had almost completely subsided, he asked, "Does that mean he's just a kid?" The strength immediately left his body and he fell to the ground, thinking that it was no wonder he was so fearless. He had once been so energetic too. Thinking back to his past, he thought that his ignorance and fearlessness had long since dissipated. Eventually the same fate awaited him. He just needed to wait. His body began to slowly evaporate and the MC asked, "Who are they?" But in place of Yongcheng, only a small flame remained. Fortunately, everything ended well. The reporters arrived at the scene and began to talk about what happened. The reporter showed the aftermath of the others' escape and said that just an hour ago, a fire broke out in the building and several others escaped to freedom. The building was completely charred. Traces of a battle between specials and others were also found. She approached one of the victims, and she said that her brother Yo saved her. The reporter said that it became known that many of the victims were saved thanks to the streamer Yo. Learning that several children were kidnapped at the scene, he immediately rushed to look for them. There is no news yet, so they can only pray that the children return safely. Suddenly, a man pointed to the side and joyfully exclaimed that he had returned, after which people ran to meet him. The rescued children happily waved to their families and waited for Jiang Yu to go to them together. But since he did not want to reveal himself, he told them to go alone. They hugged him goodbye and thanked him, and then returned to their families. That was how the Chuyan incident ended happily. Soon MC came home all beaten up and noticed Yao Yao on his couch, who had been waiting for him all this time and was worried. Seeing the prepared food on the table, he looked at her guiltily, then took out some broken eggs from his backpack and apologized to her for being so late. He decided to run to the store, but something happened on the way, so he was late. Of course, she didn't believe him and burst into tears, saying that he was deceiving her like a child. He smiled slightly and asked, did she think he was dead? She jumped up from the couch and exclaimed that it would be better if he really died, and even wanted to hit him, but he grabbed her fist. She asked him to let her go, but he immediately pulled her towards him, and getting closer to her face, asked, has she tried this yet? She embarrassedly looked away and asked, what is he talking about? He told her not to be afraid, they are not children anymore. He hasn't tried it either. He pinned her against the wall and offered her to try it, but she either pretended or sincerely did not understand what he was talking about. Then he came closer to her face, with closed eyes and kissed her. At first she did not even understand what happened, but after a few seconds had passed, she realized what they were doing and pushed him away, exclaiming, what is he doing? He smiled nervously and answered that he just wanted a drink, so he started looking. Covering her mouth with her hand, she looked at him embarrassedly, and he, pretending as if nothing had happened, took a few plates and rushed to the kitchen to heat up the food. Putting the plate in the microwave, he sighed and thought that he was on the verge of life and death. Remembering the recent kiss, he thought that his stomach became so hot, he even thought that she would kill him. What soft lips she has. He accepted it as a reward for his battle and began to dance happily, and Yao Yao, embarrassedly watching him from the corner, thought he was an idiot. After that, they sat down at the table. The atmosphere was awkward, but only for Yao Yao. Still embarrassed by their kiss, she watched him eat her cooking, and he decided to test how much his abilities had grown after the battle. He currently has 105 shadow points, and the description of the hidden shadow skills says that he can dive into the shadows to freely move between them. Shadow Claw turns his hands into sharp blades with extremely traumatic force, while flexibility is important. Continuous Kill constantly accumulates the number of his attacks, at the end forming a very powerful shockwave. The kill skill comes into effect after Continuous Kill. This is an improved version of Shadow Form. He can move in the shadows more smoothly. An improved version of Hunter, he can now spend less life points. He thought that Hidden Shadow must be a slightly refined skill of simple shadow form. Continuous Killing is also a pretty good skill, but the conditions for its implementation are quite harsh. Closing his eyes, he remembered seeing auras of different colors coming from different people. Red is the color of an enemy, green is an ally, and white is a passerby. He looked up at Yao Yao and she, noticing this, became very excited and covered herself with her hands, warning him not to do anything weird again. He saw a pink aura coming from her and wondered what this color meant. Realizing that pink was a sign that she loved him, he smiled and began to drool, and she said that he was so weird. Suddenly, loud bangs were heard from the street. Taking a break from eating, they went out to the balcony to see what was going on, and saw many colorful lights in the sky. Someone was setting off fireworks. While they were watching this, MC suddenly asked her if she knew anything about the fire species, and she frowned, asking where he heard about it. He decided not to answer this, and she said that her father had information that mentioned the fire species. They are a group that acts on their own, pursuing only their own goals. It is an organization that betrayed humanity for their own plans. They brainwash people, so he better not get involved with them. By the way, if he finds a member of the fire species, then he should immediately go to the Night Watch. There is a reward of 500,000 for catching one. Hearing about such a huge reward, he was very surprised and very upset. His money simply flew away from him. After that, he asked if there were other strange organizations besides the fire species, and what is the reward for them. She replied that there are no more. But why is he interested in this? He laughed nervously and told her that he was just thinking about what he could make money on, and she, thinking about something, looked at the fireworks. After which, with a serious expression on her face, said that there were awards for other organizations too, but not like the one for enlightenment. Raising her hand, she created small sparks and said that this was a controversial organization, like an ally, but fundamentally different from them. They believed that humanity would be defeated, and were looking for a way to escape from here. She created many sparks in the sky, similar to fireworks, and said that, for example, they could move to another planet. He said that it was like some kind of science fiction movie. Spaceships can't be built for everyone, right? She answered him that it was not necessary to rely on technology in this matter. Others, after all, live in another world where there's no technology, but they are so eager to go around all the cracks and get into their world. If enlightenment achieves the same results as the others, then it will not be easy to stop the spinning wheel. Some time passed after this conversation. The days passed calmly, flying by one after another, and gradually the holidays passed. Some went to work, others to study. Since Jiang Yu rose to the second rank, he can calmly exterminate first-level others without any difficulty. Sometimes he can increase his lifespan by 3 days in just one day. All the tests are over, so it's time for him to get ready for the training camp. His friend has already left, and he is the last one left. He will leave tomorrow. Just the night before leaving, Uncle Lee returned. While he was packing, Sungwang entered the apartment and said that he heard that his forces were discovered. Recruitment was underway for the night watch groups. Surprised by his arrival, MC turned around and asked, wasn't he in Beidou? What happened to his arm? He sat down on the sofa and told him that this year there is a lot of workload, no time at all. By the way, in addition to his golden light, something else was added. He wondered what level it was. Could he be harmed more? The man replied that he didn't know. They would see it somehow. He looked at him with a serious look and thought that it was no wonder that he seemed unusual to him earlier. He thought he would fail the tests, but he performed well, even ended up at level 6. But he thinks that he is clearly not special. There is some kind of mistake here. MC sat down on the chair next to him and said that he recently met a man named Song Qing. He said that he was a general. Is this true? Uncle Lee's face darkened slightly, after which he confirmed his words, and Jiang Yu asked in surprise, does this mean he is one of the 5 strongest? He sighed and said that it was in the past. He was about 40 when he left the front lines. At that time, he was full of energy and fought against countless enemies. His goals back then were quite simple, to exterminate all the others for the sake of everyone's safety. But there were too many of them, and it took him more than 20 years. In the end, his wife died from the pollution of the others, and he was forced to change his career. The once invincible general became an invalid. This time, there were some pretty strong others in Beidou. MC stopped him and asked, does he think he can't handle it and will retreat? He pointed his finger at himself and confidently stated that he also wants to become a general like him, causing the man to frown. After a short pause, he said that he had been noticed, so there was no turning back. He took out a pendant from his pocket and told him to hang it around his neck. It is a secret thing, the shadow of yin. After he puts it on, he will hear many more different sounds. If he wears it for a long time, his willpower will be greatly strengthened, which will help him in his training. But negative emotions also increase, so let him wear the pendant at intervals of 3 days. In addition, it can be activated when abnormal energy is detected, releasing polluted energy. His combat power will increase greatly in a very short period of time, but he can only use it once. He asked in surprise, is this thing from the shadow layer? He confirmed his words and said with a smirk that such forbidden things come from another world. A certain fee is charged for using them. The cost of using it will only depend on his willpower and qualifications. If his strength is above this level, then he can wear it without any problem, and the most amazing thing is that it recognizes people. MC decided to try it out and put it on, after which Uncle Lee started looking at him from all sides and asked how it felt. He thoughtfully said that it was strange. It seemed like there were no sounds. The man smiled and said that it seemed like his willpower was resisting the influence of the pendant. So now he could rest easy. He said goodbye to him and said that he would come to see him later, after which night fell. Jiang Yu was sleeping on his bed, but suddenly his pendant began to emit some kind of energy that filled the entire room. MC himself, meanwhile, found himself in an unknown space and sleepily rubbed his eyes, then looked around. There were purple bubbles ahead, with people trapped inside. The girl in one of these bubbles was also wearing this pendant, but because of the influence of it, she was going crazy. He looked to the side. In the bubble flying past him, there was another person, burning everything around. The other owner of the pendant couldn't resist the influence of it and screamed that it was so painful. After that, people all started screaming about the curse of this pendant, and Jiang Yu thought, are these the memories of the previous owners? Suddenly, someone's voice rang out calling him the owner, and he tensed up, peering into the void. Time passed, he and Yao Yao were driving to the subway station by car and she yawned loudly. Noticing this, he asked if she hadn't slept enough. She confirmed this and said that she hadn't slept all night. She was beside herself with excitement. And he told her that he had slept well and had wonderful dreams, but in fact, he couldn't remember the dream last night and touched his pendant with the thought that he seemed to hear it talking. He grabbed the girl by the shoulder and pulled her towards him, saying that if she was tired, she could lie down and rest. But she immediately refused and he told her not to worry. He wouldn't do anything. He wanted to kiss her, but a loud cough came from the driver's seat. Uncle Lu looked at them through the rearview mirror with displeasure and told his daughter that there were quite a lot of bad people in the training camp, so she should be more serious. She understands that, right? She looked at Jiang Yu and agreed with him, and he thought he was hinting at him like that. Her father said that when they arrived at the place, she should follow the instructor's instructions. If something happened, she should definitely call him. Yao Yao was fed up with him worrying about her so much, and then MC hit his chest with a smile and told him not to worry. He would be with her, so everything would be fine. But it was because of him that he was worried about his daughter. Soon they arrived at the place and got out of the car, but Yao Yao's father was still worried about her and told her to remember the phone. After that, they walked away holding hands, and he looked at Jiang Yu with displeasure, hissing through his teeth that he was a brat. Meanwhile, they reached the entrance to the subway, and Yao Yao pulled her hand away, exclaiming, "Did he want to die?" Her father was watching, right? They went down the stairs and he told her not to worry so much. They had always been together, there was nothing wrong with that, so her father had nothing to worry about. They walked out onto the platform, and when the train approached, they got into a carriage full of students that was leading straight to the training camp. An announcement was heard on the train, saying that the train heading from Beidou to the special training camp was moving non-stop at medium speed, with an estimated arrival time of 20 minutes. Jiang Yu and Yao Yao took their seats, and he noted that there were so many people here. She agreed with him, and added that all the students here were from different gathering points. Everyone in the carriage had pretty high test results, either they had a high willpower level or outstanding abilities. They only needed training to easily deal with first-rank others. He pretended to be surprised and asked, "Are they that strong?" Now they don't have to be afraid of the others' advance? He thought that with his current strength, he could even handle second-rank others, and Yao Yao, putting on her headphones, told him not to think about it so carelessly. Training wasn't easy after all. Let him just wait until they arrived at the camp. There, he would taste real suffering. He put his hands behind his head and said with a smile that he didn't care. He was sure there would be no problem with it. The train was traveling at high speed to the training camp, and soon a suspicious fog began to appear in the tunnel. Yao Yao woke up Jiang Yu, who had managed to get there, and he asked, "What's the matter?" She pointed her finger out the window with a worried expression and said that they were told that the ride would take about 20 minutes, but they had been on the road for 40 minutes and still going. This is strange. This shouldn't be the case. He frowned slightly and looked out the window to see fog, and was very surprised. After which, the rest of the students crowded near the windows, and one of them said that this fog was not easy. The guy stretched out his hand forward, and as soon as his finger touched the fog, he felt something, and became very nervous, which made everyone else start to worry. Zhang Yu and Yao Yao exchanged glances, and there was silence in the carriage, after which the train suddenly braked sharply, which made everyone inside almost fall, and an announcement was heard that they had arrived at the training camp. The doors were opening. As soon as the doors of the carriages opened, they crowded near the exit, still not daring to get out. They were supposed to be met, but there was no one outside, and that was why they were worried. MC gently pushed everyone aside, and was the first to get out of the carriage, which made Yao Yao very worried about him, and ran out after him, asking what he was planning. Let him come back immediately. He walked forward and wanted to tell her something, but suddenly froze, noticing something terrible. Everything around was covered in blood. Yao Yao covered her mouth in horror, and Jiang Yu, running his finger through the puddle, took a closer look and made sure that it was blood. One of the students asked, "Was someone killed in the training camp?" The guy standing next to him said that it couldn't be. Shouldn't there be teachers there? How could something like this even happen? MC with a serious expression said that it was the work of others, which made them nervous. After which he told them to inform the night watch about everything. They needed to come back as soon as possible. Yao Yao asked what he would do. He was silent for a couple of seconds, thinking of an answer, and then said with a smile that he needed to go to the toilet. Realizing that this was another deception, she called out to him loudly and froze in place from fear. But her concern for him was still stronger, and she ran after him. The other students still did not dare to go out and thought about what to do. They decided to follow Jiang Yu's instructions, but the signal in this place disappeared, and since they had no choice, they got out of the car and decided to follow them. Meanwhile, something like a camera hung from the ceiling and watched them. At the same time, MC emptied his bladder and sighed loudly, after which he left the toilet and said with a smile that he finally felt better. Suddenly, a glow appeared behind his back. Before he had time to turn around, a wolf shining with purple light pounced on him, but someone immediately killed the monster. It turned out to be Yao Yao. She finished off the wolf with just one rock, and MC calmly asked, "Did she come to the toilet too?" She got angry and asked, "What's wrong with him? Doesn't he understand how dangerous everything can be? What if another got to him? What would she tell Uncle Lee?" He waved his hands and asked her to calm down and listen to him, after which she put her hands on her waist in displeasure and said that she would see what else he could come up with. He told her that in fact, the training had already started. She was slightly surprised, and he added that the training had started as soon as they got out of the train car. She became slightly embarrassed and asked, "So he thinks this was all planned?" He confirmed it and pointed at the monster she had killed with the rock and asked if it had exploded too quickly. She thoughtfully said that the monster was extremely weak. Of course, such a weakling other wouldn't have the courage to attack the training camp. He patted her on the shoulder and told her with a smile that she was not stupid, and she exclaimed indignantly that they were in a difficult situation. He explained to her that if the others had really attacked, the night watch would have found out about everything right away. And wouldn't they have been notified if something had happened? They deliberately prolonged the time spent in the subway car to scare them, used a thick fog to create an atmosphere of fear, and splashed everything with blood to make it look even worse. This is a test of endurance. Under such pressure, the weak and the strong stand out greatly. Waving his hand, he pointed at himself with a smile and declared that he was the strongest here. The girl remarked with displeasure that she had been listening to this for half a day, after which the others suddenly appeared in front of them. 3 monsters pounced on them, and Jiang Yu, standing behind the girl, pushed her forward and told her to use her abilities, and she asked if he was not the strongest here. What does he want from her? He smiled and told her that if he wanted to do something, they wouldn't stand a chance. She said his name indignantly, after which he pushed her forward and told her to stop. This was a great chance to show off her abilities. He wished her good luck. Meanwhile, they were being watched from the observation center. After a while, the girl finally dealt with everyone, and MC, running up to her, joyfully clapped his hands and said that she alone dealt with 3. But Yao Yao was not going to tolerate this anymore and hit him several times, exclaiming, "How can he not be ashamed?" After all, he was just standing nearby. He asked her not to be angry and said that this was just a show of his trust. But this only made her angrier. At one point, he grabbed her hand and looked at the wall, saying that now was not the time to scold him. Let her look there. She looked to the side and saw a map on the wall with which they could find the exit. She crossed her arms over her chest and asked, "Does he think they can get out of here?" He remained silent and looked thoughtfully at the map, saying that entrance C is a shadow field. She looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is he sure about this?" She thinks it is some kind of imitation of the shadow lair. Isn't this the most dangerous place? He told her that usually the most dangerous place is often the safest. He suggested that she go there and promised her that if they get into trouble, he will protect her. At that moment, several frightened students ran up to them, asking for help. They ran past, and Zhang Yu, looking after them, said that they were elites. Were they really afraid of some others? Yao Yao noticed why they were running so frightened and worriedly warned the guy about the danger. Turning around, he noticed a huge three-headed snake next to him. Fortunately, he managed to react in time and jumped to the side a moment before the impact. He gritted his teeth and thought, what's going on? This other one is a first-rank one. If this creature gets into the training camp, everything will lead to death. Meanwhile, Yao Yao decided to help him and lit sparks in her hands, and the snake crawling next to her noticed her and immediately pounced on her with its mouth wide open. She froze in place and MC immediately hit the monster on the head, after which he grabbed the girl by the hand and ran away from the monster with her. A huge three-headed snake rushed after them, not paying attention to the other students at all. They managed to run to entrance C, and he, throwing open the door with a running start, suddenly discovered that no one was holding his hand anymore and turned around in horror. There was no Yao Yao behind him, only a closed door. Meanwhile, in the observation center, they noticed the strange activity of the snake and asked, shouldn't its combat power be suppressed by crystals? It turns out they've lost control of it, and now all they have to do is go out and subdue the snake themselves. But Instructor Song Qing decided to wait and leave things as they were to see what this guy's abilities were. He looked at the screen that was displaying Zhang Yu, and in the meantime, he discovered that there was some problem with the door. The glass was made of materials that let in sunlight, but there were still some differences. He opened the door, thinking that if he opened it a few more times, he might be able to meet Yao Yao. But a snake immediately appeared in front of him and pounced on him. Its two heads grabbed his legs, and the center head was about to devour him. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the monster by the mouth, preventing its jaws from closing, and then began to deliver many quick blows, due to which the monster was thrown back, and he managed to free himself. He sighed heavily and thought that he almost lost control of himself, but he guessed it wasn't that noticeable. Suddenly, streams of shadows reached out from behind him and then covered his entire body. He looked at his hands in surprise and exclaimed, "What's wrong?" He didn't activate the shadow form. Why did this happen by itself? While he was confused, something landed next to him with a crash, and he looked to the side, seeing another with many eyes on his body. He immediately recognized that he was the upper limit of the first rank. The situation was heating up. Meanwhile, in the observation center, everyone was shocked by what they saw on the screen, and Song Qing asked, "What's going on?" The protagonist encountered a mysterious creature whose eyes glowed with an ominous light. It pointed a finger at him, and powerful waves of energy rushed towards the protagonist's shadow. He dodged, but the eye was right under him, and the wave of energy caught up with him. He cursed, "Damn, so powerful." The creature headed towards him again. The protagonist grabbed it by the neck and said with a smirk, "Idiot, this will not work." He squeezed the creature with all his strength, and it fell lifelessly to the ground. He then used the ability Shadow Bite. A system window appeared in front of him. Snake, level 1, low level other. Usually has several heads, likes to kill. Rumor has it that the eyes are the descendants of a lower rank shadow species. The cost of killing is poisoning. Cancelled. Acquisition, shadow points added. Other species received. Name, faceless. Species, eyes. Level 1. Description, pupils are the main source of abilities, but the number does not reflect true strength. Good at both long-range and close-range attacks. Note, there are rumors that the eyes are descendants of a lower rank of shadow species. The protagonist thought, the eyes are descendants of the shadow species. The stalker is hostile to the shadow species. Maybe that's why they attacked him? He thought that this was a test and they would send the weak, but they sent a strong one, capable of even killing a person. He sighed in despair and said to himself, the worst thing is that the instructors saw his shadow form. There is no use in hiding. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong and, waving his arms, shouted, "Cancel. Remove the shadow form." "What's going on? It doesn't work." He turned around and saw many eyes. It was looking at him with fury. The protagonist realized that this time he would not get rid of the eye form so easily. Meanwhile, the night watchman in the special room shouted out in confusion. What was going on? The screen went black. His colleague shouted, "Hurry. We need to contact the technical department immediately." Then, another night watchman entered the room and reported that all the information systems had failed, and they had also lost contact with instructors Liu and Luo. Then, Chief Chen slammed his cane on the floor and said that he didn't think that the Yunhai training camp would be in such a mess. Do they think they are worthy instructors? Qing An apologized and asked, but what should they do? He slammed his cane on the floor again and said that he had to count everyone who entered the shadow field. They had to clear the fog, the evaluation had to be suspended, and people had to be sent to maintain order. He extended his hand forward and stood up from his chair, adding that they had to select the second and third rank instructors and go into the shadow field with them. Qing An accepted his order and ran to do so, but Chief Chen told him to stay behind and said that he was the calmest of them all. Should he tell him what was hidden in the shadow field of the Yunhai camp? He replied that it seemed that he had discovered something long ago, which was why he had sent out the second and third rank instructors. Chen explained that as soon as the students entered the shadow field, some kind of anomaly arose, and even the naked eye could see the problem. Qing An said that in that case he would not lie. The shadow field originated from a forbidden place in Shenzhou. When directly in contact with another, eyeballs would begin to sprout on the body until it covered the entire body. After the other had moved to this world, it would begin to change the world to its own rules, imposing a translucent veil. Under normal circumstances, it would only bring in lower species that would not exceed the first rank. But it also happens that others sometimes suppress their true strength, which makes it harder to fight. Chen asked, what rank is the other? Qing An raised his index finger and guessed that this other has been in a viable state for about half a month. The leader, lowering his gaze, said that in that case, only a person of the fourth rank will be able to compare with him after that. His interlocutor agreed with him and added that if he does not take the initiative, everything will be fine. Even if a person below the 3rd rank gets into the shadow field, nothing will happen. But if it is the 4th rank, chaos will reign. Others will continue to develop and mutate. The leader told him to tell him, were there any special 4th rank among the students? He guessed that the probability is extremely low, but it is not impossible. Regardless of whether it is the 4th rank or not, something has affected the others, and he is afraid that this is the end for him. Meanwhile, the MC in shadow form was trying to escape from the others. He turned to the one with one eye on its forehead and swung his hand with long claws, and then said, I see. Seeing the huge number of others, he turned around and, running in the opposite direction, shouted, Stop! They think they can catch up with him? He continued to run further and further, while the monsters tried to catch up with him. He said that it can try. They chose death. Then the others with eyes on their foreheads began to release powerful pulses of energy, hitting the protagonist right in the back. A powerful beam of energy pinned him to the ground. Then the protagonist got up and, grabbing it in his hands, said, Damn. It turns out they can do such things too. They used a long-range attack. Then others came down to him, and he added, Okay first, but then others of the 2nd rank also came up. Then he shouted, Okay, and now he will show them the power of his 2nd rank. Shadow Blade activate. Then he was surprised and looking at his hand, suddenly realized that the Shadow Blade was not activated. At that moment, the eye species, releasing its branches, seemed to embrace the protagonist's shadow. The monsters began to communicate with each other, and the protagonist looked at it in surprise, and then concentrated his energy and noticed that it was strange. Why was it not moving? Was it his strength that frightened him? And then he saw how the others parted to the sides, letting a particularly powerful monster pass, and the protagonist realized with horror that it was a 3rd rank other. The next second, the other swung its huge weapon and tried to hit the protagonist's shadow, but he jumped to the side. Unfortunately, this did not help him, and a powerful beam of energy slammed him into the wall, destroying it into many huge stones. The protagonist coughed and realized that the double blade could not be used. Everything was out of order. In his current state, even a rank 2 was hard to fight, let alone a rank 3. He then pointed his index finger at the monster and released the energy that was binding the other. He knew there was no chance of winning. Now, his best plan ever. He ran out from around the corner and started to run, but the other broke free and ran after him. The protagonist turned around slightly and shouted, Damn! So fast? He stopped when the other swung its weapon again and hit the ground. But the protagonist pushed off and jumped up. He noticed that this was a great chance, and he headed towards the monster and began to deal multiple blows to its head. The other's blood level dropped to 93%, and MC realized that this was great. Even though each attack was damaging him, at least the continuous blows were hurting the monster too. He needed to accumulate enough kills and then kill it. The other's fist tore him out of his thoughts. From such a powerful blow, the protagonist flew to the side and, crashing into a building, fell to the ground. The monster jumped closer to him. MC got up and was surprised. Did it stop? The protagonist was confused. What happened? Why wasn't it moving? Then he turned around in surprise and didn't understand what was going on. Almost the same as the shadow layer. Isn't it too similar? To be honest, this place is even more frightening than the shadow layer. A powerful aura formed around him, and the 3rd rank other, swinging his weapon again, headed towards the protagonist. He, jumping forward, understood that he needed to save himself. He continued to run, breathing heavily, and thought that it was strange. Why was the alley so long? His vision was clearly failing. The next second, he found himself as if in a bubble. Looking around, he was confused. What happened? What kind of place is this? He did not see or feel anything. Then he waved his hand, and suddenly, he began to be pulled in. He screamed and thought in surprise. His body was out of control? Someone was controlling it? It must stop. He is the owner of this body. Then he thought that everything had stopped, but a powerful energy pulled him to the side again. The sphere went straight to his heart, enveloping his body from all sides. The energy of this sphere was reflected in his eyes, and he heard a voice. He will wait for him, the Lord of the Shadow. Then he found himself in a mirror space and wondered, what kind of place was this? A shadow similar to him, reflected in the mirrors, answered that this was the boundary between this world and Shenzhou. The protagonist screamed in surprise. Who? The shadow asked, can't he feel it himself? He should dive deeper into the shadows, or does he not want to? Hidden, dark, cold, ruthless. The protagonist turned around and saw the hand of the shadow crawling out of the wall, and his interlocutor said that they were of the same origin. They were with him. The protagonist, without thinking, hit the wall with his hand, and the shadow shouted irritably, what is he doing? The protagonist was surprised. What? Eliminates another. What else? Shadow shouted, isn't it too early? He didn't even have time to say a word. How can you miss the key points of his skills, like martial arts cheats or the master of the depths? The protagonist replied, if he wants to say something, he should speak faster. He must get out of here to save Yao Yao. Shadow raised his index finger and told him to take a look for himself. The protagonist saw a huge open eye, the gaze of which was directed straight at him. He guessed in surprise, that kind of eye? The one that blocked part of his powers earlier? His interlocutor folded his arms and replied that it was true. To be more precise, the sparkling species is also one of the forbidden objects of Shenzhou. The sparkling species and the shadow species are sworn enemies. Although it is a special species, it comes from the shadow species. The sparkling species targeted him specifically, trying to fence itself off and block his techniques. It can consider that he is already dead. The protagonist guessed, so it turns out that it was he who saved him that time? But why? He replied that it was because he had been waiting for him for a very long time. The protagonist was surprised. Had he been waiting for him? He confirmed it and added that he had been waiting for a person as strong as him. He used to be a high-ranking person in Shenzhou. Powerful and responsible, such people were quite hard to find, especially there. He was even the head of a group. But due to an accident, his body broke into countless fragments and fell into this world, and the shining species took and preserved the remains of his soul. However, this entity was quite capricious, so it turned away from him. It used his powers to its advantage, strengthening its power. That was why he had been waiting for the appearance of the shadow species. And lo, someone stronger than him appeared. He began to crawl out of the wall and begged the protagonist to help him end this, and then he should become its master. He will obey it. The protagonist, without thinking, hit him on the cheek, causing his interlocutor to fall to the ground, and putting his hand to the bruised place, asked what he was doing. Didn't he agree to help him deal with the eye species? The protagonist was perplexed. When did he give his consent? The guy who was left without his last pants has no right to set conditions for him. Besides, did he really say that he would obey him? He answered, so what? He can't escape anyway. In that case, only he will have his life here. It should be a great honor for him to become its carrier. The protagonist extended his hand to the broken glass and, releasing energy, said that he used to be quite strong, but now you can't tell from his condition. Moreover, most of his power is in the hands of the eye species, so the proposed conditions are so-so. His interlocutor irritably replied that he is a 6th-rank shadow species, so his continued existence in Shenzhou is considered impossible. The protagonist sucked in his energy, and his interlocutor was confused. What? This can't be. Could a mere 2nd-rank person really have the upper hand over him? How could this be? Then the protagonist let go of his hand, and the energy once again accumulated near his heart, inside. The MC put his hand on his chest and said, the vision, the fragments, is this his lost position? Meanwhile, the Night Watch members, surrounded by others, shouted, we must act together. The instructors will guard outside, the students go inside. The students, they must immediately take the anti-pollution medicine. You can't leave the formation. Yao Yao, putting her hand on her chest, was confused. Zhang Yu, where did he go? Then she looked to the side and saw a monster consisting of a huge number of eyes approaching them. Then, turning around, she saw several one-eyed others approaching her. Without losing her composure, she concentrated the energy in her fists and sent out powerful beams of energy, plunging the monsters into the spheres. Another member of the Night Watch waved his hand and hit the monsters. Another member of the Night Watch thanked Yao Yao and noted that if it weren't for her, the fight would be much more difficult. Would she still last? She, breathing heavily, replied that everything was fine. Then the guy shouted that everyone needed to gather, they needed to get out of here. At that moment, another approached him and, releasing powerful energy from his eyes, hit him right in the head, causing him to fall lifelessly to the ground. Yao Yao looked at this in horror, but Xing'an attacked the monster. His fist was covered in blood, and he thought, another of the 3rd rank, the situation is worse than they thought. Then he turned to his subordinates and asked, weren't they told to be more vigilant? They almost got attacked from behind. They apologized for their mistake, and he thought that out of all the students, they were the only ones who were attacked by a rank 3 other. Could it be that there were rank 4 specials among them? He then asked, are they all here? They are moving out. Yao Yao asked him to wait. She explained that she was with Zhang Yu, but he was not here. He was surprised. Could it be that he was with the eye species? If she came with him, they must be in a close relationship. At this moment, a rank 3 other appeared behind him. Turning around, he put his hand forward and released a powerful energy, thereby hitting the monsters. He knew that she had also fallen under the attention of the species. Ching-an, running to attack, shouted to the 2 to accompany the students. They should leave the rest to him. The monster swung its weapon again, but it concentrated the energy in its hand and used a technique of a special called the Eye of the Wind. A powerful tornado burst out from its hands, as if swallowing the other. After spinning around in the vortex for a few times, the other flew out to the side, and Ching-an asked irritably, does it want to escape? Then a powerful aura appeared around him. An eye opened under his feet. The chains seemed to lock him in the center, and he did not understand what was happening. The abilities disappeared? Then he saw a huge monster approaching a group of his people. Many open eyes looked at the students, exuding powerful energy. He only managed to say, damn. After that, he fell to the ground. The others were also knocked down by such a powerful wave of energy. Yao Yao, trying to hold on, understood that it was over. The body did not move. The consciousness was conceived. Although she had long ago mentally prepared for everything, she still felt powerless when confronted by others. Then she saw how powerful energy was heading straight for her, and she thought, goodbye, he must live, Zhang Yu. But the next second, the protagonist saved her in shadow form. Holding her by the waist, he took her aside and said that he was here. Then he put her on the ground and turned around and felt a huge number of others. He smirked. Although this territory belongs to the eye species, they forgot that the shadow species is dominant here too. Then he raised 2 fingers up, releasing a powerful energy straight into the sky, which rose above the city like a whirlwind. He said, gentlemen, welcome to his territory. It was as if a dome descended on this area. The others took damage, and the protagonist moved forward and, seeing another new 3rd level, said that they met again. Earlier it was chasing him along the entire street, now it was his turn. He took out his weapon, and with a powerful jerk, cut the monster into many small pieces. Then he attacked the eye species. The system reported that he used Pursuit. The monster's blood level dropped to 0%, and the protagonist used an ability called Decapitation. Then the blood flew in different directions, and he thought, what power? This is the power of Shadow Sight. He stepped on the other lying on the ground, and eyesight was completely suppressed by Shadow Sight, and all of his abilities disappeared. Even at his 2nd rank, he could kill a 3rd rank other in seconds. It was no wonder that eyesight mainly worked in groups. But he wanted to thank it for such a vivid emotion. He then extended his hand forward, sucking out the enemy's energy. Meanwhile, the members of the Night Watch were running forward at a rapid pace. One of them shouted, faster! This way. The signal is taking root here. The protagonist raised his head up and, seeing them, noticed that it was very inopportune. They ran to the energy and the commander ordered the wounded to be taken away as quickly as possible. His subordinate shouted, "Did anyone take the anti-pollution drugs? People are dying," he shouted. "We need several people to block eyesight. Faster." Sometime later in the hospital, the protagonist, sitting with an IV drip, was excitedly telling how the big-eyed monster rushed straight at him, and he twisted it in just 2 steps, and then a crow flew up and exploded, just like an airplane. Another one tried to sneak up on him at this time, but he managed to react. But before he could finish speaking, Yao Yao hit him on the cheek with a package of medicine and asked, "Can he still brag after so many wounds?" "Hurry." Smiling, he looked at her and suggested that she do it herself. She agreed with him, and then opened the package and poured the contents onto his hand. He screamed, jumping up and down, and shouted that this medicine is for drinking. She wants him to die? She folded her arms across her chest and said indignantly that he had told her to do it himself. He asked if she was angry. She wondered what he was talking about. He suddenly disappeared, making her look around and worry. He started to apologize, but she reached her hands to his face and said that he didn't need to do that. She put a bandage on his cheek and told him not to do that again. He agreed with her, and then she added, "By the way, there's one more strange thing. She fainted while being attacked by the other. And then she woke up safe and sound." The protagonist asked, "What's so strange about that?" "The instructor saved her." She screamed that it wasn't so. It was Yo's brother. The protagonist suggested that she imagined it. How did Yo's brother get into the training camp? She sat down next to him and said that she was sure. At that moment, when she almost lost consciousness, it was Yo's brother who saved her. Then she put her hand to her cheek and added, oddly enough, at the same time she said a name. Brother Yo saved her so quickly, it felt like they had known each other for a long time. Was it possible? The protagonist, interrupting her, asked, she didn't doubt him, did she? She answered negatively and added that Brother Yo wasn't as incomplete as he was. The protagonist was indignant. Who else was incomplete? Then she asked him to tell her if it was possible that Brother Yo was studying with them. He answered that he didn't think so. Why? And he put his hands forward and said loudly, "She must see. Brother Yo is very strong, he is special, a hero with a sense of justice. Moreover, he is very handsome. Could such a person be a simple student?" She, thoughtfully putting her finger to her cheek, answered that this was also true, but how did he know that he was handsome? He threatened her with his finger, and explained that beauty was not that important. The most important thing was that Brother Yo could not have ended up in the middle of a training camp. At that moment, Ching An came up to them and called the protagonist. Yao Yao was surprised. The instructor? Perhaps so. Then the protagonist stood up from his seat and, turning his attention to the instructor, said that they met again. Yao Yao asked how his injury was. Ching An replied that the injury was minor. Everything would be fine. She said that thanks to him and the other instructors, they were now alive. He explained that everything happened because of their negligence, so they had to resolve the situation. By the way, he was not among the students who were saved. Did he get out alone? MC showed off his arm muscles and replied, of course. He broke through on his own. The instructor was surprised, right? Then he would look forward to his next exit. He understood that it would be quite difficult to get out alone. There was too much of an influx of others. Then he added, by the way, there were too many people in the testing room, so he would check them for contamination right here. After that, he brought a special device to them and said that everything was fine. There was no pollution, so they should take the medicine and go back. Then he waved his hand and said that he would go check on other people for now. Yao Yao waved back and wished him a safe journey. The protagonist also said goodbye to him. Qing'an, moving away, looked at the device screen in surprise and was shocked. Rank 2? Of course, he hid his true strength, but this level would still not be enough to withstand the sight of the eyes. Isn't he the only one who survived alone? The strangest thing is that his pollution index is 0. He said that he went all the way by himself, but while he kills others, he is drowning in pollution. Meanwhile, the protagonist asked his friend whose name she said. She answered that it was Dad, and he, upset, asked why not him? Qing'an was interested because he understood that this guy had a lot of secrets. Yunhai University not only has a training camp, but also a full-fledged educational environment. MC, passing by a student with loving eyes, said how cute. Yao Yao walked on and called him an idiot. He ran after her, and she sheepishly said that she was going to the dormitory. He scratched his head and said that she was unfamiliar with this place. He could walk her. She looked at him indignantly and said, does he really want to walk her to the girls' dormitory to look at other girls? He sheepishly replied that he did, but how did she understand? She hit him on the head and, walking away in the opposite direction, told him not to talk to her anymore. At this moment, Yuqin approached the main character and, chewing his food, asked, did he anger Yao Yao again? But he was still the same. The main character, frightened, turned around and shouted, how did he get so fat? His interlocutor emptied the rest of the contents of the bag into his mouth. The protagonist said that he understood. Yuqian explained that his ability is gluttony. The more he eats, the stronger he becomes, and he does not suffer from indigestion. Initially, his ability was not suitable for Yunhai University. Then he picked up the suitcase with just his index finger and added that later they lowered the bar and he was able to pass. Then he offered to walk him and asked where he was going. MC replied that he was interested in the first building. After a while, Yuqian said that they had arrived. This is the first building of the dormitory. Isn't it cool? He replied that it was great and very similar to a hotel. Then they went inside and Yuqian explained that this is a dormitory intended for the best students of the training camp. The facilities are top-notch and the environment is good. In addition to the dormitory, there is also a small garden, a gym, and a library. Everything is designed for comfort. Then they went to the door and Yuqian said, here's his room. He wondered why it is open. Isn't this a single room? Then he opened the door and saw a student clutching his head and laughing and saying that it's cool, a big bed, good lighting, and ventilation. His comrade said, Brother Mu, do you think they'll have any strong freshmen? If so, they shouldn't stop there either. His comrade spread his arms out and said, they're already sophomores, should they care about freshmen? Then he turned his attention to the open door and told his comrade to take a look, someone's here. Shimu stood up from his chair and turned to face the door and said, brother, he's in the wrong building. This is his place. These are the rules of the Yunhai training camp. Yuchian pointed his finger at him and retorted, this is nonsense. There are no such rules. The student sneered. What? Is he not happy with something? He walked right up to him and Yuchian got angry and shouted, of course, this is a freshman dorm, so they should move away. The student laughed and then walked out into the hallway and shouted, hey, here comes a freshman saying that the dorm is his. There was a noise outside the doors on the floor, and then the doors opened and many students came out into the hallway. One of them, flexing his fists, asked, do the freshmen not understand the rules at all? But it's okay, they can explain everything, but he would like to remind them that they are the best students, so he should think about it carefully. Yuchian hit the protagonist in the chest and said, damn, it looks like they have occupied the entire floor. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and told him to forget about it. After all, they are their seniors, you can't ruin the first impression. His comrade said that it was true, they will not get into a squabble today. Let's go. The MC added that after all, they are taking on a lot. His comrade was surprised by these words, and the seniors, angry, ran to attack, and one of them shouted, that's it, he's going to get it now. He can pray. The protagonist concentrated energy in his hand, and at that moment, Shimu appeared behind him, also releasing powerful energy around himself. The students looked at him in horror. The protagonist turned around and was surprised. It seemed like he had a pupil ability. Shimu then asked what his name was. The protagonist introduced himself. He smirked and said that he thought he shouldn't have performed today. He wants this room? Then he should follow Yunhai's rules, go to the arena and fight for it. The MC pointed his finger at him and said, okay, but one fight is not enough. He pointed his finger at the other students and added that they all have to participate. At that time, students were talking near the entrance of the dormitory. One of them asked, did they hear? There was a person in the special training camp who decided to go against the seniors. He heard that the guy, Shimu, likes to bully people. Then the student pointed his finger forward and drew attention. Hey, one of the students decided to help them retake the dorm. His classmate was surprised, right? He decided to confront them alone. Go, we need to encourage him. Where to look? They can just follow the crowd. Meanwhile, in the arena, the host made the necessary notes and announced that everyone was registered. Now they can choose weapons and equipment. They know the rules, so there is no need to rush. Cheng, flexing his fist, said that they can only sympathize with the newcomer. Yuchian, turning to the protagonist, said that he thinks it is better to leave, but the protagonist assured him that he didn't have to worry, he knew what he was doing. Then he went to the weapons stand and picked up a huge machete, saying that he didn't think it was the right weapon. His comrade asked why he didn't pick something bigger. MC wondered which one would be better. At that moment, Cheng entered the arena and, armed with a spear, shouted, hey, soy sauce, he has to come out here. If he's afraid, he should just give up right away. The protagonist concentrated his energy around himself and asked, afraid? That's ridiculous. He picked up a club with spikes and, looking at it, said that he just needed time to decide which weapon would be the best. His opponent asked, but he hadn't even picked out his defense. Does he think this will do? MC awkwardly scratched his head and agreed with him. And the next second, his opponent used his energy to rush forward at lightning speed and shouted, what arrogance. He will crush him in a second. The protagonist smirked. I wonder if he is also a shadow master. There were shouts from the onlookers, they must see. He is approaching, the fastest among their classmates. Forward, brother Cheng. He must teach him a lesson. Yuchian told the protagonist to run. He must not stand there. But the protagonist continued to stand still, while his opponent, who was close to everyone, pushed off the ground and swung his arm to attack. But the next second, the protagonist seemed to disappear. Everyone present was perplexed. A smoke screen formed at the place where he disappeared, and after a few seconds, it all dissipated, and MC appeared, giving a thumbs down, and his opponent was lying on all fours on the ground. The weapon was inside his body, and the protagonist called out to the next one. Then the protagonist pulled out his weapon from his enemy's buttocks, and spinning it in his hand, asked, well, does anyone else dare? A bunch of idiots. They can all attack at once. The seniors indignantly shouted, how impudent. Moron, how dare he injure a third-year student? Several students actually rushed to attack. One of them remarked that this was interesting. They were in on it too. The protagonist understood that the most long-awaited moment had come. A system window appeared in front of him, which said, Attribute, Shadow. The man is a stalker, a killer. Stalker hides in the shadows, no one suspects of his existence. First, he can easily hide in the shadows, without fear of being discovered. The shadow is his home. Second, he should pay attention. The disclosure of the personality of the action of this ability is noticeably reduced. But the presence of a shadow is still considered deadly. MC understood that after absorbing fragments of the personality of the shadow species, his abilities have increased significantly. Moreover, he had already tried the stalker ability when killing an eye species, but in this world it cannot be activated yet. Then the system window appeared in front of him again, which said, Killers. Mark. Numerous wars. Numerous wars. A real killer is very well oriented on the battlefield, sees all the available advantages. Thanks to numerous battles, he will be able to quickly grow and sometimes get the opportunity to gain new abilities or strengthen existing ones. The protagonist thought that numerous wars specifically exist so that he can develop faster. If the battle is intense, his abilities will improve at a faster rate. Then, the seniors shouted, forward and rushed to attack, but the protagonist easily threw them in different directions. Yuchian, turning to the host, was perplexed. What is happening? We need to stop them. She replied that his friend himself said that he challenges everyone, there is nothing to worry about, and his friend is not that simple. She looked at the arena. MC really was standing in a pile of neutralized students. He sighed and asked, is that all? He didn't even break a sweat. At this point, Shimu declared that he didn't expect a high school student to have such a high level of physical fitness. However, the outcome of the fight didn't depend on that alone. He then threw an apple into the air and began to chop it with his weapon. He then impaled it on the tip of his sword, showing off a carved rose, and added that it all depended on technique. After that, the apple flew off his sword. The seniors cheered. Go ahead. Shimu, he shouldn't give in to a low school student. He's in the top 3 among his age. He should teach him a lesson. The protagonist noticed that he was a master swordsman, just like the main character in the book. He chuckled, thinking that his previous opponents were too weak, so he didn't have the chance to accumulate much experience. He'll look at him. With these thoughts, he charged and swung his bat. Shimu appeared at his side at that moment and explained that he is a type of eye that inherited the power of an ancient demon. After activating his ability, and his movements no longer seem so agile to him. Not only can he easily dodge his attacks, but he can also observe every move. He swung his sword and directed it at the protagonist's back, adding that in his eyes he is just an innocent lamb that needs to be killed. The next second, MC sharply dodged. Shimu laughed and noted that he has good reaction. He was just training. Now it's time to act seriously. His eyes lit up with excitement and he swung his weapon. The protagonist looked at this in surprise, and a system window appeared in front of him, which said that numerous wars are launched. The enemy's actions are being analyzed. The angle of the attack release will be directed from top to bottom diagonally. The enemy simultaneously tenses his shoulders and forearm. The wrist deviates to the right so that the attack goes more smoothly. The distance between the feet is too large to avoid causing any discomfort. Turns the waist to strengthen the blow. You should not parry the attack. It is best to move to the right and then counterattack. The enemy's weak point is in the shoulder blade area. MC followed this advice. Dodging, he swung his weapon and hit the enemy's shoulder blade exactly. Shimu, clutching the bruised place, clenched his teeth and, perplexed, thought, how is this possible? Just now it was his turn to attack? His technique did not work at the last moment? Then he guessed, is he really a shadow species? He understood that things were bad. The influence of his species was not that strong. He again assumed a fighting stance and understood that if he activated his abilities, he was afraid that he would have a hard time. The protagonist threw the bat onto his shoulder. Grinned. What's the matter? He must continue. Are you scared? His opponent grinned. Scared? The next second, he rushed into an attack with lightning speed and shouted that this was funny. The protagonist also prepared for the attacks, and a system window appeared in front of him, telling him that the enemy would try to cheat. He should not be fooled. He should pay attention to the shoulders. The greatest amount of force comes from the waist and goes to the shoulders. The moment the shoulders drop, the movement begins. It is recommended to strike at the exact moment when the shoulders are tense. The protagonist followed this advice again and cut the opponent's cheek. Then he swung the bat around, and Shimu thought irritably that he had been mastering these techniques for 5 years. This guy only needed one time? Has his swordsmanship improved too? And then, he looked at him in surprise, and MC turned around, walked away in the opposite direction, and told him to use all his tricks. Shimu shouted irritably, the bastard, he wanted to teach him a lesson, but he forced him. He must die. Running forward, he used the special technique, after image cut. He approached the protagonist, and at the right moment, he swung his sword and split his body in half. But suddenly his face changed in surprise when he realized that the protagonist was behind him, and he did the same as with his previous opponent. Withering chrysanthemum. Shimu screamed in pain, and then the protagonist bowed and thanked him for the lesson. A system window appeared in front of him, which said that by ending numerous wars, he gained special abilities. Intuitive defense. As a natural-born killer, he has excellent intuitive defense. He's able to detect potential danger and make the right decisions. He thought that this was great. This time he had obtained excellent skills. Then he put his hand forward and shouted, is this all they can do? They must call everyone here. They must tell everyone that he, Zhang Yu, challenges everyone in Yunhai University. After some time, MC was lying on a hospital bed, with his body bandaged, and said that he had a headache. Yao Yao, who was sitting next to him, was peeling an apple for him, and wondering how he even had the brains to challenge all the students. Yuqian, who was also in the room, waved his hands and retorted that she simply didn't see how majestic Zhang Yu was when he challenged everyone. All the seniors just watched in silence, while the girls screamed in delight. The male lead said that in the end, he was attacked by more than 100 people. He was sorry that he couldn't activate his shadow form. Yao Yao pressed the peeled apple to his face and was indignant. Hey, if the instructor hadn't taken it away, he would have definitely been disabled. He then took a bite of the apple and asked, by the way, what about her dorm? Is it also occupied by seniors? She replied that it wasn't, so what? He replied that he was sorry, and she was surprised. Sorry? He said that he thought that if she had nowhere to live, he would have taken her in, where they would live happily and carefree. He imagined this scene, and drool flowed from the corner of his lip. His girlfriend started to slap him in the face and indignantly shouted that he could dream. She would rather sleep on the street than with him. He replied that it hurt. She should not touch the wounds. Yuqian noted that they could behave more calmly. At this moment, Chang'an entered the room and, laughing, noted that their spirits were not falling. He thought that he would recover very soon. MC suddenly stood up and, raising his hand, smiled and said that he was already feeling better. When could they start training? Yao Yao was surprised. Did he really lie about his pain all over? The instructor sat down on a chair and told him not to rush. His training would be different from others. They would discuss everything later. He was surprised? Different? Why? He replied that it was because he had already reached the 2nd rank of special. The protagonist was perplexed. When did he find out? It was not worth flaunting himself in the arena. Yuqian put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said in surprise, wow. In that case, no wonder he was so cool. He was already a rank 2. Yao Yao hit him on the head and said that this couldn't be, he had reached rank 2? When did he do it? He laughed awkwardly and replied that he himself had just found out and was also surprised. Qing An explained that he would have the same knowledge base as everyone else, but to gain practical skills, he would take classes with the second-year students. He was excited. Wow, he would fight the second-year students? The instructor replied that it was possible, but it would be a mock battle. The protagonist knew that this was cool. He would be able to use the techniques of numerous wars and accumulate a lot of experience. Qing An then remarked that he liked to challenge strong opponents. When the time came, he would accompany him to training. A few days later, Yunhai University. The bell rang in the hall. The protagonist reached out to his friend's popcorn and then took a bite of the meat. Yao Yao, who was sitting next to them, said that today was the first day of classes. Could he be more serious? He looked at her and was surprised. What difference did it make? Anyway, he had already read the history of the special ones at her house. She pointed out that if he failed the exam, he would not be able to enter the course in his specialty. He shouted in surprise, "An exam?" Then they saw a hologram of the planet, and the protagonist thought that it looked like the image he had seen in Uncle Lu's room. Could it really be true? Then the teacher stood next to the hologram and said hello, explaining that he was their history teacher for the special ones. His name was Su Jianyang. History of the Special Ones is a course that describes the main events before the disaster and up to their time, a new course. This course is very important specifically for 3 species, but the rest should not despair. He selected the programs on the pad and the hologram showed the next projection. And he began the story, the year when the others arrived. Their world began to suffer from aggression. At first, no one understood where the others came from. They assessed it as an unknown species. The unique structure of the others' bodies, as well as the constantly emitted pollution, opened the door to a new world and began to drive everyone crazy. Half an hour later, about 36 rifts formed around the world. A large number of second-rank others came out of another dimension and began to kill civilians. The strength of the others was not great. Simple bullets and artillery fire were enough to tear bodies apart. Under the counterattack of the military team, all the others were killed. But the worst thing about this is not the strength, but the price for killing. And this price was the pollution that formed in the bodies. Every time an other was killed, someone from the civilians died. Fortunately, the price for killing low-level others is limited in scale, so they tried to strike from a long distance. It seemed that at least temporary stability was coming. But, as the number of cracks increased, the world began to undergo huge changes. Animals and plants were more susceptible to environmental pollution than humans, and nature was no longer safe. On the first day of the second year of the new era, Beidou and Nando announced the establishment of large gathering places and the planning of a mass resettlement of civilians. In the 5th year of the new era, others began to attack the gathering places en masse. In order to find a way to combat this, humans began to conduct tests, and the mortality rate meanwhile reached 97%. But since then, humans have learned a lot, and they entered a new era of specials. Although the research of specials powers has advanced, they are still only in the initial stage and they cannot compete with Shenzhou yet. In the same year, 15 countries announced their dissolution and the crisis escalated step by step. Soon after, forbidden items were discovered and a new wave began in Dazhou. Relying on forbidden items, some people began to develop new ranks of power within themselves. They founded the Dawn organization and made significant contributions to the fight against others. The protagonist was surprised. Dawn? The same organization that Yao Yao spoke of. The teacher continued, in the 10th year of the new era, they finally found a way to advance to the second rank through more legal means. Their special strength made a big breakthrough. Now they could fight against others equally. In the same year, full-fledged gathering places were established in Beidou and Nando. And then the other 8 gathering places, Qinyang, Mai, Atai, Xinghuo, Linan, Gongdong, Changyang, and Tianfu. One of the students asked, where did they get so many gathering places from? His comrade noted that this was completely different from what he had heard before. The teacher replied that he knew that it might be quite difficult for them to accept all this, but now he was only stating the facts. In the 20th year of the new era, a 3rd-rank other suddenly appeared. Ordinary artillery fire could no longer deal with it. The Nando assembly area had done everything, but at a great cost. In the 30th year of the new era, the first type of special appeared, which was stronger than all the previous ones. It brought an army of others who besieged the entire city. The distance did not allow the use of nuclear weapons. The students asked in surprise, and then he answered that Mai was destroyed and there were no survivors. The class fell silent, and then Jianyang continued his story. In the 40th year of the new era, the 4th-rank others appeared. During the explosion of the nuclear weapon, they mutated. The others came out of the flames, and the assembly area of Atai was destroyed. In the 50th year of the new era, Tianfu and the surrounding areas of the assembly area faced the cracks of the abyss and the threats of others, and all this led to the first great migration of peoples. In the 60th year of the new era, the southwest and northwest of Dazhou completely turned into abandoned areas. In the 70th year of the new era, the others headed north. If it hadn't been for the Linan gathering place, they would have lost this too. The result was the second great migration, but this time, it was special. He clenched his fist and explained that 100,000 young people had given their lives so that the rest of the population could migrate safely. But it was in this year that the north and south were cut off. Nando became a lonely city. Sometime later, on the campus, Yao Yao noted that everything seemed unreal, because it seemed like there was peace all around. She did not expect that reality would be much harsher. The protagonist stated that with his current strength, they have nothing to worry about. She looked down and said that Nando was in dire straits. How long could Yunhai last? The protagonist noted that no one knew, but it might last for a year for sure. MC stole a glance at her, and then hugged her tightly. Zhang Yu noted with a smile, hugging the girl, that if the end ever came, he would protect her. Yao Yao wanted to thank him with tears in her eyes. However, unexpectedly, the protagonist tried to kiss her and said that they should make the first move before the others captured them. She got angry and pushed him away, and then shouted that she wished him dead and for him to stay away from her. Jianyang noted with a laugh that they were not at all desperate. It was him, Jungyu, right? He recognized him immediately. After so many years of teaching, he had not yet met a better mindset among the students. The protagonist asked, pointing at himself with his index finger, did he really know him? He said with a smile that of course his name was known. After all, it quickly spread throughout Yunhai University. MC awkwardly noted that he did not understand something. Jianyang said that he could ask directly. Jungyu asked why he decided to tell them such sad facts in the first lesson. He looked up and asked if it was not better for everyone to know the truth as soon as possible. The protagonist noted that it was not bad. However, after seeing this, everyone lost heart. Jianyang said that despair was also good. The protagonist looked at the teacher with a puzzled look. He said, looking at the tree, that spring had come after a harsh winter, only the plum blossoms survived. It's the same with people. A person can only survive if he is in despair. And although he is already rank 2, but with all due respect, he is not that special now. MC spread his hands and asked, he himself said that he is already rank 2, but why does he not consider him special? Jianyang asked, does possessing the power of a special immediately make him special? Jungyu looked at the teacher with surprise on his face. He said that possessing rank 1 skills is the initial stage on the path to madness. Rank 2 is considered the most dangerous, pollution of the body, acquiring an inhuman appearance. It feels like you are sinking to the bottom, as if you are standing on the edge of an abyss. He wants to ask him, since he has reached rank 2, has he felt any of the above? Has he seen the abyss? Then Jianyang turned away from him and said with a smile that the current him is not yet ready to become special. The last question is about what he said in class. Is everything in the story true? Afterwards, Yao Yao asked him, poking her index finger at his back, what was he thinking about? The protagonist said that he was thinking about nothing special. He would go and prepare for the next lesson. After a while, the teacher of the basic knowledge of specials told him that the source of the special's power comes from the other. There is a fire type, a bone type, an eye type, a blood type, a feather type, and others. They can hunt and kill others, but the cost of killing them will be reflected on their body. In addition, they can absorb the power of others, thereby adding it to their power. The protagonist dozed off during this lesson, while Yao Yao studied hard. After a while, the physical training teacher shouted that they should concentrate their energy in their body and release it. The MC danced, while the other students diligently used their abilities. Afterwards, it was time for lunch, and the cafeteria worker said that today they had braised pork. Jungyu looked at the food with doubt. As evening fell, the practical lesson at Yunhai University began. The protagonist thought that this was a curse. Why was Yao Yao assigned to group 3? Her talent should be determined by the same level as his. The protagonist thought irritably that it was most likely Uncle Lu's doing. He deliberately distanced Yao Yao from him. The teacher announced, politely addressing the students, that starting today, they would begin the basic training course. They would be taught by specially trained instructors. The results of this duel and their skills would be taken into account in the entrance exam. Without further ado, they should hear the instructions. They should step into their classrooms and begin preparing. The students furiously declared that they were ready to begin training. After a while, MC thought, is he really the one who will be the instructor for Group 1? Isn't he too frail? The instructor of Group 1 shouted that everyone should pay attention to him. Jungyu thought that this was amazing. Their instructor shouted impressively. He said that they should continue to stand like this. The protagonist thought in shock, what about combat training? Are they just going to stand like this? Then the protagonist was surprised to feel pressure and asked, is this really a killing energy? His body is not moving. MC thought, looking around, that it was not only him. Everyone could not move. What is this? Is this some kind of ability? Although it does not look like it. Jungyu looked at the instructor and thought that he was emitting killing energy. Suddenly, the first student could not stay on his feet and fell to his knees, holding on with his hands. The protagonist thought that now he understood. Their standing is a way to evaluate their abilities. Simply put, whoever can withstand this pressure will be considered the coolest. After 15 minutes, all the students gave up, and only the protagonist stubbornly continued to stand with his last strength. The instructor of the first group announced that they can rest. MC sat down on the ground with a heavy sigh and noted that it was finally over. Jing'an noticed that he was just as pushy. He then extended his hand and said that it was time for them to go. Jungyu then asked where they were going. Was he going to train with the second year? He said that was not the case at all. There were special conditions for him in the training camp. After a while, Jing'an said that they were there. The protagonist scratched his head in confusion and asked why no one was here. He asked if he was not here either. The protagonist asked if he was hinting at that very thing. Jing'an said with a smile that he understood everything correctly. It would be a pair training. After a while, other students gathered on the site. They noticed that Jungyu was training individually with instructor Jing'an. They thought it was cool. They did not expect anything else from a genius. The MC looked at the students and asked if they could change the training location. There were so many people looking at him now. Jing'an asked with a smile, what was the matter? Did he have stage fright? Jungyu admitted that he was a little worried about this. He remembered Shengguang's words, who ordered him to have a personal training session so that he would not be seen again. He said that Mr. Shengguang personally asked for training with him. If there were any suggestions, he should contact him himself. The protagonist shouted indignantly, so this was his doing? He was manipulating him too much. Jing'an noted, using his powers, that it was time for them to start training. The protagonist exhaled and said that he was quite strong. He said that then he should not despair if anything happened. He could give it his all, he would not resist. The The MC asked with a smile, was he sure about this? Suddenly, Jiang Yu used his powers and said, preparing to kick him, that these were his words. Their energy fields disrupted the balance in the atmosphere, causing vortices to form throughout the stadium. The spectators admiringly said that it was beautiful. In one fell swoop, he suppressed the instructor. His strength is impressive. The gap between their abilities is obvious. They want him to win. The instructor crossed his arms and said that he made a mistake. The instructor of Group 1 pointed out that his first move was to kick, which was not a good decision. It is easy to catch and counterattack. Therefore, it was a bad strike and it is clearly not worth learning from. At this moment, Xing'an said, while blocking his strike, that his resilience is good, but basically his train of thought is too simple, so his movements are easy to predict. Then he grabbed his leg with his hand and threw him to the side. The protagonist landed on his feet and rushed to attack again. Xing'an thought, as they exchanged a series of blows, that he was much stronger than before. Although his skills are far from masters, he is clearly superior to beginners. Was he mistaken in his strength? Each time, his strikes become more powerful and faster. When did he accelerate? At this moment, Xing'an's surprised face was almost hit by the protagonist's fist. Afterwards, MC happily said that he had won. Unexpectedly, Xing'an blocked his punch and held his hand tightly, then threw him over his shoulder. Jiang Yu fell backwards to the ground with a thud. The students were surprised to see that he had been defeated in a matter of seconds. They had expected Jiang Yu to win, but it all ended so unexpectedly. The instructor of Group 3 noted, crossing his arms, that it turns out that at first the instructor deliberately gave in. In a fight, the most important thing is not only the body and skills, but also the brain. After a while, Jiang Yu asked with displeasure, did he really use his abilities? Xing'an said with a smile that not only them, he also tries to keep his body in shape. He won solely due to his extensive combat experience. A strong body, training, tactics, all this forms the basis for an ideal battle, and is also a key factor in the outcome of the battle. However, simply learning is not enough. The situation on the battlefield changes quickly, so getting used to what is happening is clearly not an option. The protagonist rushed at him and wanted to hit him, but he grabbed his hand and noted that all that remains is to adapt. Therefore, it takes a lot of time to develop combat instincts. Or does he have a different opinion? Unexpectedly, the protagonist grabbed his hand and shouted, throwing him over his shoulder, that cunning is also very important. After a while, the instructor of Group 3 announced that the rest is over. They must return to their training. The first 2 days are aimed at their adaptation. From the third day, the classes will be separated. If they stand in a fighting stance for less than an hour, they will be expelled. He does not care what gender they are, the rules are the same for everyone. After a while, Yao Yao thought, resisting the pressure, that she must hold on, she cannot lose heart. She remembered how Jiang Yu mockingly asked why she was still in Group 3? Yao Yao thought, gritting her teeth, otherwise Jiang Yu will start laughing at her. She must get into Group 1. Then she turned around and thought, everything will be fine with him, right? Even though this is just sparring, the battle will not be fierce? At this moment, the protagonist flew to the side and stood up. Yao Yao's face changed and said that this is some kind of deadly training. Xing'an said that he is very stubborn. He thought he could easily defeat him, but he even had to resort to abilities. Amazing skills, just like his uncle in the old days. The protagonist rushed into battle and shouted that this is not the end. Xing'an used his abilities and said that he had enough for today. He thought that his speed had slowed down. Apparently, he was at the limit of his abilities. To his surprise, Jiang Yu's punch speed suddenly increased, and he was able to strike him. Afterwards, Xing'an looked at the place of the strike with a puzzled look. The protagonist said with a smile that now they are even, and then he fell to the ground and noted that he finally succeeded. Xing'an thought that at first he put a little force into the punch to distract him, and then went on the offensive. He is special, he has no doubt about it. He can be called all-seeing. After a while, the protagonist asked, turning to Xing'an, he will not make him pay for the broken training ground, will he? If he insists on it, then it would be better for him to ask Xinguang for money. Xing'an said that he doesn't have to worry about it, they will restore everything later. Sometime later, in the university infirmary, Yang Qi asked if he came here again. The protagonist said that it was a coincidence. This was his third time coming here, and he met her every time. Maybe she would tell him her name already? She said, approaching him, that he should be more polite to her. And she came here for an internship, and this was the third time he tried to find out her name. The protagonist noticed her curves and remembered that she was definitely Yang Qi. Then she said that he should rest. The MC said that she didn't need to leave. He was afraid to be alone. Xing'an asked how he was doing. Jiang Yu asked if he hadn't continued training the students. Xing'an said, giving him some medicine, that he was the head instructor in hand-to-hand combat, so it was okay if he was absent for a while. He should hurry up and drink it to regain his strength. The protagonist drank the contents, thanking him. The protagonist cheerfully stated that he was alive again. He could train for another whole day. He noted that when he felt better, they could continue training. MC noted that sometimes he felt like his condition was unstable, but he could not explain it in more detail. Xing'an crossed his arms and said that he also wanted to discuss something with him. They would continue individual training, but would make some adjustments. Jiang Yu asked if he could find out more details. He stated that he would be sent to undergo practical training with the second year. The protagonist asked, practical training already? But he had not even graduated from high school yet. He came to the training camp for knowledge. Does he really think he can do it? Xing'an noted that he had a chance. The protagonist said that he agreed then. He said that he had things to do, so he was leaving already. As for his skills, he sent the information to his email. He can watch it, but he is not allowed to tell others. MC took out his phone and said that he understood everything. Jiang Yu opened the letter on the phone, and a projection appeared. Jan said, introducing himself and greeting, that he will explain some basics of the special skills. Please read the content first. A chat window appeared, which answered questions. What are the skills of the special? The first rank is considered enlightenment, the second is alienation, and only the third is the true rank of the special. This is fundamentally different from the first two. When the internal pollution reaches a certain level, it causes great harm to a person. Soon, the strength will not be available in the amount that was available before. But if this happens to a special, even if 100 different copies of pollution are applied to him at once, his strength will increase 200 times. These are the skills of the special. The principle of the special skills is not so complicated and is tied to 3 factors: physical training, the amount of energy expended, and the concentration of willpower. The combination of these 3 qualities will create a special with incredible strength. Jan decided to demonstrate the difference on dummies. He then noted that this target is made of heat-resistant alloy number 7, which is considered very strong and durable. This alloy is able to withstand the physical damage of a rank 2 special. They should pay attention. Now he will use about 500 units of power, which is equivalent to rank 3. The protagonist noted that this is amazing. Although the targets flew apart, they did not receive significant damage. Jan said that now he will use 500 units of power again, but this time in the manner of a special. The protagonist said in surprise that the skills of a special are a combination of physical strength, energy of a special, and willpower, which are combined into a single whole. Jan destroyed the targets with his superior ability of a special. MC noted that great willpower can even help move mountains. In the recording, Jan said that the skill of a special is an unstoppable trend. Jongyu noted, covering his face with his hands, that this was surprising. Is this also part of the special skills? This is simply amazing. Jan said, saluting, that this technique is considered a special skill, 100 cracks. If they have rank 3 energy, the strength can be equated to limitless. He wishes good luck in training. Special skills are a means by which they can deal a powerful blow to others. The protagonist noted that for some reason, he thought that everything would go well, but already now some problems are beginning. This is the world of specials. It is not surprising that such a world is filled with many unknowns. A notification appeared on the phone screen that special skills are techniques that only rank 3 specials can master. But each special skill significantly depletes energy and strength. The first is attention to detail, careful control of your body. The second is acceleration. He must mobilize all his muscle groups to go beyond endurance. The skill is associated with willpower, which will allow you to escape from the shackles. The third is emotions. The mind should be calm like water. Thoughts should be like waves, sometimes rising, sometimes calming down. Attention, physical fitness, willpower, and body abilities are not only a certain quantity, but also quality. At the early stage, do not rush to play with quantity for quality. MC sighed heavily and said that it was all difficult to understand at once. After a while, Jongyu opened his profile where his name was indicated. Attribute, Shadow. Remaining time, 5 months. Evaluation, he is congratulated on being able to live for a year. The protagonist noted that it would be strange if he announced in front of everyone that at such a young age he had special skills, and therefore he asked for some kind of reward. The next day, the protagonist asked, turning to Ching-an, if he could help at such an age. Is this even legal? Can he share some details? Ching-an said that he would run with the second-year students. The protagonist asked, is it really just running? After a while, in Jiaolong Stadium, Ching-an said that after he entered there, he must run with all his might. The watch will determine his physical condition. Only upon reaching a certain number will the training be considered complete. The instructor will intervene only in case of mortal danger. MC noted that the list of strange training methods has been replenished. However, this is an amazing place. He asked with a smile, does he have the courage to take the risk? Zhang asked, is he just joking? His uncle is a retired general, and his father-in-law is an active member of the Yunhai Night Watch. How can he show his fear? Can something really happen to him? Ching-an noted that if something happens, he will have to lie down for a few months. But he will apply for a special substance that will help him recover faster. The protagonist grinned and said that it will not be needed. Sometime later, inside the stadium, the protagonist asked why the room looked more like a prison. Something is wrong here. What is the name of this place? Yesterday, he thought he would be sent to an electronics factory. He asked what factory he was talking about. This is Jiaolong Stadium, although the students prefer to call it an escape room. The MC noted that he should think about it first. Ching-an forced him inside and said that he should stop acting like this. Then he locked him inside. Zhang Yu tried to shout at him. Ching-an called Shunguang and said that he had locked that guy up and everything was fine. At that moment, the protagonist shouted, where did that other come from? They should let him out. He reported on the phone that he was making noise now. What is going on? The protagonist shouted that the management here is disgusting. Does that creature really want to bite him? Let it go, it can't be bitten. Ching-an then reported to Shunguang that Zhang Yu is hopeless. At that time, the MC was surrounded by others and he shouted in fear that this is a terrible place. He asks them to stop bothering him. Then Zhang Yu thought, why did the door open? Although he doesn't know what danger awaits him behind the door, but instead of waiting here forever, he better see what's there. The protagonist ran to the open door and thought, do they really want to keep him here? The protagonist used his ability and broke through the others into the next room. The MC looked around and thought that the danger was behind him. At this moment, another participant was running away from the creatures in panic, and he shouted, why is he standing there? They have to run away from here. He then asked which group he was from. Zhang Yu noted that he was from the first group, the special training camp. The participant shouted in surprise, is he seriously from the special training camp? He just entered. Why did he end up here? The protagonist noted that he was simply too good. The participant thought that he was sleeping with the head instructor's daughter. It couldn't be any other way. The protagonist asked, what the hell is going on here? He told them that they needed to run with all their might, always using their willpower and resist the others that were constantly surrounding him. Suddenly, the participant rushed forward and shouted that he wished him luck. The MC caught up with him and asked how he could get out of here. He wondered in surprise, where did he get such speed from? The participant noted that he would explain one last time. His task was to simply run as fast as he could. The exit would appear on its own. Some people run for months, but it is different for everyone. At that moment, an other was thrown at the protagonist, whom he grabbed with his hand and shouted, throwing it against the wall, that it should not touch him. The protagonist asked why these other beings could not simply be killed. The participant noted that they only needed to run, regardless of what monsters were attacking them. If they started killing them, they would quickly get tired. Did they need that? Behind them, the participants asked them to run faster, without further ado. The MC jumped over the pit and then continued running forward, encountering various obstacles along the way. After a while, one participant couldn't jump over the hole in the floor and started falling down, but Zhang Yu saved her. The protagonist asked if she was okay. The participant asked why he decided to help her. The protagonist said that he couldn't do otherwise. She noted that she was saved. She needed to repay him somehow. There was no other way. The MC asked if there were really that many rules here. At that moment, the bone others attacked him. Zhang Yu thought, having dodged the enemy attack, that the bone even broke through the wall. The participant was horrified and thought that it was a curse. Two other ranked 2 at once. The protagonist used his abilities and shouted, throwing the bones back at the others, that he was returning it back to them. Then the protagonist ran with the participant, and she thought that not only was he able to dodge these bones, but he also transferred them to the opponents. She had never seen such a brave person before. At this moment, the bone other caught up with them, and MC pushed her and said that she should go first. Zhang Yu used his ability and entered the battle against the other. The protagonist delivered a powerful kick to the bone other's head and shouted that it should taste his ankle. The protagonist noticed that his intuition was helping again. Suddenly, MC sensed danger and jumped back from the enemy's attack, but an arrow with a purple flame was chasing him. Afterwards, Zhang Yu said that it was amazing. He barely managed to dodge. Apparently, abilities really help. The protagonist used his ability, concealment, and disappeared at the last moment before the enemy's attack. The protagonist thought, is the special training camp really that dangerous? If not for his keen intuition, he would have lost his heart long ago. Is this normal? Suddenly, a participant screamed that she needed help. MC noticed, seeing the tied-up girl, that this was bad. It was her again. She was suddenly thrown into the wall and lost consciousness. Zhang Yu said that he didn't have time. After a while, the protagonist thought that literally within 10 minutes, the first person was eliminated. Apparently, it was time for him to act. Afterwards, a man eating flour with 20% HP was in his way. The protagonist thought in shock, what was this other doing here? This creature is not low level either. MC thought, preparing for battle, that fortunately the other did not have much HP left, only 20%. Zhang Yu repelled the enemy attack and thought, gritting his teeth, that this is a curse. Can it also become invisible? Where did so many strange other beings come from? The protagonist thought, dodging a series of blows, that he shouldn't get tired, otherwise he wouldn't be able to fight. He had to calculate the trajectory of this creature's attacks. The protagonist used the skill, Shadow Pupil, and his eyes transformed. MC thought he could see everything now. Zhang Yu rushed at the enemy and said that this other was using stealth to the fullest. The protagonist shouted, dealing a crushing blow to the other, that it was time for this creature to die. After his blow, the other had 10% HP left. The protagonist got angry and kicked the monster with his foot and said that it should go away. He was personally driving this other away. After MC thought that they should not pose direct harm to life. He can no longer waste time, he must run forward. After a while, Zhang Yu concentrated his power and thought that this was a curse. The pollution was affecting him too much. Is it really that difficult? The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that his head was spinning, as if he had drunk. Suddenly he received damage from the enemy's blow. The protagonist grinned and noted with a smile that it hurt. A rank 2 other appeared in front of him. MC thought he was in trouble now. This creature still has 70% HP and is rank 2? Suddenly, more others appeared behind this creature. Zhang Yu thought, looked at them in shock. Is there a whole herd of others here? The protagonist thought with a nervous smile. Did they seriously release an other with 70% HP for this creature to attack him? The people from the training camp are real beasts. The protagonist turned his attention and thought, what kind of door is there? Unlike the others, this one is located on the left side, not the right. Could this be the exit? The others prepared to fight. MC used his powers and thought as he rushed forward, he is not sure about this, but he should try. He must enter before his strength runs out. Zhang Yu thought as he blocked the enemy's attack, he will give it his all. The protagonist rushed to attack the other head-on and thought, maybe it opened the passage? The creature used its abilities and brought down a powerful attack on him. Then the protagonist sighed heavily, all injured, and thought that the strength of this creature justified his rank 2. MC gritted his teeth and thought that if things continued like this, he was afraid he would not be able to stand up to this other. Zhang Yu thought, as his enemy appeared behind him, that he could only speed up. The protagonist thought as he smirked and dodged the enemy's hand, that he would take the initiative into his own hands. The protagonist firmly grabbed the other's hand with his own hands and shouted, as he threw the creature aside, that he would not allow this other to attack him again. Then MC saw that the rank 2 other had 27% HP left. At this moment, the other creatures pounced on him. The system window reported that the enemy's line of sight was mostly on the right side. If he moved his left shoulder, he could dodge the attack. A piercing sound came from behind. A blow was coming. He needed to take half a step forward. Zhang Yu thought that he could see the direction of this creature's attacks. This was great. The protagonist thought, dodging the enemies, that he felt so light in his movements. Afterwards, the protagonist thought, running to the door, that it was time to escape from here. Suddenly, others appeared, and MC thought in surprise, what was going on? He had definitely defeated these creatures. The remaining enemies surrounded him. Jiang Yu dodged and shouted that the special training camp had definitely gone crazy. In that case, he would quietly hide from them. The protagonist said that he was almost there. Suddenly, others surrounded him again. The protagonist thought that this was bad. With his current physical strength, he clearly can't handle this crowd. However, he doesn't intend to lose either. MC thought, looking at the enemy's strike, that the bone was piercing his lower abdomen. He could withstand this strike, but he would have to injure his palm. Once he grabbed the bone, he should lean back 40 degrees. The vine would penetrate the other. Meticulousness in such a matter would not hurt. Where did such brilliant solutions come from in his mind, and are they reasonable? However, this is not so important now. He must try to do it. Then the vine pierced the body of another other. Jiang Yu sneered and said that they were idiots. The protagonist ran on and thought that he had almost no strength left. It was good that he managed to escape. Suddenly, the creature hit him in the back with its vine, causing him to be thrown into the gate. The protagonist laughed and said, while the man eating flour looked at him in confusion, that he couldn't believe that he was able to escape from them. He was saying goodbye to them. After a while, MC thought, is this really the exit? There are no doors or windows here. Jiang Yu shouted, waving his arms. Is there anyone here? They have to let him out of here. At that moment, a scary-looking other appeared. The protagonist asked in surprise, is it rank 2 again? The training camp isn't going to kill him, right? The creature rushed at him. The protagonist said that this creature had better not come near him. The rank 2 other kicked MC in the face. Jiang Yu flew to the side and said, losing consciousness, that he would definitely get to the instructors. After a while, the protagonist opened his eyes and thought, what kind of place is this? He remembers that the other got to him. The protagonist looked around and stared at her in surprise. Yangshi asked if he was awake yet. MC shouted in shock. What did she forget in his pants? She stated, crossing her arms, that if he was awake, he would undress himself. Jiang Yu shouted in fear. What was she thinking? There were people here. Yangshi noted that she needed to give him an injection. The protagonist said, turning over on his back, that he remembered that she was a nurse who was doing an internship here. She said, introducing herself, that she would not answer any more questions. She would not put on stockings either. If he dared to ask her anything else, he would get it. The protagonist thought that she was rather strange, but that was not bad. MC asked if he needed an injection. Would it really help? Would it not affect his dignity? Yangshi hit him with her hand, and Jiang Yu shouted that it hurt. She stated that if he felt pain, then everything was normal. He just needed to take the medicine for a few days, and everything would be fine. Then she glanced at him and noted that if anything went wrong, he could press the button next to the bed, and she would come to him. The protagonist thought dreamily that he had to admit, her blow was quite pleasant. By the way, he still didn't remember what happened there. Apparently, after his escape, someone helped him deal with another. But why let such high-ranking monsters in? Was there really some secret behind all this? The protagonist thought, closing his eyes, that in any case, he should rest a little first. After a while, MC opened his eyes and thought, looking at the clock on the wall, that it was already evening. Yuqian noticed that he had already woken up. He came here immediately after hearing the news that he was brought in on a stretcher. He didn't fight with the second-year students, did he? Jiang Yu said that he underestimated him. He passed through the special room of the camp. By the way, where are the others? He said that instructor Qing'an was at the main site, and he and Yao Yao came to him, but he did not wake up, so she went back to training. The protagonist asked, are they still training? Yuqian said that they were notified of his injuries. Yao Yao could not sit still, so she rushed here, but later she still had to go back to training. Then he asked in surprise, where is he going? He is injured. The protagonist said that it does not matter. He does not want to lie here any longer. After MC looked in the mirror and thought, seeing his HP at 66%, that his blood volume is normal, but his body has not yet recovered. Apparently, it is time for him to eat. After a while, Yangqi saw him in the corridor and asked with displeasure, crossing her arms, where is he going? Jiang Yu uncertainly said that his injuries are not very serious, so he wants to go back to the dorm. She said that if something happens to him, they will have to bear responsibility for it. The protagonist noted with a smile that he himself would be responsible for what happened. Yangqi indignantly exhaled and thought, blushing, that no one needed him. After some time on the street, Yuqian noted that he said that he would be responsible himself, including meaning the nurse. And what about Yao Yao? The protagonist shouted embarrassedly. What was he even talking about? What does this have to do with it? He said that he probably thought of the wrong thing. Then he said that he had better go to Yao Yao, because she was worried about him. He could not enter the first zone, so he would better wait here. MC noted that he would then go talk to her. After some time, Jiang Yu met Qing'an on the way, who asked him if he had come to his senses yet. Why hadn't he rested for a couple more days? The protagonist said, waving his hand in greeting, that his injuries were not that serious. He did not need to worry about him. He said that he could sit down next to him. Afterwards, Qing'an crossed his arms and noted that given all this, his rank too didn't really matter. Regardless of his rank, his energy drained very quickly. The protagonist asked when he could train again. He said next week, and in the meantime he would be with them. The MC noted that it was quite a long time. Qing'an said that he shouldn't overdo it for now anyway. Jiang Yu raised his hands and said that it was easy for him. He asked if he really thought so. In that case, did he pass the second-year final exam? The protagonist thought that if it was the final exam, earning points was very important. Would the students rely on running away? But then, what was the point of taking the exam at all? Although, on the other hand, the exam involved students going through traps and enemy creatures. The protagonist asked if it was about cooperation. He said that he was right. The final exam tested the students' ability to cooperate with each other. MC's expression changed and he thought that the most important thing in this task was to check whether the students would work as a team to face the disaster together. This is really an amazing university. Afterwards, Zhang Yu asked him what he thought of Professor Jian Yang. In the first class, he almost killed everyone with his statements. Qing'an thought about it and said that he could understand him. After all, this was the first time they learned the truth about the real world. They felt panic, despair, and anger, and this was a completely normal reaction. The reaction was much worse in their first class. Then he puzzled over the essence of this world for 3 days. By the way, why did he ask such a question? The protagonist noticed that Professor Jian Yang seemed to be very passionate about his subject. He crossed his arms and said that his class was very useful for them. It laid the foundation for them to move on to the next level. He was already ranked 2, he was stronger than most of his peers, but he should not be a hero and boast, otherwise nothing good would come of it. The protagonist asked, but he is rank 3, isn't he? Qing'an noted that it was true. At rank 2 he couldn't lay a solid foundation, so he is now in a bit of a stupor. The MC exhaled heavily and noted, remembering the past, that the path to the special was not as simple as he imagined. At first, he believed that in order to become strong, it was enough to meditate, absorbing energy into his body. He said that if everything was that simple, they would not be here anymore. Jian Yu said that he should not be such a pessimist. Qing'an said that he was just stating the facts. The first rule of the special is not to fall into despair and pessimism. The protagonist asked, what is the second rule then? He noted that he had already forgotten about the second rule. Suddenly, the protagonist was called by Yao Yao, who invited him to go with her. The protagonist shouted that he would be there soon. MC thought as he looked at the flag. The textbook said that the lightning and 4 stars depicted on the flag were very important. In the middle is the symbol of the Great Week, and the stars around represent great people during the disaster. The lightning and the stars have united the efforts of many people. The reality is not as good as they imagine in novels and stories. They must fight. Although it is dangerous and difficult, they cannot give up. Qing'an asked, putting his hand on his shoulder, why is he staring at the flag? Does he really want to be the flag bearer this week? Zhang Yu said that it is not like that at all. He was just thinking about the origin of the stars on the flag, that's all. He noted as he looked at the flag that everything is written in the textbooks. Part 4 introduces the Night Watch unit, and it had several names. The Bureau of Others, the Department of Others, the Bureau for the Management of Others. The names were different, and then they came to a single name. In his opinion, why exactly the Night Watch? The protagonist asked, because many evil creatures appear at night? Qing'an said that he can forget about it. It's even good that he doesn't know about it. The protagonist noted that he understands everything. He shouldn't tell much, right? What if he becomes a demon? He got furious and shouted, why is he talking such nonsense? MC hurried away from him and said that he will not tell anyone anything, and now he is saying goodbye to him. After a while, Zhang Yu asked, where is Yuqian now? How long has he been here? Yao Yao noticed that he is taking seats in the dining room. Then she pinched his arm and asked irritably, is he tired of living? The protagonist declared with tears in his eyes and calling her a woman that he was completely fine. What was the problem? Yao Yao indignantly said that it was better for him to keep quiet. She noted with disappointment that he did not understand. She was so scared for him when she was told that he was carried on a stretcher to the infirmary. Then the protagonist reached out to her with his hand and said, when her tear fell on his finger, that she did not need to cry. Then the MC decided to taste her tears and declared that they were too salty. Yao Yao looked at him with a sad expression. Then she shouted indignantly, has he completely lost his mind? Why is he tasting tears? The MC noted with a smile that it is natural to remember their taste. Zhang Yu hugged the girl and said that she should not worry. No matter what he has to face in the future, he will remember the bitterness of her tears, so he will not give up until the very end. Yao Yao declared, blushing, that it is better for him to keep his word. Otherwise, her father and uncle will get rid of him. The protagonist noticed a scratch and asked what happened to her knee. Didn't she go to the doctor? Yao Yao was embarrassed and remembered that when she found out about what was happening to him, she ran to the infirmary and fell on the way. She embarrassedly said that she was just unlucky during training. It's time for them to eat already. The protagonist asked, what if she injured a bone? Yao Yao pulled his hand and said that he should stop pretending to be her mother. She can't wait for him to eat chicken with cola. She treats him. Half a month later, on the training field, the protagonist chased after another and shouted, where is this creature in such a hurry? Didn't it mock him at the beginning? He warned this creature, it shouldn't be so arrogant. The protagonist asked with a smile, does it really expect to hide from him? MC activated the mark on the enemy and pounced on the creature using his abilities. At this point, Qing'an shouted in the control room that this was bad. This guy wanted to kill the other, end the training immediately. After a while, Qing'an entered the room and noted that he was making great progress. He could handle almost all the second-rank others on the field. Each time, he doubted his shadow specialization more and more. What if he had some military inclinations prevailing? The protagonist said that anything could happen. He crossed his arms and said that he should not get so carried away. By the way, how does he feel about the mission? In addition to simple training, sometimes they also provide various kinds of missions. Doesn't he want to try his luck? The protagonist thought that for now he cannot fully expose himself and his abilities, therefore he will not be able to absorb the other. MC said that he didn't want to waste time, so he wasn't going anywhere. Qing'an pointed out that he forgot to specify. If he completed the mission successfully, he would be able to get a certificate that would allow him to no longer be in the train camp. Zhang Yu jumped up and said with a smile, saluting with his hand, that he was ready to carry out the mission. After a while on the subway, the protagonist asked what this meant. Qing'an noted that he would be carrying out the mission with them. The protagonist said, looking at the girl in the cap, that this girl looked very familiar. What was her name? Yang-chi noted, introducing herself, that he had already asked her for the 5th time. Is her name so hard to remember? MC said, apologizing to her that he couldn't recognize her without her uniform, although he wants to say that even without the nurse's uniform, she looks great. Jing'an said that they had enough nonsense. He should sit down, they had something to discuss. Afterwards, he said that recently, traces of blood-type activity were found in the shadow layer of Yunhai. There are victims. At first, there were quite a lot of rank 1 representatives around the rank 2 other. Their task is to clear the area of others. They said that they understood their mission. Half an hour later, Zhang Yu was sleeping on Yang Chi's shoulder, who thought discontentedly. What did he do yesterday, if he was now sleeping so soundly? Ching An announced that they had arrived. Everyone get ready. The protagonist suddenly woke up and thought, what's the matter? Where did she get drool on her clothes? Then the protagonist noticed that he was apologizing to her. He had not fully recovered from yesterday's training. That's why he immediately felt sleepy. He can help her. Yang Chi got angry and shouted, grabbing her phone, that he should stop, otherwise she will tell Yao Yao about everything. MC thought in surprise, is she seriously threatening Yao Yao? Zhang Yu handed over a rag and said that he just wanted to wipe away his drool. She indignantly told him to shut up. Qing'an ordered them to leave already. After a while on the street, Qing'an noticed that the radar showed that the blood species was not that far away, so they should not disperse. The others here are very ferocious. The protagonist asked if they stayed, would the blood species capture them and suck all the blood out of them? Yang Chi noted that he was wrong. The others are not that simple either. When they catch prey, they first play with the victim for a long time. She needed to check his data, so he should not stay away. After a while, the protagonist thought, where is the blood species hiding? Qing'an thought that Zhang Yu seemed to be excited. It was natural, after all, this was his first mission like this. It usually takes about a year to reach rank 2, so only one guess crept into his head. Zhang Yu was already in the shadow layer. Everything is very serious. However, he is not at all worried that his body may not cope. It is quite rare to meet a 17-year-old teenager of rank 2, but still, they do exist. He wonders if Zhang Yu will be able to succeed in his business. After a while, MC said that their enemy is there. Qing'an thought that another rank 1 would find. The rank 2 would also be somewhere nearby. Zhang Yu shouted, rushing at the enemy, that he will now catch this creature. Suddenly, another rank 2 appeared unexpectedly, but the protagonist reacted in time and entered into battle with him. Qing'an used his abilities and ordered to leave the other rank 2 with him and Zhang Yu, and the rest should deal with the other rank 1. Then he reminded, turning to Yang Chi, that she is a doctor, so she does not need to enter the battle. Suddenly, another rank 1 appeared behind Yang Chi, who was about to hit her, but she grabbed this creature, using her abilities. After she drained the creature's energy, the protagonist appeared and thought in horror, how could this happen? Where did the cute nurse go? Yang Chi asked, what's the matter? MC asked, holding another rank 2, did she absorb the opponent? She noted that she can still absorb the creature. Zhang Yu asked, what kind of ability does she have? Yang Chi activated her ability and noted that it's called Devourer. The protagonist asked admiringly, so her ability can release her tentacles at anyone? She looked at him in confusion. The protagonist thought in surprise that he did not expect this from her at all, and this is very interesting for him. MC dreamily asked, can he touch it? Yang Chi stated, crossing her arms, that she forbids him to do so. Zhang Yu asked, can he look? She said that he can only dream of it. If he does not leave her alone, then she will report him for harassment. The protagonist asked if she would really tell him, but he has an influential uncle. Yang Chi said with a smile that his uncle was a retired general, and his father-in-law was the current head of the Night Watch. How could he even pressure her? The protagonist awkwardly said that she could calm down, he was just joking. MC thought, where did she even know all this? Then she used her ability and said that he could forget about it. He could watch, but he should at least remember her name. It was time for them to start already. Zhang Yu looked at her tentacles with admiration and noted that it even looked cute, and even cute in appearance. Yang Chi asked sheepishly, did he seriously call it cute? She thought that people were wary of her ability before. He was the first one to find it cute. The protagonist dreamily stated that her tentacles were very cute, they really attracted him. She shouted, moving away from him, that he cannot touch her. The protagonist thought that he did not even expect her to be so good. MC looked at the indignant girl and asked what she was thinking. He wasn't talking about her. Zhang Yu nervously thought that he had a wild desire to enter the shadow form. It was somehow strange. The protagonist looked down and asked if there were any contradictions between their species. The protagonist thought that they were connected in the abyss. Apparently, he was expecting difficulties with her in the future. At this time, Qing'an ordered an employee to take care of everything while he was carrying several others with him. After a while, he asked, turning to Zhang Yu, why he still had a living other with him. MC asked, wouldn't this creature be killed immediately after being caught? He thought it would be better to hand it over alive. This other only had 4% HP left. Qing'an exhaled and asked, did he play too many games as a child? Where did he get the idea that this creature had 4% HP left? It's not visible at all. By the way, these species are usually not nearby. Apparently, this creature had no choice but to join them. This other was clearly in trouble. Then Zhang Yu noticed a silhouette on the roof and thought, while the unknown disappeared, was someone watching the other? Was there someone 100 meters away? After a while, Qing'an noted that in the end, not everyone likes the special ones. Some are simply jealous of strength and then they get on the wrong path and disappear. At this time, the female other bent over the other creature, feeding it with her blood. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed the female other by the hand and said that he managed to catch this creature. The creature got angry and attacked him. The protagonist thought that she gave half of her blood to her comrade. Apparently, these were a married couple who instantly became other. MC dodged the blow and thought, looking at the creature on the ground, that no matter what happened to them in life, he cannot leave them alive. Zhang Yu used his power and threw the female other to the side, and thought that she only had 10% HP left. Apparently, the next blow would be the last. After that, the protagonist wished her a safe journey before delivering the decisive blow to the creature. The protagonist thought, looking at the suffering other, that he never doubted his actions, but the moment she reached out her hand to him, a tremor ran through his body. Although he was killing an other, not a former human. MC thought, looking at his trembling hands, what was right after all? Ching-un came to him and said that it was now an other. And this process was irreversible. Zhang Yu thought that he was right in his words. He finished off the creature and noted that therefore they should not feel sorry for the other. For himself it could all end badly. The protagonist thought, what if in the future his uncle or Yao Yao became others? Will he really be forced to kill again? After some time in the city, Ching-un noted that he must obtain a license so that he can become a full-fledged member of the Night Watch. The protagonist asked if his uncle knew about the part-time job. He said that the former general decided this issue himself. He watched a video of his battles, so he figured out how to keep him busy. MC thought, so he got permission to hunt others? Is his uncle really not afraid for him at all now? On the other hand, this is a good opportunity for additional training. After a while, at the terminal, Ching-un said that he should write his name. By the way, the former general said that if he wants to come here freely, he must complete at least 3 missions a week. Zhang Yu asked, isn't 3 missions too much? He asked with a smile, does he really not want to come here? The protagonist exhaled and said that he can forget about it. After a while, at the exit, Ching-un noted that now he must go to class at the camp, and then he can complete the task. If he meets an other that is not on this list, he can try to kill this creature as well. This will also count as completing the mission. Afterwards, on the street, he said that he still had things to do, so he would return to the camp. The protagonist said goodbye to him. MC wondered why he got the license. Did Ching-un intentionally use it to take credit for his achievements in the first mission? Suddenly, Denka ran out of the building and loudly asked, addressing the doctor on the phone, how are you feeling? He had already left and exchanged his points for medicine. He would be here soon. Zhang Yu thought, isn't it Denka? He hadn't seen him for over a month. What happened to him? Judging by his intonation, he must have gotten into trouble. He should probably keep an eye on him. Sometime later, in the city hospital, in the ward, on the bed lay a girl whose life was supported by a special device. Denka took out the medicine from the suitcase. The head doctor asked in surprise, where did he get this medicine? He asked, can he check this medicine? Afterwards, he noticed that this was a new formula of medicine based on blood cells. However, he had to remind him of something. They should discuss it outside. After a while, the head doctor said to Denka that his daughter's condition had suddenly worsened due to active contamination of the body. If they had received this medicine a few days ago, perhaps it would have worked that miracle. But now, it was difficult to say how it would end. Denka asked directly how long she could hold out. He looked down and said that she had about a month left. He sighed in relief and said that there was still time. They should prepare for the operation. At this time, the protagonist appeared from the shadows in the ward and studied the patient's card. The sign said that the patient's name was Dan Hei. She was 5 years old and she had a blood disease. The protagonist thought, what kind of disease is this? And what kind of medicine, the formula of which is based on blood cells? After a while, MC found information on the internet, where it was written that this is a serious disease associated with blood poisoning. Although the probability of infection is very low, if the virus enters the blood, infection occurs if it is not purified in time. Later, the blood will become toxic and will begin to corrode the body. In the early stages, it can be cured with drugs containing hematopoietic cells, but it is diagnosed too late in most patients. Jing Yu thought that this child was too young. How could she be infected with something like this? Could it be related to those stray species? After a while in the garden, Denka asked using his phone, how many more similar drugs did they have? The stranger said that he apologized to him, but one copy of such a drug costs about $1 million, and besides, the ingredients are scarce. They could change the composition and make something else. He shouted that he was asked a clear question. The stranger said that he should not forget himself. If he wanted a cure, he could try to find it himself. Denka hung up and thought, gritting his teeth, that he would definitely save his daughter, no matter what it cost him. The protagonist watched him from behind a tree and thought, does he want to get that medicine? He has a bad feeling about it. Afterwards, the protagonist called Sungwang and noted that his friend's daughter has hemostasis syndrome. Can this disease be cured with blood cell-based drugs? Sungwang noted that this is a difficult question. How old is the patient? MC said that she is 5 years old. He said that then the probability is extremely low. Children have weak immunity. Cases detected in the early stages respond well to treatment, but in general, the acute stage is characterized by irreversibility. Xiao Xiao unexpectedly addressed him. Zhang Yu looked at her happily after ending the call with his uncle. She noted with a smile that they have not seen each other for a long time. But shouldn't he be in a special camp? Why did he come back? The protagonist said that he was released early for good behavior. How is she doing? Xiao Xiao said that a few days ago she was attacked by an alien creature, but was saved by a guard. He was seriously injured in the process, so she came to visit him. After a while, she said that they had not seen each other for only a month, but he had changed so much, as if he were a completely different person. The protagonist sheepishly noted that she also began to look good. What has she been doing lately? Xiao Xiao looked down and remarked that everything was the same. They all went to a special training camp, but she failed to qualify for it, and when she faced danger, she could only rely on another person. She really envied him. She wished she was special. MC said with a smile that being special was not really that great. They always had to face dangers and trials. Most ordinary people could enjoy the simple life, But could special people live to old age without getting injuries that could not be cured? She said, recalling the past, that he was different, he had talent, he just couldn't understand how defenseless ordinary people were. If it weren't for the watchman that night, she would have been eaten. Jung-yu patted her back. Suddenly, people screamed, "Where did the aliens come from?" They turned around and saw several others, from which the people were fleeing in panic. Then the enemy creature headed towards them. The protagonist declared, using his abilities, that she could not leave him. Afterwards, the protagonist defeated his enemy with one blow. MC addressed the enemies with mockery, calling them weak creatures. He declared that they should not even dream of opposing him.